enforce that.
Okay, you don't have the authority. My point is, informally, I have been told, Chris, for your information, and I've been shown essentially a cocktail napkin version of drainage, and I know roughly where the boxes would have to be because that's roughly underneath the structures. But the concreting of the wash upstream concerns me because that's a real sensitive habitat area. And I want to know if there's any unnecessary concreting of the wash. As I see it upstream, I mean, I did see this concept that the concreting would actually go as far as what is the existing clubhouse and maybe even further. That might be somebody's nice dream about how you ought to do it. But on the other hand, maybe it is not necessary to do it in that fashion. And so I need to know how much of the upstream environment is going to be ruined by the downstream plan here.
Okay.
So I need to see that.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now is, do you have a presentation? Then I want to open it up for public comment, and then we'll go from there. You have a presentation? Yes. Okay. It's yours.
Sadly, a rather elaborate one, but I think it's necessary to put some of these things on the record, Your Honor. And good afternoon, almost your evening, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kemper. With me is Stephanie Allen. We're here on behalf of the applicants. You'll also be hearing from Mr. Greg Borgell with regard to some traffic considerations. And Mr. Jim Jimerson has some comments, I believe, in the rebuttal portion of our presentation. Mr. Chris Williams, who is the architect, is here should you have any questions for him. And obviously, you know, the owners and the representatives are in the audience should you have any questions appropriate for their consideration. Now, before we go any further, I want to thank very much your planning director and his staff, those representatives from Public Works, Fire, and your other departments, and your dedicated city attorney for all of their hard work and thoughtful analysis throughout this entire process. It has not been easy, and at times it's been almost painful. But all of those folks had one idea and one goal in mind, and that was to protect the interest of the city of Las Vegas. That was their only concern. And as they worked both fairly and hard with the developer and with the Queensridge community. So thank you all. As a result of the withdrawals of the 4 of 7 applications that were to be heard by you today, our request has narrowed considerably. As a result of these withdrawals, there is no need for any major modification to any plan. And as a consequence, today the request for your review and approval of a major modification has been eliminated. As a result of these withdrawals, there is no need for any development agreement. So today the request for your review and approval of a development agreement has been eliminated. In fact, the request today is not to develop anything at all on 232 of the 250 acres of the golf course property. If you'll, we can go to the overhead. This is the map with which I'm sure everybody is familiar. 232, Stephanie will point out, what is not being developed is or requested to be developed is that 232 acres. Development is limited to the section that she's pointing out that was development area 1. It was always development area 1. Nothing has been changed. There's no change in the location, the design, or density of this portion of the project from what we proposed from the very beginning. Development area 1 is where we're starting, and development area 1 is all that we are asking to have approved now. So what we have before you today is simply a general plan amendment, a zone change, and site development review pertaining to a 720-unit luxury development on 17.5 acres of land, essentially on the southwest corner of Rampart and Alta, just east and south of the existing Queensridge Towers. As planning and legal will verify, these 720 units fit squarely within the permitted number of units already available under the previously approved Pecolic plan, which again is why no major modification of any plan is either requested or required. Both your staff and the Planning Commission, well, till I heard from Mr. Paragon just now, recommend approval, and we will be asking today for your approval as well. Now, before we get into a detailed discussion of this GPA zone change and site development review, some more basic yet critically important underlying facts need first to be addressed and understood. First, despite the shock that it creates, and it created for me since I live on Queens Ridge Golf Course and have for over 7 years, the Badlands Golf Course is going away. Simply, there will no longer be a golf course in Queens Ridge. And as sad as that is for all of us in Queens Ridge, nothing can be done to change that inevitability. And while I very much respect Councilman Coughlin's comments about liking to preserve all, or not all, but a portion of that golf course, the reality is that that in all likelihood, in fact, simply is not going to happen. Arguments from the community, and as harsh as this might sound, that it must remain a golf course. As compelling as those arguments seem, and they are compelling, simply get us nowhere. Bottom line, it will no longer be a golf course. So we have to kind of start with that understanding that there's going to be something other than a golf course, and how do you get and move there somewhere hopefully in the middle. Secondly, despite what some might want to believe, the fact is that that realization that
Excuse me, Mr. Kemfer, yes, can we have you may have a question, please, but brief.
Thank you, Chris. What I'm thinking about is, what you've said then is that there's no need for me to even think about what I have said as being a potential. It's essentially what you've said is go through. You know, so what I'm thinking, and I know you did it respectfully. You did it respectfully. But I think why you say that is because you haven't looked at an alternative.
Well, that's...
You haven't seen one. Thank you very much, Chris. And, you know, I just want to say, make sure you understand my thinking on that, that really it's not an insult to me, but it is, what you're saying is, well, I can't see it because I haven't looked.
No. The reality is, your comments, that's why I modified what I was going to say, because your comments that I just heard now, tonight, that's why I said, with all due respect to those comments, and that doesn't mean we're not going to listen to what you have to say. I'm just saying the determination was made that golf won't work there. Now, if you've got some plan that you want to present to EHB and Johan, we'd be fools.
You know what, I'd love to.
You know what I'm going to do?
But
Let's
I've asked
turn
for
this
it, and
back.
you've never given it a thought.
Okay, what I'm going to do is, any other comments are going to be held till you're through your presentation, please.
Okay. All right.
My apologies.
All right, now, that's what I want, that was the point I was trying to get to. As despite what some may want to believe, the fact is that same realization that golf could no longer work at Badlands did not come easily or quickly for the new ownership. If you look at the slide here, the development company, EHB, go ahead, before you today, has been in this area for over 20 years. The development company has been, like I said, has 20 years, and in that
Could
time...
you speak closer to your microphone, please?
I'll just stand closer to it. All right, has been, like I said, they've been here over 20 years, and in that time, they have built over 3 million square feet of residential and commercial properties, and have invested over $1 billion within a 1.5-mile radius of Queens Ridge. 1.5 miles, $1 billion, including building the 2 towers at 1 Queens Ridge Place and constructing 40% of all custom homes in Queens Ridge. One builder, 40% of all custom homes in Queens Ridge. That is a commitment to our Queens Ridge community and the surrounding area that no one else can even hope to match. And that commitment to our community is not just a business one, it is a personal one as well. All of the principles of ownership live in Queens Ridge, either in what I call Queens Ridge proper or in the towers. They have 10 condominiums in 1 Queens Ridge Place and 2 lots and 3 homes in Queens Ridge proper. The last thing they want to do is see damage done to their own Queensridge community. It was because of this commitment to all of Queensridge that during the process of purchasing the golf course property, they spent substantial time, effort, and money in trying to figure out a way to develop a championship 18-hole golf course on the majority of this property. To explore that option, ownership hired world-renowned golf course designer Bobby Weeb to try and make it work. But after reviewing all facts and figures, exploring options, looking at all that must be done to repair and replace existing water lines, pumps, and ponds, factoring in the sad state nationwide of the golf course industry, and determining that tens of millions of dollars must be spent to upgrade Badlands in order to bring it up to any kind of acceptable standard, Mr. Weed concluded, and as you can see, a combination of many factors at Badlands leads us to believe that a long-term strategy which considers outright closure is the most intelligent course of action. Now, as you also can see, the sad state that I talked about of the golf course industry nationwide, in the last 10 years, there have been 1,503 courses that have closed. In the last 4 years, 732 courses have closed. And in 2015 alone, 234 courses. In terms of golfers, you can see from the overhead how the golf industry has been decimated by those who simply don't play the game anymore, going from 30 million golfers in 2000, 2002 to now 18 million golfers projected by 2020. So, despite that effort to try to keep it a golf course, there are too many facts that come into play. The third important underlying fact is that the development potential of the Badlands Golf Course was always contemplated by the previous owners of Queensridge, always. I can't emphasize this enough, and the next few points point this out. The previous owners of this golf course and Queensridge always contemplated that golf course being developed. And I say that for several reasons. One, when the Badlands Golf Course was first created, initially as 18 holes and then later 27, it was not zoned open space or rural or any other designation that might in any way have served to evidence the intent not to develop it. Just the opposite. All of the golf course property was and is zoned RPD 7. That designation in and of itself represents the development potential of 7.49 units per acre. And before the new owners bought this property, they first secured from the City of Las Vegas a zoning verification letter that verified that the entirety of the golf course property is zoned that same RPD 7. So as easy as it could have been for the previous owners to zone this property in a way that afforded all of us in Queensridge the protection of the land use designation, that was not done. However, the previous owners did not stop at zoning. In creating the CC&Rs that would govern all of Queensridge, the previous owners clearly and specifically provided, first in 1996 with the 18-hole golf course, and then later in 2000 when the golf course expanded to 27 holes, that, quote, the existing golf course, commonly known as the Badlands Golf Course, is not a part of the property or the annexable property, close quote. It's not a part of the property or the annexable property. What does that mean? Exactly what it says. It means that the golf course is not and was never intended to be part of Queensridge. And the golf course property cannot even be brought into Queensridge. Please compare our CC&Rs with those for Silverstone. From what I've been told, the Silverstone CC&Rs provide that the golf course property cannot be used for any purpose other than a golf course unless 75% of the residents of Silverstone agree. We at Queensridge were not afforded that same protection. In fact, our CC&Rs afford us no protection at all. Further, not only is the golf course property not part of Queensridge and cannot become part of Queensridge, but the golf course property was not even considered in determining the amount of open space required for Queensridge proper. When the Queensridge development was created, they had to have certain open space requirements to meet. They didn't use the golf course as part of that open space requirement. They met it otherwise. And they did that so that there could be no confusion that the golf course did not belong to Queensridge, is not part of the open space, is not to be considered with, aligned with, or in any way affected by Queensridge development. Now, they also did not specifically grant to the homeowners associations or anyone else in Queensridge any right of easement or license or access with regard to the golf course property. The bottom line is the golf course is not and was never intended to be part of our community. So as residents, we have no right at all to dictate how it is used. Now, I'm a land use lawyer. I should have been smarter than that. But I didn't check the CC&Rs. I didn't check all this out. I didn't even check the zoning. And when I did, I realized what had happened, and that's when I met with the city attorney and city planning and said, is this really the state of affairs, and where does that really put us? But the previous owners did not stop there. In order to remove all doubt about the potential for development of the golf course, the previous owners provided that those who bought any custom lot on the golf course had to specifically agree in their purchase agreements that, quote, seller has made no representations or warranties concerning zoning or the future development of phases of the planned community or the surrounding area or nearby property. The purchase agreement also provided that by virtue of the purchase of a lot, quote, purchaser shall not acquire any rights, privileges, interest, or membership in the Badlands Golf Course. Not just membership, no rights, no interest, no privileges, nothing in the Badlands Golf Course. Finally, to wrap it up with a bow, the previous owners not only made the custom lot purchaser agree that there was no representation as to what could or would be developed on the surrounding or nearby properties, and that the purchaser had no right or interest in the Badlands Golf Course, but that his or her view from the lot they were purchasing, quote, may at present or in the future include without limitation adjacent or nearby single-family homes, multiple family residential structures, commercial structures, utility facilities, landscaping, and other items, close quote. And finally, the purchase agreement provided that, quote, adjacent or nearby residential dwellings or other structures could potentially be constructed or modified in a manner that could block or impair all or part of the view from the lot. Also, we have heard the argument made that the Badlands golf course cannot be developed because much of the golf course property is needed to provide the community with appropriate drainage protection. We've heard that. You can't modify the golf course because we need it for drainage. Well, the previous owners thought of that as well and clearly protected the development potential of this golf course property. In a 1995 document entitled On-Site Drainage Improvements Agreement, the previous owners and the City of Las Vegas agreed that the existing drainage improvements shall remain in place and operational, quote, until alternative or replacement flood control facilities acceptable to the city are operational and the city has provided written authorization for the removal of the drainage facilities, close quote. Once that authorization has been given by the city, this agreement continues that, quote, the developer may, at its sole option, remove or modify the drainage improvements so long as the modification is acceptable to the city and in the opinion of a qualified drainage engineer, the drainage improvements are no longer necessary. So the argument falls away that the golf course must remain as it is now in order to provide the required drainage. As an aside, as you heard, the new owners have submitted and the city is reviewing the proposed drainage study, and the new owners will comply with any and all conditions that are imposed. The bottom line of all of this is that through zoning, through CC&Rs, through express language in the purchase and sale documents, and even through its agreements with the City of Las Vegas, the previous owners clearly sought to protect, and did in fact protect, the development potential of the Badlands Golf Course property. Not the residents of Queens Ridge, the development potential of the Badlands Golf Course property. Now, with regard to the development before you today, being the 17.5 acres to the south and east of the existing Queens Ridge Towers, those same type of disclaimers, reservation, and lack of warranties, if you will, were given to the tower residents. In the purchase agreement and joint escrow instructions pertaining to the sale of each and every one of those tower units, the purchase agreement provides, quote, seller makes no representation as to the subdivision, use, or development of any adjoining or neighboring land. Without limiting the generality of the foregoing, views from the unit may be obstructed by future development of adjoining or neighboring land, and seller disclaims any representation that views from the unit will not be altered or obstructed by development of neighboring land. These purchase agreements go on to provide neither seller nor its affiliates make any representations whatsoever relating to the future development of neighboring or adjacent land, and expressly reserve the right to develop this land in a manner that seller or seller's associates determine in their sole discretion. These same disclaimers were also addressed in the public offering statement for 1 Queens Ridge Place. In that document, it is noted that although the adjacent property to the south is zoned RPD 7, quote, zoning is subject to change at any time without notice. And, quote, as to those properties contiguous to the condominium property, which would be this 17.5 acres before you today, developer makes no representation as to the development of such properties. This same public offering statement goes on to provide that with regard to views, developer makes no representation as to the desirability or existence of any view from the unit. The currently existing view from the unit may be changed at any time, either due to action taken by developer, affiliates of the developer, or any third party. So, it turns out that the most critically important, and for those of us who live there, sad and simply inescapable fact is that from all the public and private documents, and as confirmed by the extensive research done by your own planning director, and by your planning staff, and by the city attorney, the Badlands Golf Course property can be built out with some kind of residential development, and it has been planned that way from its inception. That is not the fault of the city. That is not the fault of the new owners. There are those, I'm sure, who will argue that it is not the fault of the previous owners. They were simply doing what they did to protect their own business interests. It is simply an indisputable fact, whether we like it or not, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, that the golf course property was planned for and can and will be developed. The only question is, how would it be developed? Now, once the new owners learned that the golf course property was for sale, and it was, they were faced with a dilemma. Having already built the iconic Queens Ridge Towers, having built 40% of the custom homes in Queens Ridge, and living on the Badlands Golf Course themselves, do the new owners just let, and Your Honor, you referred to it, do they just let the golf course property be sold by the previous owners to any standard home builder and developed under the existing 7.49 units per acre? Or do the new owners buy the property with the idea in mind of enhancing home values, protecting wildlife, creating on 183 of the 250 acres very large luxury estate lots with more than 120 acres of open space? Out of that 183 acres, 120 acres of it is open space. while putting greater density in the form of very high-end luxury multifamily development up on the golf course property near adjoining properties already zoned for both higher density and commercial. As you can see from, now this is, we call this a 720. As you can see from this map here, the 720 is located in the middle of extreme dense uses. It's got RPD 10 over there, which is probably the least intense of everything there. RPD 10 to the south. It's got PD zoning right next to the towers. PD zoning, there are the towers, PD zoning. There's also a tower, you know, there was a tower approved. There was going to be two, and there's one tower that's approved on the property she's pointing out now. It's got the hotel immediately to the north, Boca Park, all of the shopping centers around there, as you can see. So it's right in the middle of all of that other density. And that was the idea. Put density where density is so that we're allowed to then put less density, limited number of homes, very few homes, acres per homes as opposed to homes per acre. So what the new owners did was they chose the latter and were determined to buy the property to both protect it, and so the vision of a renewed and very special Queensridge could be realized, and more importantly, I think in their own minds, to protect their interest from the zoning that already existed there, that in, and you know I represent a lot, if not most, of the land use developers and the home builders, and some of them are very good, but they would salivate over 7.49 units per acre on property like this, and God love them, but that is not what Mr. Lowy wanted to see. Now, because of the withdrawal of 4 of the 7 applications, the entirety of that vision is not being considered today. Rather, what is going forward today is a development of 720 units on 17.5 acres that has both staff recommendation of approval and, well, and planning commission recommendation of approval. But this 17.5 acre development is not just a standard multifamily development that we see throughout the valley. Every consideration was given to the tower folks, from design standards to preserving views to access, to make sure the development is compatible with its 2 big sisters next door. Here is the site plan. It's in front of you. As you can see, this is a wraparound project so that parking for the most part is interior and residents park on the same floor as they live. Primary access is from Rampart Boulevard, and so that there will be no impact on tower residents in terms of traffic, or any would be minimal. They're certainly not going through the Queensridge Tower entrance. And as Mr. Borgell will advise you shortly, the traffic study clearly evidences that any and all additional traffic can be handled by the existing roadway system. Now, next is the landscape plan. As you can see, landscaping is enhanced, and it both complements and corresponds to the landscaping of the existing towers. We also now get to the elevation. This right here, this is the inspiration, if you will, for the development of the 720. And if you know Mr. Lowy's work and EHB companies, nobody builds a better product, whether it's the towers or the Supreme Court building or Tivoli Village. Nobody builds a better product than he does. And this is the actual elevation of the building itself with enhanced architectural design. Now we're going through some elevations here, and what we're trying to show here is how critically important it is to note that the top of this 4-story structure is no higher than the top of the podium of the towers. That was done for a reason. The new owners and the representatives, who also live in the towers, are extremely aware of the sensitivity the tower residents have with regard to the protection of their views. And even though by law views are not a protectable zoning interest, and clearly from what I read to you are not protectable in this case because of the contract documents that were signed and the public offering that was issued, the new owners wanted to make sure that the view to the east and south was in fact protected in every reasonably possible way for the tower residents. So we have a project that is planned, landscaped, designed to a standard we do not normally see in a multifamily structure, situated in a way that does not impact its most immediate, and I want to emphasize again, iconic neighbors. Finally, I want to just take a few more minutes, and I apologize, in anticipation of some of the issues we have heard before and which you will likely hear again. I would like to address some of those issues now. First of all, density. We have heard that 41 units per acre, at 41 units per acre, the project is too dense. As you can see from this slide, the density of the towers is 25 units per acre. However, in determining the appropriateness of the density and the project before you, we need to remember that we have to look at the surrounding zonings again. And I want to go back to that circle map. And you can see here, again, all of the surrounding zonings are very, are very intense uses that, to which this fits in precisely. Now, while the towers are at 25 units an acre, it's a planning principle that density increases as you go toward a major roadway. And here we have two such major roadways in Rampart and Alta. Now, no one may believe it, and candidly I care little, but the thing is, the reason for my involvement is because I'm faced with somewhat that same situation. I live in a home that has Charleston on the other side of it. And between my home at 4 units an acre and Charleston is the golf course. When that golf course goes away, and I've resigned myself to the fact that it will, I have been told by your planning staff, who I very much respect and appreciate, and which motivated me to get involved, that what could I expect between my 4 units an acre and Charleston? I could expect density is not going to go down. It's not even going to stay the same. It's going to go up because it's a planning principle that between density and a major roadway, that density increases. So my fight has always been for the half-acre lots and acre lots and whatever, and 3-acre, 5-acre lots that were being provided because I knew the alternative. If this is zoned the way, then I'm going to get 5 or 6 units an acre next to me instead of a half-acre lot or an acre lot, whatever it might end up being. And the same is true here. That same planning principle applies. You have 25 units an acre in the towers. You have Rampart and Alta. The fact that we're increasing the density as we go to Rampart and Alta is something that you have done from the beginning. Now, the plan has always been, the plan we provided, and we've withdrawn without prejudice the first 4, to increase density on the 70 acres. We can argue all day as to whether it's too much, whether it's situated in the right place, whether it's too high, whatever. Those things, we're going to get to them later on. Obviously, we're not going to get to them tonight, all right? But there is already existing 25 units an acre. The PD there is next to it. There's RPD 10, there's commercial, there's office. All of this around there is property that surrounds it. So it's not as if we're plopping down this higher density development in the middle of something where there's low density or it's otherwise not appropriate. It is surrounded by density that makes it appropriate. Also, as noted, this is not a standard multifamily development. This is designed after the towers themselves. It takes lots of time, effort, and money to design and build those special features and additions with first-class amenities inside and out. Those of you, I assume all of you have been in the towers. All I can do when I go in those towers is just say to myself, wow. I mean, when you look at something and you say, that looks like marble, you know what, it's marble. If you look at something and it looks like it's inlaid glass or inlaid rock or whatever it might be, that's exactly where it is. And I can tell you with Johan Lowy, it's from some exotic country somewhere that he's been able to bring that back here. That's what he does. And that's the kind of project that he wants to build here. Now, increased density pays for those incredible design extras. Someone, not Mr. Lowy, if this is the decision not to go forward, someone, not Mr. Lowy, can build 25 or 30 units an acre to try to match what's there at the towers now. But that is not what we want. Does it benefit the Queensridge community, especially the towers? Are they better off with a standard multifamily project that you see all over town with 500 units on 17.5 acres? Or is the community, and especially the towers, better served with this first-class development, even though the density is somewhat higher? And also, density is unfairly measured by the number of units. That's the way we do it, by the number of units, not the number of bedrooms or the number of beds or the number of people in a unit. I'd like you to consider this. A 1,000 square foot luxury one-bedroom multifamily unit generally brings one person, sometimes two, not usually two, because the number is 1.2 in a one-bedroom multifamily luxury apartment. And we're talking about something that's luxury, something that's expensive. You get 1.2. Now, a 2,000 square foot home can come with 3 bedrooms and 3 to 4 people. Yet from a zoning standpoint, the density of the multifamily building is determined to be twice as much as the density in the home. Because you have a 1,000 square foot home unit, that's one unit. You have a 2,000 square foot condo or a house, that's one unit. Now the fact that there's one person in this one and 3 or 4 people in this one doesn't factor into density. And I'm saying that has to factor in here that because of the luxury of this place, because of the fact that there are very limited studio or 3 bedrooms, most are 1, some 2, that you're not going to be drawing the number of people that you think you would. Now, another thing I'd like you to think about. If the square footage in the towers were cut in half, so by way of example, the average size of a unit in the towers was 1,800 square feet and not 3,600 square feet, so that the tower density became 50 units an acre. If you took those 3,600 square foot homes and you made them 1,800 square foot homes, would anyone suggest that the towers would all of a sudden be unacceptable from a zoning and aesthetic standpoint, or would the quality of that development of the towers control over the number of units? And that is what we have here. The quality of this development controls over any other consideration. Now, if the argument is that the project must have comparable density to match the towers, does that mean that the tower folks would be benefited by development that matched their 25 units per acre, but also matched their 200 feet high? The clear answer is no. The increased height would ruin their views. Taking this project over 17 and a half acres and making it only 4 stories high provides no visual impact at all, essentially, on the towers. Obviously, you can look down. And again, creates a project that looks and feels exactly like it belongs next to the towers. Now, one of the things I've heard argued is that what happens if he gets halfway through and then he decides he's not going to build it or whatever? And the answer is easy. And your planning director and planning staff know it. You can't just stop and say, I'm going to do something else. If somebody else wants to do something, they have to come back in with a site development review. I doubt very seriously that someone who has the interest that he has in Queensridge, both on proper and in the towers, is going to walk away from a project. And I don't believe that's anybody really seriously believes that, but that hypothetical was thrown out there. And the bottom line is you still have to complete it in the way it was designed. Now, some people are going to tell you about 278A. I am not an expert in that, but I do know your city attorney is. And your city attorney has said 278A is not applicable. And he has said that pertains to the entirety of the golf course property. He has said clearly, specifically, and continually that 278A does not apply and the golf course can be developed. Now, he's not saying the golf course can be developed right now. He says you're going to have to get appropriate zoning approval, or if you do something within the RPD7, you still need approvals and designs, and you have to make sure that water and all of those other issues, but the golf course is developable. That's the opinion that is taken by your city attorney. Now, I agree, as I say, with the city attorney, and I disagree with the opposition that says 278A applies, but that's not really the point. Your city attorney, the one who represents you, says 278 does not apply, and he has a reason for it, and Mr. Jimerson will speak to that. Finally, schools. I'm going to let Ms. Allen talk on that. Mr. Borgel's going to talk briefly traffic, and then I just want to quickly go through that. Before you get to schools, let's go through these are some of the questions that were asked over a period of time, and I just want to quickly answer them. Is the golf course zoned for residential development? Can homes be built on it? Yes. Are the applications that relate to the 720 complete? Yes. Did city staff recommend approval of the applications? Yes. Did Planning Commission recommend approval of the applications? Yes. Is traffic study required as part of this process? Yes. Has a traffic study been submitted? Yes. Has a traffic study been reviewed and approved by the city traffic engineers? Yes. Has the city required traffic mitigation measures? Yes. Will the applicant meet those mitigation measures? Yes. Is a drainage study required as part of this process? Yes. Can the existing drainage be modified? Yes. Has a drainage study been submitted? Yes. Will drainage mitigation improvements be required? Yes. Will the applicant meet the required drainage mitigation improvements? Yes. Does the city believe that the mitigation improvements will address drainage concerns? Yes. Now, with regard to construction, will construction occur 24 hours per day? The answer is no. Construction hours are subject to your code, and that means that they cannot start before 7 and have to end at 6. And the only time there's exception, if you ask to continue those hours because of a pour, if you need to pour continually for a while, you can ask permission to extend those hours on a limited basis. When do you anticipate start of development? If in fact it's approved, we intend to start development right away. So, finally, and this is my final comment, well, it may be somewhat secondary to the issues of compatibility, it is still very true and very important for our city on the whole that great development brings with it great benefits. This project is no exception. The economic benefits of this development will be very significant. Nearly 3,000 direct and indirect full-time equivalent jobs will be created. That includes construction jobs. Non-reoccurring sales and use taxes will amount to several millions of dollars, and annual reoccurring property tax revenue increases will be greater than $1 million per year. Additionally, very much needed additional patrons will be available to support the immediate trade areas, retail and restaurants. A community in particular benefits when the surrounding community thrives with it. A more detailed report was given by Mr. John Respeto to the Planning Commission, and we would ask that that be included as part of the presentation today. So those conclude my comments. I do know Stephanie has a couple of comments.
And before Stephanie starts, I'd like to ask Mr. Kempfer, I've been asked by members of council to have a copy of the CCNRs with those quotes. If you have a copy that we can give to, and your remarks, if your remarks are available as well, but I don't know if they are. Please, thank you very much. And if you could submit those to the council so they would each have.
In fact, yes, we'd like for the record to reflect that we did provide all of the documents to which we made reference on these screens.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza. Just real briefly, in addition to submitting the proposal that Chris just went through, I'd also like to submit an email from the school district. We've met with them several times. Monday afternoon, we met with the school district and their council and explained to them the changes that we had proposed and the request for the withdrawal of the first 4 applications. So they're aware of that. We spoke and emailed as late as today. We very much appreciate them working with us and have promised and assured them that we will continue to keep keep them in the loop if we file any future applications. We'll participate with them and continue to work with them. So I'll submit that email for the record as well. And then just briefly,
What was their comment, if I may interrupt you, Ms. Allen?
Sure.
What was their comment? I'd like you to read it so council has that information, please.
Sure. So I said, "Hi, Linda. Thank you for the call today. I plan to state the following for the record," which I paraphrased, but that we met with the school district and its outside counsel on November 14th to again discuss the impacts our projects have on schools in the area and to explain that the applicant has requested a withdrawal without prejudice of all the applications except for the 720 units at the corner of Alta and Rampart. We assured the school district that we would continue to work closely with them and notify them of all future applications. The applicant very much appreciates the school district working with them. We will keep you a part of the process as we move forward. Her response was, "Thank you very much. The district looks forward to working closely with the developer to ensure that if there are any impacts, that they can be mitigated early on. As we both continue to monitor the development, we can work through any issues and/or concerns as they arise." Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Linda.
Mayor, if I might, please.
Yes, please.
When this initially went through, every single level, elementary, middle school, and high school, was over capacity. It is at currently, not before any additions, but currently, almost by 300, well, more than 300, well, let's say almost by 300 on the elementary level and on every single level, and that's before we get this coming in. This is just where we are now, and I think the school district has told us that where we are now, all of these schools in this area are over capacity without what you're talking about, 41 units per acre.
Thank you. And I guess my only final comment would be, I do understand there's two conditions that would be revised should you all be inclined to vote in favor of this application, so I'll defer that to staff, but I just wanted to make sure that was part of the record as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And does that conclude the presentation?
I believe Greg has a few comments, Greg
Okay.
Borgel, on traffic.
And then we'll have public hearing, then I want to hear from staff.
I have a question.
We're going to wait till a final presentation.
The context would be important to ask it at the time it's fresh.
It would be better.
If you don't mind indulging me on this for a minute, because I'd like to remember what he has to say, but I want to be able to hear it in total. I think it's important. Councilman?
Councilman, we need your microphone on.
Your Honor, I just need to ask, why in the presentation from EHB, and I suppose that could be Chris's answer, Greg, or maybe you had something to do with the preparation of it, why is there no inventory of the species in the habitat supported by the arroyos?
That's not an issue that is
Right,
part of
you
the
have
application.
withdrawn the rest of the application, so that's
No,
not
no,
an
no.
issue.
No, Your Honor, it's the 720 and above. Just bear with me here, because what I'm just stating with you, I'll show you something here. So, it's important. The drainage study, apparently, our staff tells me, confirmed by somebody from the engineering company that did the study submitted to us, that the drainage study contemplates hardening or clearing, maybe semi-concreting, the arroyos way beyond where the 720 would be. And as I have told you, I'm not really opposed in great detail to the 720. I think it's at the right spot. But my point is that maybe there's some unnecessary work going on here, because it looks like it's being done in such a fashion, please, Tom, show the map, that it is being done as if we are approving phases 2 and 3. And that's not an issue for us today. But I don't want to vote on this until I get some clarity. Okay, Tom Perigo has agreed to put some illustrations under the overhead. They're there now. Okay. This is prior to any development on Pecole. This is 1990 aerial, and I've distributed a copy of this to every member of the council. Here we show, if you look, you can see Rampart on the right, pretty easily discerned. Just to the left of Rampart, above the pin, is where you can see where the towers are right now, that flat cleared space. Now then, you see these two tracks of growth. That predates it predates Piccoli. It predates human involvement in the valley. It predates everyone here in this building because it's relying upon groundwater, not on any runoff. Chris, I know if Johan wants to help, he can. I don't mind him talking to you at all. But the point is that something's been pre-existing there for hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's just, that's the way the valley has always been. I grew up here as a little kid, know about that. The little oases didn't happen. They just happened by
Does this tie
accident.
into the 720? Please get there, Councilman.
Well, we've got time there for a large decision like this. It looks to me like the footings for the 720 do not go that far, or that underbrush is, that growth, those trees which support the life there. But the concreting of the arroyos does go up quite a ways into and wipes that out. That, in other words, the preliminary concreting shows, and I've just had to do this fishing on my own here during this meeting, and see, I think that's unnecessary. I think if you want to do the 720, you don't need to wipe out all of this. If you overlay, there's another map there, that's the map of the golf course, an aerial map of the existing golf course. Now if you look at, and you lay the 720 down there, I think you could probably put your finger on it right now. It's going to go extend farther, isn't it, to the west than that? Isn't it going to go? Tom, would you help, get some help and go to the extreme western limit of the structures in the 720? Okay. What you have there is what, to me, is agreeable, in my opinion, to build on, without having to destroy all the upstream growth, which supports thousands of critters, but you have not inventoried. And I know it's not your job as a lawyer to do this, but somebody has to think about the environment around here. And there is something important there. They may or not be endangered species. That's not my point. The point is, why destroy what you don't have to until you feel you need to make these investments? If you want to go box culverts underneath the structures themselves, which we can see don't really come close to all the stuff upstream, why not leave it alone until you are ready to build phases 2 and 3 if they are approved by the council?
That's not only a very good question, the answer is we're not going to do any more in terms of development than the city says we have to do. So if the city says you don't have to do anything here and you can start here and move forward, that's all we want to do.
Well,
so I mean, that's a good point. And our drainage people working with Public Works are going to have to make those kind of determination. But I agree with you absolutely.
Okay, because our Public Works people, only I'm not going to hold them to this. And the engineer from the company that drew up the proposals are thinking probably that's not necessary to be that invasive. Maybe it would save a few bucks, but in the end, if you're going to get approval for 2 and 3 and on and on and on, if you get it,
Yeah.
then I say it just makes sense. You got the votes, you do it.
No, it's not. I'll represent to you, and I think Mr. Loy will represent to you as well, that if the city tells us we don't have to do any more than X, we're not going to do any more than X.
Okay, there has to be a puddling pool, a pool to catch water to allow it to settle what can be, and then the excess flows through the box culverts and to Tivoli under the rampart. But
Right, and as you know, Tivoli was an
you had to do something there too.
a large.
Okay, well, this is what I'm asking. It has not been submitted, though. And so what I'm asking for you is clarity in your submission. And certainly you publicly said you would do that.
What I am
Unless the
telling you
city
right-
says to you,
Yeah.
you got to concrete it to hell and gone. And I'm saying, I don't think they're going to tell you that.
If that's what we did not do any more. This is what I'm being told by our drainage people. We're not doing any more than we were told to do. If in fact we're told something else, fine. We're not gonna do more work than we have to. We're not gonna destroy whatever we're talking about more than we have to.
Yeah, the people that live there know what we're talking about.
Well, I live
You and
there,
I
I know
don't much, except I've played a lot of golf out there. And I've seen it just as of Friday. I saw a lot of life in there if you just stand still for a minute. So, okay, so you just know that it's been pre-existing anybody, including the Picolis, John C. Fremont, and the Mexican explorer, everybody. That's been there. There's been life there all these hundreds, and probably thousands of years.
That's why candidly, Councilman, that's why candidly, I was in favor and still are in favor of the initial plan that preserved 120 acres as open space for wildlife to roam. That's exactly why I got on board with that. So I hear what you say and I agree with what you say. And I can assure you, we're not going to do any more than Public Works says we have to do.
Well, what I'm telling you is I am in agreement that some of this golf course is going to go. That has to
Well,
happen.
if a golf portion of it goes, it's going to probably be
And
this
you-
portion too, yeah.
I'll keep pressuring you until I get you to admit that maybe some of it will stay. Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor and council members, Greg
Please.
Borgal, 300 South 4th Street. There's always a moment in every major play where the major protagonist has to catch his breath and some minor character comes on to entertain the crowd, and that would be me. I've been asked, among other things in this project, to make sure that our other consultants are doing their technical work in a manner that I, as a planner, and your planners can say, yes, the questions have been answered. One of the serious sets of questions has been the traffic study. So, briefly, I assure you, the study's not brief, but I shall be brief. This document of several hundred pages has been prepared to address all of the traffic issues of the entirety of the project. And the conclusion of this is that the traffic can be managed with mitigation measures that your staff has asked for. And the applicant has agreed to all those mitigation measures. Now, the question could be raised, oh, well, that was the whole project. Now you're only doing a part. What about that? And the answer to that is this, that addressing only the 720 and the access to the 720 and the mitigation measures which the applicant has agreed to on the 720, there is capacity on Rampart at Alta and that area to accommodate the 720 easily. The AM peak hour is less than 50% of capacity. The afternoon peak hour is at 75% of capacity. Now, let me jump ahead a little and say we know perfectly well that, oh, it's not being shown to you. Well, take my word for it until it comes up. That's what it says. When it comes up, you'll see it. But there it is. We'll get the microphone out of the way. 74% at PM peak, less than 50% at AM peak. And I will submit this for the record because that is a new exhibit, along with the whole traffic study, which is not a new exhibit, but since we know that attorneys have this inclination to argue that anything that wasn't introduced in evidence is not evidence, it's in evidence. And now to the concluding point, though, off the exhibit that was just picked up here. We're well aware, and I respect, because I've driven on the street and observed it as well, that there are traffic congestion issues in the area. I would say to you that, from my observation, those traffic congestion issues that are already there have resulted from incomplete streets, streets being remodeled, repaired, times when Durango hasn't been available, times when sewer's been put in, times when landscaping is coming in, when driveways are being moved. So what we've done here is we've taken the assumption that eventually the street will be complete. We will have done our mitigation measures, and that's why you observe traffic congestion now, that this project can mitigate and will mitigate in an approved traffic study. That's the process you have. We have no other way to do it. The traffic study was done by GCW, formerly GC Wallace, one of the premier traffic studiers in the Southwest. I think you respect their reputation. We certainly respect your staff's analysis, and it's been approved and really should not be an issue, save in accepting addressing concerns that staff may develop as this process goes forward, which the applicant will address.
Thank you. Thank you. And hopefully we will get a report back from Mr. Anderson on the question from Councilwoman about those accidents at the corner of Charleston and Rampart. If you'd follow up on those for us.
Yes, ma'am. I do have some additional information on that topic if you would like to hear it.
Yes.
Recently, Nevada Department of Transportation conducted a roadway safety analysis for Charleston as part of their normal affairs. And so we do have the data for the last 3 years for the intersection of Charleston and Rampart / Fort Apache that data was compiled by NDOT. And for the last 3 years, what they've counted is 54 accidents at that intersection. So the 87 in the last 6 months, I have not been able to corroborate that. I've been looking on the Review Journal site trying to find it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I haven't found it. But what I have found is the NDOT last 3 years report.
Well, and if you'd like,
Your mic
if
is...
you'd like one that's sort of blurry, but you can still read it, I'd be glad to give it to you.
I would definitely appreciate that.
I only
Thank you.
had the blurry one. I thought I could get a better one for you.
That would be absolutely fine. I'll have
And
my
please,
younger
just
associates
to
read it.
corroborate what you find out when you finally have
You
the
bet.
data. Thank you.
Your Honor, just a minor point then, since I've had occasion to make the same investigation. I believe we've just been quoted from page 54 of the traffic study, which I've handed in. However, the number of accidents reported at the intersection, composite, 3 years total, not each year, is 44, not 54. So
Over a 3-year time frame,
that's
it
correct.
is 44?
3 years total, right,
Total.
not 44 each year, or not 44 average. And I suppose
Okay.
that's a minor correction, but we'd like to have
No,
things
and to keep it on the
show
record,
what the
I
study
think that's
shows.
important.
Thank
Yep.
you.
You can't believe our papers always and things that are reported. Okay, so now it's going to be time for public comment. I'm going to ask you not to repeat somebody else's words and to stay on point. Where we are is items number 105, 106, 107. So please state your name as you come forward. Keep your minutes, your time limit, please. I'm going to keep it to 2 minutes, but ask you specifically not to be repetitive. If you're with a group, maybe you can get a spokesperson. Thank you.
Sorry, before this starts, could I submit these, please?
Yes, if you would to our city clerk, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, did we get to ask Chris some questions? I missed that one. Was I talking about traffic instead? I just wanted, could I just ask Chris Kemfer some quick questions on
Excuse
one of
me
your
1
slides?
Okay, please.
I just
Yes,
need to
ma'am.
ask.
Yep.
Yeah. Chris, on that one that has 720 on it with the circle, where you showed the units per acre, I had it in front of me and I didn't find it. I think that might be it.
This one here?
I think that was it. I can't read it, and I'm just wondering if you could tell me, up on the left, that's Angel Park, at left top, and right underneath it is what?
Here?
Yes.
This is the Suncoast.
And that's the
Yeah,
Suncoast.
Suncoast is right here, the large vacant,
Okay,
partially used
and
parking
then
lot.
down at the bottom left is,
Down over here is Rampart Commons, where they had several places candidly that closed because of the opening of downtown Summerlin.
is Rampart Commons, I don't live in that area at
It's
all.
a shopping, it's a
It's a
high-end.
shopping
It's a
center.
high-end little shopping center.
And then across from that, going backwards on a clock.
This is Boca Park, all of this.
And
is
I know
Boca
what that is. And the next one above it?
is Renaissance, which is, that's a vacant parcel but planned for both commercial and
And the next one is
Tivoli Village, all the way through here.
Tivoli Village. What is the units per acre on Tivoli Village? Or that's, excuse me, that's commercial, right?
It's a mixture,
Yeah.
there's residential there too.
Okay, moving out to where there are homes, the information I was given, and in all of this, the problem is you don't know if all your information is accurate or not. I mean, so I just want to know, where we have homes, what is the ratio per acre there, the units per acre? You know,
I don't know for sure.
to the right of Tivoli, now, I was
I
told...
would guess they're probably, I'd be guessing, I would say 5.
You're right.
It's just a
I
guess.
think you're right, because I was told it was 4.5 to 5 units per acre.
Yeah.
And then if you move down, going clockwise now, the next residents are 6 to 10 units per acre.
Down in here?
Yeah, a little higher than that. And then as you go further down, it's 3 to 4 per acre. I'm just trying to establish what the units are per acre. That's it. Okay. So really what you have matches what I have? Pretty much?
Yeah.
Okay. I just needed to
No,
know that.
it's standard planning where you have residential, then you have commercial on the corner, or you have multifamily
Yeah.
on the corner. That's standard.
Yeah, I just thought we took a big leap in units per acre
No.
on that, as far as when you're looking at fitting into something. Thank you, Chris, very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So let's do this as well as we can and smile it through. And I see a smile, 2, 3. We'll see how we're doing. 6:45. Madam, please.
Mayor
Your name.
Goodman, Councilwomen and Councilmen, my name is Patrice Tu. I am a Clark County School District trustee for District E, of which Queensridge is in. So I'm very familiar with the schools. I need to let you know for the record, I am not representing a board position. I will be making reference to a letter of record from our superintendent, Patrick Skorkowski. And so I am speaking as a District E, Clark County School District trustee. I am so appreciative that you talked about the overcrowding in this area. One of the asks that the district would make is that we use the yield per household of students of what we use in our demographics and have used for decades, and allow us to review the information that is given on these dwellings and figure out the per pupil that will be yielded. We have in this district Bonner Elementary School, which you said was over capacity, which is 160% over capacity right now. So what that means is that there are too many students within this building structure, and we have 17 portables that are in addition to what that school has in brick and mortar. So it's really critical, and I appreciate the dialogue between the developer and the district, but it needs to be rendered to something more than emails, and that planning for such large development, it's a complex and multifaceted task. To that end, the district and master planners and developers need to enter into a memorandum of agreement to work out mutually agreeable solutions that will become a part of the development agreement. This MOA process has been successful in working in Tule Springs, Sky Canyon.
I'm going to have to keep with this, but
Okay.
they have indicated their willingness to absolutely keep the lines of communication open and hopefully address the issues that come before it.
Yeah,
But
it
thank you.
is critical.
And if you would submit that letter to our clerk
Okay.
so she can have it on record, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, perhaps we could get a win-win situation where land might be donated for an elementary school, and look at the magnet school you could have there in the study of the water. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record, and you have 2
Good
minutes.
evening. My name is Stephen Collins. I'm a retired physician here in town, and we've known each other a long time, Mayor
Didn't
Goodman.
recognize you. Nice to see you.
When I first moved here, we lived down on Rancho Anoki, not far from where your home was, and we used to carpool to school together for our children. I've practiced medicine in Las Vegas since 1978 for 20 years and retired, and since starting before I retired, I began developing real estate and have developed over with partners over 2 million square feet of commercial and office space in this valley. Much of it in Henderson. Our largest 2 projects were the Gallery at Sunset Mall and the Stephanie Street Power Center, and nearby development all the way up and down Warm Springs in that commercial district there, and helped create what is now a new downtown area for Henderson, if you will, in the valley there. I mention that only because I'm sensitive to the retail business in the community and office space. And goodness knows this part of the valley has had terrible problems. We have within a couple of miles of where we're located at Rampart and Alta, we've got close to 500,000 square feet of retail space that is constantly turning over or is vacant, and the retail area there is suffering greatly. The restaurants are underserved, are underserving the community. I mention these things only because I really feel that this development we're reviewing tonight is going to bring an additional group of people to this residential area as residents in the development we're discussing, who are going to be shopping in the shopping areas across the street and very close by. We're going to be eating in restaurants that they've never had the opportunity to explore before. And I think that there will be an economic benefit to this region of the valley that is not being addressed by any of the issues related to the physical situation of this development or its character.
Thank you, Doctor.
I have.
If you'll wrap it up, because you're over
Sure.
your 2 minutes.
I have
and we
two
others.
homes in Queensridge, a penthouse and a second unit there, and I'm committed to the development. But I think that this development that's going to be added there is a very positive thing for this part of the community.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Next, please.
Mayor Goodman and members of the council, my name is Michael Buckley, 300 South 4th Street. I represent the Frank and Jill Fertitta Family Trust. We were hoping that we would have about 20 minutes as a group to prepare a presentation that would address many of the issues that Mr. Kempfer had, not just the 2 minutes per speaker. Mr. Garcia has prepared a booklet for the council members and for the clerk for the record that we'd like to do, if that would be okay.
Can you speak for the whole group then, to take the time for the whole group? Would the group be willing for that?
Those are members of the audience, the group. We gave him a lot of time to do that other, we should get the other side.
Here's the other side.
Here's the other side, yes, that's how you do that.
Madam Mayor, hi, I'm Elaine Winger-Reisner, and I'm the president of the HOA board at Queensridge. We have, I think, maybe 50 residents that would like to have a moment just to have their voices heard. I can't speak for them right now, but it would be nice to be able to hear these professionals give a presentation and then let the community be able to have their voices heard and give their opinions.
If in fact, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia would take the time with representation of the time that you need to go ahead and make your presentation, we would welcome that. I think at that point, depending on the hour of the evening, and as if we can get 1 or 2 representatives to speak for other clusters, that would be appropriate, rather than be repetitive and double up on covering the same things again and again. So let's start with you, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1050Y Whitner Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you. And needless to say, I've heard a lot, obviously, from the presentation from the applicant, and you'll be shocked to think that Mr. Kempfer will be disagreeing. So I'm going to go through and explain exactly why. And I have great respect for him, but as a planning professional, I see planning principles in the way the plans and the history of this development significantly different than he presented. I've presented for the record basically a full documentation of a lot of history. We presented that previously, but asked for the records from all the prior planning commission and all the history of the Pecole Ranch Phase 2 master plan and related documents, zoning, tentative maps, all be included for the record. A lot of that is in our documents, as well as opinions that we've created regarding those findings and facts of staff, the applicants' letters, all of that's in these reports. We provided you a short executive summary and some of the comments related to that at the beginning, but there's substantial documentation beyond that. We turned that in Monday. In addition, there are a couple of expert reports that are included in there that were included previously, a couple of minor modifications made by them, and they're included as well. But let me go back through and start a presentation then on history. So let's go to and Councilman Coffin had this, so this was nice. But in 1990, this is the way, as Councilman Coffin had and indicated, this is the way the area looked. So what is it about a master plan? This is a master plan community. Master plan communities are also known, plan and unit developments, or planned developments, planned residential developments, gone by a number of names. State statutes recognize them, and they're well recognized in the planning profession. Peccole Ranch has been a master plan since its community since its inception and approval in 1990. Z1790 was the zoning action. There was also a master development plan action that preceded that. And both of these basically were done in a way to express that the master developer, Mr. Peccole, wanted a legacy project, and part of that legacy was to have both natural and man-made beauty throughout the property. Master plan communities are unlike anything else. They create the highest land values long-term. They bring the best amenities, the best in quality that communities seek. That property value that gets created also brings with it a lot of risk for the developer because it takes a long time to do these projects. It also gives the highest level of protection for the developer in doing these because he's given a lot of flexibility through a PUD. PUDs create that flexibility. In turn, when the project is completed and portions of it are completed, the residents get the highest level of protection and assurances both under state statutes and city ordinances. That protection is what basically makes it possible for developers to take the high degree of risk and expense in creating master plan communities. And it's why residents seek out the value and protection of those master plan communities, because they know that's the assurance that they're getting. And it's no simple thing in these highly complex projects. So in 1990, what did the developer, he took this, and you can see the drainage course is basically what the street kind of
May I
laid in
ask
there to
you a
help.
question, Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Knowing that at some point, Mr. Pancras, Mrs. Hughes are going to be responding to the greater whole.
Yep.
At that time that comes back, your greater commentary, isn't that a better time and place? Or are you getting to numbers because we've obeyed the 1 to 4, and this is about 5, 6, and 7 specific? Or are you, I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
Good question, Mayor. The point is that Peccole Ranch Phase 2 is a master plan community. Queens Ridge, Badlands are part of a master plan community.
Correct.
So while Mr. Kemper wants to say that the golf course is private and you have no right as a resident in there, he's absolutely right. But that doesn't change the fact that aside from those private agreements, that from a public planning and land use standpoint, the people who are in that master plan community have the rights and assurances granted to you by state statutes and by the city approvals, which include a plan development. And you have, so this is all part of a master plan community and the rights that ensure, that go with that. So that's what we're going to be discussing and what I'm leading up to. So this is a portion of that plan. And the whole
Because
Peccole
I
Ranch,
just want to make sure that at the time that the group, the two sides come together to readdress us at a bigger plan, rather than this piece that we're addressing now, specific, would that be the appropriate time to have the bigger picture discussion? Because
the bigger picture discussion, yes, but this
as representative.
issue
Your Honor, excuse me,
is
George.
applicable.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We have to let them present. I mean, the proponents had 2.5 hours.
No,
We've got
it's
to
not
let the
about
flow.
that. Councilman,
This-
please.
But I know, Mayor, but honestly.
No, what I'm saying is, no, please, I mean, this is a reality. We're trying to put the fair time at the right point. When we go back to items number 1.
Well, let them rebut, for
please.
sure.
What you're listening to, this is the time.
Frank, please, this isn't the time for that. What we're talking about, we have obeyed numbers 101 through number 104. When that comes back is a time to look at the bigger project. Right now, this council is looking at items 105, 106, 107. And all I have asked please, Mr. Schreck, what I have asked is for Mr. Garcia to address those items, and when Mrs. Hughes and Mr. Pancras, with that information, comes back, is the appropriate time to discuss the whole picture. This is about just those items, if that's where you're getting, which is what I was asking you.
My point is going to be related to the 3 items before you. It
Thank
will
you.
also relate to the whole, but it's particularly relevant certainly tonight.
Okay.
So, in 1990, this document, the Peccole Ranch Master Plan, which was prepared by Peccole Ranch Partnership, which included 555 Development and Peccole Ranch, was the document that was submitted and approved as part of the Master Development Plan, which was one item, second item being the zoning, which was the PUD. Along in that document, there's some very fascinating history and important relevance to tonight. Okay. What you see before you is the document as it is shown back in 1990. And what it contemplated is very important because there's some real key elements in this that I think reflect what the owners intended, and it's contrary to what was described before. But the elements of this are very important because it goes to what he was talking about. Mr. Peccole was trying to create an exclusive environment bounded on all sides by the golf course. So it was clearly built into the plan, not something that was going to go away. And when he leased it for 50 years, it wasn't going to go away with 2 20-year extensions for a total 90 years. Exclusive golf course community. That's on page 9. Page 10, open space and drainage. A focal point of the Peccole Ranch Phase 2 is the 199.8 acre golf course and open space drainage system, which traverses the site along the natural wash. All residential parcels within Phase 2, except one, have exposure to the golf course and open space. That was something that was built into the plan. All of those parcels will have it. It further goes on to say on page 12, the close proximity to Angel Park, along with the extensive golf course and open space network, were determining factors in the decision not to integrate a public park in the proposed plan. There is no other open space, major open space. This is the singular amenity that was the most important key part of this project. It is a golf course master plan community. The design of the golf course has been instrumental in preserving the natural character of the land and controlling the drainage on and throughout the property. I believe that's Councilman Coffin's point. It is instrumental in preserving that natural area. Those are critical pieces of what was built in there. But what that master plan did goes beyond that. In just saying those words, and it's partly reflected here, but I have a board I want to put up that basically illustrates it even better, a couple of them. In this, there's charts that are put in the document that it basically then become perpetuated over time. Over the entire course of this, some of this has never changed. That piece being right here in particular where it talks about Peccole Ranch land use Phase 2 data. You will see here that the total number of residential units was 4,247. The average density, net density, that's after you take out the right-of-way, is 4.5 units to the acre. And then you go up and you see there's only 2 types of residential, single-family and multifamily. Tells you the acres, tells you the number of units. If we go down to the golf course drainage, what we find is that there are literally no units, no density provided whatsoever in the column and rows here. None whatsoever. And why is that? Because if you take the golf course, if you take this residential alone up here and you do the division, it's not 7 units per acre. It's actually higher. What you do is you basically have to add in the golf course to get the average density over a 4.5. Why does he do that? Because a PUD, by definition, allows the master developer to take land and say, here's the average density over it. I'm going to transfer some of that over to a different area, and that's going to result in higher densities in some areas and lower densities in others. So what do we end up with? We don't have just R7, we have RPD 7, and the PD is what I just described to you. It is the plan, it is the document that says there is no residential in that golf course drainage area that was originally envisioned. And that document has not changed. What he does do is we know the towers is at 25, as Mr. Kemper said, 25 units to the acre. Well, how does it go from 7 to 25? If it's on 7, you got to go look at the PD. If you look at the PD, it allows the developer to move the density. And that's how come you end up with areas of high density. At that time, they were in the brown colors here. You end up with higher densities where you can get 25, even though the 7 is the average. But all the rest has been transferred out of there. That's gone. Essentially, the gold has been mined. And to allow the developer to take back and put development in there is basically going to be taking back what the surrounding property owners paid for the privilege, the promises that they were given in this area, and it's going to harvest the wealth back from those existing homeowners and transfer that back to the buyer of the golf course, who, unlike buying a typical piece of land that's raw dirt out in the far edges, this dirt was planned, not just zoned, but planned. So all of the development opportunities and rights, a lot of those were already given away and used to create higher density on surrounding property, including RM10, as we see at Tudors. If we go to look at what the area looks like today, and we see what's left, what was built, we see that of all the multifamily, this is after all the counting of all the units in here, what's been consumed, and what's entitled but not built, such as the tower project next door to Queensridge 1, there are only 283 multifamily units left. There aren't even 720 available. That's assuming you could even put them in the golf course where I just showed you they don't even belong. But if you could, there's only 283. And if anybody had a right to those 283, it would be properties that are already zoned, essentially R3 or PD. This is another interesting thing because it shows what people's expectations were and what they had a reasonable right to rely on. And let's take a look at another piece of the design guidelines that weren't shown to you. As part of the design guidelines for each of these subdivisions that were being built, the developer had very extensive documents. In those documents, this is a typical one here, and this is showing you what the developer had. And he has in there different pages I've pulled out. But he goes, this is a document that shows how homes are to be built. And it shows, what does it show you? It shows views of the golf course, open space, and drainage. So what is given away by the Piccoli Ranch master developer to Clarent was to say to people, no, you don't have a right to use the golf course, but you have the right to the enjoyment of that scenic open space view, the preservation and conservation of that natural open space. That's what they paid for, that's what they got. That scenic open space view, a park-like setting that you pay for, and that's what your expectation is and reasonable reliance on when the project's completed. He goes, and just read one here. One-story homes and significant open space between each lot is designed to take advantage of the golf course open space and, when possible, to sensitive to adjacent lot relationships. So, does the developer have a right to build and maybe move buildings that partially block your view? Sure, but it was very clear the intent was to create views of the golf course open space drainage area. If we go and look at what the city did basically shortly after this was adopted, the city adopts its general plan document. If you can zoom in on this area here, you can see there's the Piccoli Ranch Phase 2 area, and there's the city has designated the green areas that represent the drainage corridors, and that basically creates what you know today to be park, recreational, and open space. It later gets amended to add the other additional 9 holes, because the Piccoli family has found this to be so lucrative, they're going to add another 9 holes as well. And that's shown here. You can see now the addition, and this is the more recent version. But again, we have the green space over the golf course areas, parks, recreation, open space. All of those are consistent with the fact that the master developer never intended residential development in the golf course area, and the city recognized it's open space, not residential development. The RPD zoning is not R7, it's RPD, and you got to look at the PD, and I just showed you what the PD stands for. So what does it look like today? I think the councilwoman asked, let's talk about what's the compatibility. Let's talk to that issue. And that's a great one, because here's what that begins to look like. And we can't dismiss density, by the way. That is a fundamental planning principle. And you can't dismiss compatibility, as was suggested. So here, let's take a look at what the densities are here. As was discussed here on the PD, where the towers are and where the third tower would go, let's say it's 19.5. Proposed here at the 720 is 41 plus. Let's go around. Here we got 10.5, 4.25, 10, another 10, let's call it up here, 3.5, 1, 3. So, and go on down. So we're going from somewhere around, if we look at this density here compared to what's proposed, it's 40 times greater. It's more than 200%, double what's immediately abutting. And you just keep on going. By any measure, I don't see how you can say 41 is compatible under any circumstances with what's there in terms of density. By any stretch, density is the planning tool, and you can't dismiss it. This is some views, just for views, I think, for those of you who haven't been up in the towers, and there are other people who speak to that, but I've provided that for the record as well. Let's talk about the golf course. What is the golf course? Because this came up at the Planning Commission. The golf course is RPD zoning. City zoning for a golf course is CV. Typical of every golf course you have, it's RPD. So here is Silverstone, RPD 3. Los Prados, RPD 9. And then I showed an example of open space, another open space, because this, what's being proposed would affect any open space, golf course are included. This is RPD 3. All of those could be under this premise. Every one of them could be a golf course gold rush, as I describe it. Great opportunity for speculation if you open this door, because this is simply what it creates, is basically an opportunity to say every one of these is a failing golf course and come in with a reason why it's more valuable to develop. This is examples of the Spectrum project that's supposedly the groundwork for what and basis for what this is going to look like. The open space at that project is much greater. It is true underground or podium type buildings here. You don't see the wrap buildings being suggested, where people in the towers would be looking down on garages. This is in fact, based on what I was just showing you, what I call illegal spot zoning. It's not compatible. This is not in an urban hub. Urban hubs are where you expect to find the R4 high density designation land use and zoning. This is not that. That means it can't go above the 25. There's not a project above 25 units per acre within 4.5 miles. So while this is not a designated urban hub. And in the 2020 master plan, it talks about what are designated urban hubs. This in fact, opens the door to all 250 acres if you approve it, which is, Mayor, to your point, does it go to the greater area? Absolutely. If this project gets approved, it opens the door that the developers can come in and do general plan amendments and zonings without anything else. This is a failure. We think there is a need for a major modification. We think that's what your staff originally suggested. And
Mayor? May I just interrupt real quick, just before I lose this thought? Mr. Garcia, you mentioned illegal spot zoning. Would you qualify that?
Sure. I think illegal spot zoning, as I define it, is basically when you have something that's not in furtherance of the general plan, such as it's not consistent with what your general plan today shows. It's not in furtherance of comprehensive planning policy, and it's for the sole benefit of a particular individual or land, then that would be what I would call illegal spot zoning.
Does that answer your question? No.
It does. It does. But I now want to contrast that, Mayor, and as planning, the terminology illegal spot zoning. Can you speak to that, Tom?
Yeah, this is always a challenging issue, and it comes up frequently. Spot zoning is not necessarily what, just because it's something different than what's next door. And there have been many examples of projects. For example, there was one on, what was that one intersection? Rainbow and Ann, where there was claims of spot zoning, but in fact, it was representative of a transition in an area on an arterial intersection where commercial zoning made sense next to residential. And so you have to, the courts will look at this, and I'm not the attorney, so I'd have to leave it up to an attorney, but the courts will look at this based on the surrounding circumstance and the changes in that area. So to claim spot zoning, it's a difficult test to make.
Can you address that further, Mr. Jervik?
I'll be happy to, and I'll be a little more definitive. This is not spot zoning. Spot zoning is an arbitrary, capricious treatment of a parcel of land inconsistent with all the parcels around it, and quite often in contradiction to the master plan. In this case, the general plan of the city is being amended. This will be consistent with it. This parcel is not being singled out. If you had spot zoning, you'd have a neighborhood where an individual wanted to do car repair, and he couldn't do it because he's not commercial zoning. So you take that one residential lot and you zone it commercial in the middle of a residential neighborhood. You don't change the general plan. You single out one parcel arbitrarily and capriciously. That is spot zoning. If this is spot zoning, then so is the tower, so is the Suncoast Casino, and so are many other developments around there. So it is my explicit and legal opinion, this is not spot zoning.
Mayor, then continuing on, in my opinion, as a professional planner, it is illegal spot zoning. It is contrary to the plan, as I just demonstrated. The original 1990 plan is not in furtherance of that plan, and is inconsistent with the zoning thereunder.
And you're making your
So
record.
let me go also, then continuing on. I also believe that this plan is defective and deficient as to its applications and process. There is no major modification. A major modification is required, and this is out of Section G of the Master Development Plan Development Standards, out of Title 19. Development of the planned development district may proceed, and this should be a planned development district because, as we saw next door where the towers are, the most recent amendments were done through the planned development district because RPD 7 in the zoning code is no longer favored. So this should be a rezoning to PD requiring a major mod if you're going to do this. Any request on behalf of the property owner proposals by the city to modify the approved master development plan, which I just discussed, or development standards shall be filed with the planning department in accordance with this section, and the director shall determine if it's a major or minor modification. And you can read on about what's minor, but this is clearly not minor. We believe that this falls into the category requiring a major modification. This is deficient in that regard. It is also deficient and defective in the sense that there is no DINA, which is required for projects when you have 500 units or greater within a PUD. You need a DINA. It's not here. It's not been provided. The site plan that's been provided, there's no setbacks that are labeled. The distance between buildings is not labeled. Access to roads have no dimensions on the plan. No parking spaces or dimensions, no existing wall details. And this is certainly where more than 20% of the aggregate site has a slope or natural grade above 4%. And this is clearly that condition because approximately 70% or greater of this site meets that slope condition, and as such, again, is defective and deficient in terms of what should have been done. We believe that, therefore, that the process and procedures are defective. We believe the applications are. We believe there are not sufficient findings to justify this. And furthermore, we think the public safety, the 100-year floodplain, and traffic engineers have technical ways to evaluate it. I think the residents will tell you that it's not as comfortable and safe as the traffic engineers would like to lead you to believe. But more importantly, the drainage study, our traffic engineer will tell you there's a serious deficiency, and the fact that that drainage study is not yet completed. And in a case where you have infill development with highly valuable property and you have a lot of life at risk, I think this is not the case to be anything casual about what takes place or to do anything, unlike staff says, well, we just normally do it with the condition of approval. Well, this is not a normal circumstance or condition. And with that, Mayor, we do think 278 applies, and I know Mr. Kemper would not like it to apply. We think it's very clear it does apply because it applies to completed master plan communities, and the state statutes, we believe, sovereignty, Mayor, I think is the situation. And I will leave those, but I think we've gone through those. I think we've talked with all of the council, and I think staff knows full well our position. 278 applies. We believe that once a project is completed, and Queens Ridge is completed, that the owners in there, the deference is given to the residents and owners who have a reasonable right to rely on everything that they were told, and it's done. All the maps are done, all the zoning is, the declarant is gone. They closed down and dissolved the declarant. Nobody has taken their position. All the bonds have been released by the city. It is a fully completed project, and under 278A, we believe all the residents have the right to have that preferential treatment, and no amendment or modification can go forward without basically having their consent that project can go forward. And it has to be in furtherance of the benefits of the PUD. And with that, Mayor and Council, thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Happy to answer any
sure
questions.
our staff planning has all that drainage and traffic, the other issues, that is in that complete package you gave?
We have given a complete package, including the reports we've looked at from our drainage engineer, and he'll be up momentarily to speak to you and further on that.
But I just want to make sure that our planning has that, those crisp documents
They
in
do, and
hand.
I believe they do, and then I'll leave these. These are the exhibits that I've just used.
Okay.
And you already have the other, and here's the...
Thank you.
Leave those for the record. Thank you.
Okay. And those are the ones for planning?
Those are for everything I've used to discuss tonight, and the rest are in the books and documents that we've already provided in the binders.
Thank
And there's
you.
also disc in there with a lot of additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Michael Buckley, once again, 300 South 4th Street, and members of the council. A couple of things that I just want to go over. Number one is to follow up on what Mr. Garcia said regarding the staff report. I'd just like to read you, I did some research on the relation between the Planning Commission and the City Council on general plan amendments. And in the opinion of the Nevada Attorney General, before any change or addition to a master plan can be made by a governing body, the Planning Commission must file a report with the governing body pertaining to the change or addition. The report cannot be a mere recommendation or a bare statement of the Planning Commission's vote, but must report the Planning Commission's evaluation of the proposal and any facts or reasons supporting the conclusion or recommendation. I think if you look at the record, what the Planning Commission did was a simple, yes, we approve, there were no findings. And with regard to the issue of the major modification, when this application, these three applications were filed and it was presented to the Planning Commission back in January of this year, the staff did withhold recommendation because there was not a major modification and they believed that there should be one. That determination is continued in their present conditions of approval. Their conditions of approval require a major modification and a development agreement as written. I wanted to just point out a couple of things in the big picture, and that is there's reference to this 2014 letter from the Planning Department. Let's go back, and Mr. Garcia mentioned the plan for Pecoli Ranch. Once the plan is approved, the project gets mapped. This is the map for Queens Ridge and Badlands. And you can see I've marked in green where the golf course is, but you'll also notice, and the orange is the public drainage easements, but you'll also notice that the map says Badlands Golf Course in several places. And here's another sheet from that, but I want to point out elsewhere that here is Mountain Spa. Mountain Spa has the same drainage easement. It doesn't reference the golf course on this, unlike Queens Ridge. The last thing, and I had read some comments by in one of the homeowners meetings that this project was not in a flood zone. This is a page from a map that this applicant filed a year ago. And you can see, per this parcel map, all areas designated as Zone A hazard are hereby granted to be public drainage easements to be maintained by the underlying property owner. So all of this area is a drainage easement and a FEMA flood zone, including where this development is. Now, I think the other thing that I think that's been given short shrift, and that is that the court cases, the statutes, the city's development code all say that the general plan prevails over the zoning. This property is zoned PROS, meaning Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. This has been the city's plan, and it is the city's general plan designation for it since 1990 and 1996. And that's consistent with the RPD 7 zoning, which doesn't mean 7.498 units per acre, but innovation in residential development with emphasis on enhanced residential amenities and efficient use of open space. One of the best lessons I learned in my 8 years as a planning commissioner was when a developer came in with a small pad in a large shopping center and wanted approval for zoning on that. And my experienced colleague said, wait a second, what are you going to do with the rest of the shopping center? And I think the same thing is true here. Whatever one's feelings or belief about the zoning and the property rights, one cannot deny that the Badlands property is and has been a part of a planned community. The courts will ultimately decide the associated legal rights, but this isn't, as some say, about keeping a golf course. It's about a lot more. If the city approves this project, and I'm just talking about the 720, without regard to the community in which it is located, the stage will be set for the piecemeal dismantling of one of the city's prime areas. And I want to talk now, too, about the CC&Rs, which Mr. Kempfer mentioned. His claim is that the CC&Rs support the position that Badlands need not remain a golf course. Section 3.4 of the CC&Rs is an acknowledgement by the owners that they live near a golf course and may not make claims against the developer or the association on account of, quote, stray balls and other events inherent to the activities of the golf course near the property. And I think, remember, I was on the Common Interest Community Commission for quite a while, and I certainly saw this in action. Associations are not just about maintaining common areas. They regulate the way people live. Rules like how long your garbage cans can be put out don't have anything to do with running a golf course. Excluding the golf course property simply confirms that in the same way as Queens Ridge Towers, it's independent. More importantly, the two developments share boundaries. And even though the golf course was excluded from the association property, in 2004, the original developer annexed exclusive easement areas within the golf course to the master association. And I'll submit this for the record. This is a declaration of annexation of golf course natural zone easements recorded in 2004. Lastly, the claim has been made that the...
Sir?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you just explain what you've just passed in?
What that is, Councilman, is that along the edge of the border between a home and the golf course, there is an area of exclusive...
Can you point it out on the map as far as the boundary that you're referencing?
Yes.
You have your board in front of you.
Well, it can't be shown on this. It can be shown on the exhibit. That if I could just have that exhibit back, I can show you.
Oh, you can't show it on the exhibit in front of you?
No, because this is too large a scale. But let me show you this.
Okay.
This document has 19 separate lots.
Thank you, Mayor.
And if you can see overhead, lot 22 here. You see lot 22 here. This area right here is actually in the golf course, but it's an exclusive easement given to the owner of lot 22 on the golf course. So really, one of the questions we had is why the owners of these lots didn't have to sign any of these applications or map approvals when they actually have exclusive easements on the golf course.
And for me, and I appreciate that, but where on the map is this in proximity?
I can't say. Councilman, I'm only addressing, the point I'm addressing, it was the point that the CC&Rs didn't include the golf course, and I'm saying that there is a relationship between the CC&Rs and the golf course.
Councilman, would you like me to excuse me for a second? If you'd like to answer to that question, I'd like to answer it. State your name. My name is Johan Lowy. I'm sorry, Johan Lowy, to the record. I've done those easements. These are houses that I built and gave from the golf course 10 to 15 feet for homeowners that live in those homes a piece from the property. So we pushed the fence out, we made it an easement, and I had a Pecoli had the jurisdiction of the HOA on that narrow stretch of land within the boundary of those lots. There is around 30 of them that we have done. 19, I think, on Verlaine Court, and there is other ones that were done too.
I think that's right. I mean, there was an
I'm just
easement
saying,
granted.
what part of the property are we talking about?
It's behind people's homes, directly adjacent to the homes. Some of the lots had very small backyards, like 15 feet. We increased the backyards into the golf course from areas that were not within the game. So you can consider, so it's a permanent easement. The golf course owner owns those pieces of property, but those property is a permanent easement in favor of the homeowners that owns that house. And the HOA has jurisdiction, so somebody would not go and build something, a house on the property doesn't belong to them.
I understand.
That's
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, last thing I want to talk about is the sales contract. And there are, of course, I think the courts are going to determine what the ultimate effect of these contracts are. But putting aside whether this applicant has any standing to assert the benefits of contracts to which it was not a party, again, the courts will have the last word in determining whether disclaimers in contracts also requiring thousands of dollars in premiums for disclaimed views are effective. The council may recall the Rio Seco class action, which according to the Las Vegas Sun lasted 7 years, involving a golf course in a planned community. I think, lastly, the boilerplate contract language is not a good defense against what buyers are actually led to believe. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from the general public in 2 minutes each. Yes, Councilman? Mr. Barlow?
I hate to interrupt, but from time to time as we go through this, I do need to correct the record because this is going to be transcribed, this is going to be used in court. There was a statement made, and I want to make sure I heard it right, that this property was zoned PROS. I don't believe this is zoned PROS, it's zoned
General plan.
R27. The general plan is PROS. Is that correct? I see a nod from Mr. Buckley, that's correct.
Your Honor, could I ask Mr. Buckley a question? Your Honor, could I ask Mr. Buckley a question?
Is it in relation to what Mr. Jervik was answering?
Yeah.
Or going backwards? Mr. Buckley, where are you? There you are. Yes, please.
Is the Queensridge Owners Association a common interest community? Yes. Regulated, oops, you got to hit the button. Got to hit the button.
I think that's a question for Shauna Hughes.
And okay, but it would be regulated under 116, NRS 116, or subject to, I guess?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Frank Schreck, 9824 Winter Palace. Unfortunately, I apologize for yelling from the seat. I should have come up here and approached you. Unfortunately, Todd Weiss had to catch a plane. Otherwise, he'd be making the statement I am. We have spent a lot of money and a lot of time to make a presentation to this council, hoping you would have an open mind as to whether or not this application should be approved or denied. We have individuals that are professionals that we've tried to cut down their time, but they need to make a presentation to be able to put information into the record so that if, in fact, we need judicial review of this, we'll have that.
Okay, well, if you will tell us where the professionals stop on the presentation, then we'll go to public comment by residents or whomever.
Right.
So I need to know.
Straight through here.
Pardon?
Right here.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, so I know the time comes off.
Mayor,
next.
Council, my name is Nelson Stone. I'm a civil engineer with T.Y. Lind International.
Can you speak into the microphone? We're having trouble. Thank you.
Nelson Stone with T.Y. Lind International. I'm a civil engineer. Address is 4031 Dean Martin Drive, Las Vegas, 89103. I'll make this quick. On behalf of the Queensridge HOA, I've been hired to review the drainage documents and past drainage studies of the site. I'll stipulate that I would acknowledge that GCW's an excellent engineer, and we have no real technical issues with their work here today. I want to make sure that's on the record. I just want to hit a couple of high points for you that would be
Please
appropriate.
do so.
Here's the report that I did, more detail with a CD. There's 13 copies there. I'd just like to comment on the fact that the project had a drainage study submitted early March of this year by GCW with a supplemental a few days later and reviewed by your staff about 30 days later at the end of March. That drainage study comment letter had about 35 items that needed to be addressed. To date, my knowledge, and confirmed by staff, and I think the applicant, is that this drainage study has not been approved. What I've assumed here is that that was at least a stipulation early on for this project, that the drainage study and the traffic study would be approved. We don't see that that's happened, and that may have slid through. I just want to put a point on that that's not been approved. Approval of a drainage study on a project like this is incredibly complex and time-consuming. It would involve approval by your staff, by Regional Flood Control, Clark County Regional Flood Control, and also in this case, FEMA, by virtue of a fact of the conditional letter map revision being required, or a CLOMAR. Additional requirements for approval in your staff's comment letter indicated possible Army Corps of Engineer 404 permit acknowledgement or acceptance. I just want to state that for the record, because this project is very, very complex. And as engineers, one of the things we're tasked with is to minimize the risk, to improve the safety of the health and welfare of the residents. In this case, the drainage study not being approved would lead me to think that the uncertainty and the risks involved with this site may not be adequately reflected on the site plans that are in front of us here today. As you can see from the overhead here, if I could get you to go to the camera. Overhead. Zoom out. You can see that at least the 720 and moreover the 70, which was addressed in the drainage study, is located in a FEMA floodplain. It's a Zone A. And, that should give us all pause to be concerned, because that means life safety could be at risk. It puts engineers on alert that there is maybe a higher level, a higher standard to be applied to the design, or maybe additional factors of safety included to address debris flow, changing rainfall depths, and whatnot. And so, as we stand here today, we don't have an approved drainage study, and I believe that was indicated as part of your conditions of approval earlier in the year. So, having said that, I wanted to give you pause to think about what happens when we have risk or uncertainty that's not addressed or is changed as a result of older infrastructure or an urbanized condition. And this next board, I think we'll all recognize this as Desert Rose Golf Course, the flood in September of 2012. The interesting part of this is that this is a golf course, this is an urbanized area, this is at the confluence of the Las Vegas Wash and the Flamingo Wash. And the word confluence is important because on the Badlands site, there are confluences of washes that occur just upstream of the 70 or the 720. And I think that, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and this sort of reflects perhaps aging infrastructure that wasn't, when it was originally constructed, did not contemplate the changes in design criteria that we now have. Of course, we're all aware of that this has been mitigated with a new regional flood control project, so we're very happy with that. Another slide or board I want to show you is, again, this addresses uncertainty and risk. This is I-15 up at Moapa Valley in September of 2014. I don't think that anyone would have predicted this. Nevertheless, the factor safety was inadequate, perhaps. I did a little research on this, and what we found out there was The rainfall depth in a 6-hour period was 6 inches. Here in the valley, we generally consider a 100-year storm to be about 3 inches. And that, in fact, is what GCW did calculate for this particular site. So this was rainfall above and beyond our normal design criteria by a factor of 2. So risk and uncertainty here really caused a lot of property damage and certainly impacted the public. And then this last slide is, again, I-15 just in the Moapa Valley region. Again, risk, uncertainty, something that we want to minimize as engineers, and something as a council, perhaps we want to have that drainage study approval on hand before we proceed with an approval tonight. There are things that may impact the site plan on this in terms of the review comments by staff. I did notice that there's a concern about access roads in these cut slopes that might impact your site plan. I think with that, I'll let it go there, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, and hopefully as we move forward with the rest of the development, and you have a position paper that we'll be able to have it ahead of time, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of council, my name is Brad Nelson. I reside at 34 Via Siena Place, Henderson, and I'm not an attorney. The homeowners in the area wanted to get an opinion of an outside person who's a land developer, so they contacted me. Why'd they contact me? Well, I've got 47 years in the land development business, over 30 of it's here in the valley, doing master plan communities. And I've also done about 5 golf courses in the local community and 25 or so golf courses over my lifetime of experience. So I understand golf courses, I understand master plan communities. So they said, take a look and see what you think the developers are doing and how they're doing it. So I immediately looked at Piccoli Ranch and said, here's a community that's built out. And I emphasize the word community. This is a place where a lot of people live. They've invested their time, their effort, their treasure, and their lives in living in this community, which is a higher end golf course community in the whole valley. It's a jewel for the city, and these people want to see that to continue. Immediately when I looked at that, I said, well, the master plan's complete. All the parcels have been sold, all the roads are in, everything's been developed. Not everything's been built on, but everything has been developed. All the utilities are all in place. So when a developer does those kind of things, one of the things he wants to be sure is that his clientele, which are his residents, the people that live in his community, are always going to say he's done a great job. And part of doing that is living up to your commitments, and part of that is the golf course was part of our original commitment. So the Badlands was always part of the community. It benefits not only the people who live around it, but the entire area, because you drive up the streets, you see into the golf course, you see the open space, you see the natural protected areas that are part of the city, not just part of Queens Ridge. So that's important to a developer to say, I've done a great job, and this is what I want to leave as my legacy. As Mr. Garcia indicated, this area was originally looked at, large parcel, clustering of units was done to create the open space, which is the common practice of a master plan community and planned unit development. So it was clear that the project had performed and been designed and processed under the idea it's a master plan community built around a golf course. The home buyers, the residents, the city all made decisions over the last 20 or so years based on this golf course being there. If you look at some of the record, you'll see that backyards were reduced in some builder products because they said you're next to the golf course. So home builders were granted variances based on the fact they were building in a golf course community. The Badlands Golf Course, as Councilman noted, has been one of the best in the area. There are others in the area, but the Badlands has a unique character to it, and people love to play it. But I've never seen a master plan community anywhere, after it's complete, to have the icon of the community, the Badlands Golf Course, removed, with no commitment to what's going to happen. Right now, it could lay, barren, unwatered forever. We don't know that. So projects that are coming forward, originally there was a development agreement. Right now there isn't. So there's no commitments with the approval of what's on the agenda tonight to say what's going to happen to the rest of the land. It's clear when that golf course is abandoned that the values that people looked at in their community, not just what their investments were, but the values they saw in that community, are now going to be eroded and diminished as a result. And there's no guarantee that a golf course will ever go back. It's possible with the right golf course operators, but right now that doesn't look like what's going to happen. Next, after looking at the community, I looked at the process because it was clear there was contention between the applicant and the neighborhood. And I go back to what is considered the norm for land development, and that is there's 4 tests of feasibility. The first is market. The applicant said there's a market here for luxury. There is absolutely no evidence that I've seen that says there's a luxury market that will support what they're proposing to build. I would like to see that. And that should have been one of the first steps brought to the community, the stakeholders and the residents, to say, here's the market study. This is what, pick a number or a name out of a nationally recognized market analyst and say, here's what they think, not what I think. I'm not telling you what I'm going to build. I'm telling you what my consultants think I can build. The next is a physical feasibility, and that's into the issues just heard from our engineer, that drainage, all those technical issues should be solved, at least at a preliminary level. You've heard the school district. When I was developing in town, first thing we did was go to the school district and say, what do we need to build? Here's our commitment, day one. Take it to the community. We absolutely are committed to get that school built. We will give the land, we will build the utilities, you build the school district. We offered to build the school, and they wouldn't let us do it. But we gave the land, we gave the roads, we gave everything for that. So right up front, that issue was put to bed, as well as all the other issues that come out as you work with the stakeholders. The third feasibility test is financial, and that goes a long way to make sure that the developer can afford to do what he's planning. But part of that is also the fiscal side. And the only thing that you've seen, at least that I've seen, is fiscal revenue. There is no estimate of the cost of what this community will be to the city. So the cost-benefit study or the fiscal impact study is only half complete. And finally, the political side. As far as I'm concerned, the developer should have, day one, gone to the community and said, I have an idea. There's an issue here with a golf course. I have the ability to go make something happen and make a long-term improvement to the community. And start with the ideas, not say, here's what I'm going to do. Because that's the way you get people in the neighborhood to buy in. They help make decisions on what's going to be done there. The last one of these kinds of projects I worked on, which was an infill, we spent 6 months, a total of 6 months with the neighborhood. We had meetings as many as 4 nights a week for months to go through, these are the issues, how do we resolve them? And eventually, after the end of 9 months, we got approval from the community. So the political process is the key to what everybody observes. They don't necessarily see the other tests of feasibility. And then the development agreement, which I reviewed, I thought it was a disaster. It was totally one-sided. There's no protections. The developer has, at his own decision, can change anything and everything about the development agreement. So I thought that was extremely weak. So the 4 tests that I mentioned the developer typically looks to before he builds a project, I felt this application was deficient in each one of those. There's a lot more work to be done, and if this moves forward with a process of communication, there's a lot of information that's not on the table yet to help stakeholders understand what is really being proposed. I had a few minor comments on picking up some of the comments were made tonight, the idea that these are luxury units, again, I see no evidence to support that. Maybe they are, but what if they aren't? What if the development costs are so high that you can't afford to make a project work? What happens? So in the development industry, there's really two terms on land. There's approved land, which means it's got entitlements, and there's improved land. So if you have an approved project, which means you've got the zoning, that's where one of the biggest step-ups in value occurs. And then the improvement helps cement those values in place. So if you're only going to grant zoning without all the other information that goes with it, plans, maps, architectural, CC&Rs and all that, all you're doing is adding value to the land, but no certainty that anything else will happen other than you've improved the value. There's some comments about the golf industry. Actually, the golf industry's turned around. The number of players are down, but the number of rounds are up. And the golf courses have been closed over in the country in the last few years. Most of them are, 60% are either municipal and or 9-hole and or less than $40 greens fees. And that's not what Badlands is, and that's not what we're dealing with. All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming forward.
Hello, my name's Brian Gordon. I'm a partner with Applied Analysis. Address is 6385 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 105. Mayor Goodman and members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. It's already been a long day. I will keep my comments as brief as possible, and wanted to just walk you through a couple of things. I've been asked to conduct a review and an analysis of the economic and fiscal benefits study that was prepared on behalf of the applicant. I've taken a look at that information, prepared a study. I do have copies for the council and one for the clerk. If you want to have those at this point, I'll keep this fairly brief, though. A couple of things just wanted to point out as part of that review, and then I'll mention a couple of other things we noted as we went through the process. But just as a point of reference, the developer-cited impacts are stated as maximum amounts. So these would be the most in terms of the economic and fiscal benefits that the project could potentially generate. They also consider the benefits in terms of gross impacts and don't account for costs and other offsetting factors. I think that comment was made earlier. We did look in detail at a couple of the fiscal related impacts because those are important for the city and other local jurisdictions. The forecasted sales and use tax benefits associated with the building materials for the project seem to be overstated. In the larger scope of the project, the 2,600 plus units seem to be overstated by about 23 million or about 70%. We haven't seen a study specific to the 720. We also looked at property tax revenues. So the information provided by the applicant also assumed that 100% of the building costs would be subject to real property taxes here in Southern Nevada. Working with your staff over the years, we've determined on average large-scale projects about 55% or more of the overall development cost actually translates into taxable value and then ultimately into assessed value. So we saw some overstatements there to the tune of about $50 million over the 20-year time horizon that was presented. Property tax revenue impacts also do not consider the impacts associated with any declines in valuation on existing real estate in the area, the remaining Queens Ridge properties that are within the community. The conversion or extraction of the Badlands Golf Club has the real potential to put downward pressure on housing valuations. You'll see in the study we modeled a number of scenarios, a range of scenarios, and those could extend beyond somewhere in the $44 to $65 million range in terms of the downward pressure on property values with the removal of the Badlands Golf Course. And again, the prior speaker did hit on a couple of these concepts, so I won't dwell on these. But at the end of the day, the overall economic and fiscal benefits cited by the applicant assume that the proposed development is feasible. And when we think about feasibility, we think about market feasibility. Will the market support the price points that are being contemplated as part of this development? And then from a financial standpoint, do those price points make sense relative to the overall development costs that will generate a sufficient return for the developer. So those are some elements that we just haven't seen, but that becomes a key question to consider. And a final note, we look at what's happening in the surrounding area. There have been high-density multifamily projects proposed in the immediate area, actually adjacent to the 720 at the Queensridge Place location. There's about an 8.2-acre parcel you've seen there that sits vacant today. They had announced high-density residential on that site about a decade or more ago, and that site still sits vacant today. At the same time, high-density residential development was programmed on the Tivoli Village property, and again, those units have not moved forward either. So you have a couple of additional properties in the immediate area that have the potential for high-density development. The market or other reasons have not dictated that those projects move forward to this point. Those were the comments I had. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. This is a very nice report. Yes?
Thank you. May I ask a question?
Please.
I'm sorry, your name again is?
Brian Gordon.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
I know we've heard a lot of stories from people who have homes there. Do you validate the claims that property values have dropped 15, 20, 25% in your analysis of what's gone on?
Given the limited number of sales transactions that have taken place, we haven't seen a significant number of transactions to validate that claim specifically. We have seen availability skyrocket in that particular area. The number of units available for sale and the effective months of inventory has increased pretty significantly. At some point, if you have a pronounced supply-demand imbalance, the next expectation would be that the release valve may be pricing. Certainly there's been some discussion, and I think we've seen this in the data, that some folks have been forced to lower the asking prices on those homes that are listed. But in terms of the closing volume and sales prices, I don't know that that's translated into lower values as of yet. Again, we don't have a lot of examples where in Southern Nevada and enough of a sort of a history to say, here's what happens once the golf course is actually removed. So we don't have a sufficient sample set in that regard either. But there are some of those adjustments that are taking place within the Queensridge area in terms of availability and inventory, and we've documented some of that in the report for you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't know if you were asked really to do that as opposed to look at the golf course activity itself. My own anecdotal information from people who have worked there as professionals and who have played there is that the golf course did not lose money. It didn't make a lot of money. And probably that's a low return on investment, which could be, equally considered to be a negative thing by many people. But I don't think you look at a golf course like this for a totally from an ROI purpose, since it's kind of ancillary to what else is going on there.
Fair enough, Councilman. And we did not evaluate the operations of the golf course itself.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell your boss that continuing good work from Applied Analysis.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Richard Scott Dugan. I'm a certified general appraiser, and I've been appraising in Las Vegas since 1969. I'm the chairman of the Clark County Board of Equalization, and I've been on that board since 1993. I'd just like to read a couple pages into the record here regarding what's going on in Queensridge. This is a complex proposal, one that carries with it a great deal of uncertainty and a lack of specific guarantees, financial and otherwise, as to the future of Queensridge. While the proposal may seem to have merit to someone outside of Queensridge, it's important to note that should the city approve this concept, the city is forcing Queensridge property owners to become unwilling partners with the developer. If approved, the city is forcing property owners to risk investment in their homes without their consent on the developer's concepts, plans, and unknown ability to complete the project. It is well documented that open space areas and golf courses within a master plan community substantially contribute to the values of residential properties in those same communities. For example, a golf course view generally will contribute from 5% for a limited view to 25% open space for a multi-fairway and or city view combination of the home's value. Even homes off the course can get a value boost from several percent to as much as 5%, just for being in a luxury home community with a golf course and open space element. There is nothing in the proposal that will mitigate the property value losses when this course is closed. It's been stated that someone estimated the residential properties in Queensridge have a combined real estate value of approximately $600 to $800 million. If the golf course and open space amenities average contribution to value of the housing is between 5 to 10%, eliminating this amenity will have a negative impact of $30 to $80 million on the community. Queensridge is an established community that is nearly 100% built out. The size and scope of the proposal, loss of the golf course and open space, along with the decades it will take to fully develop the proposed housing, will have a very negative impact on Queensridge. 7,000 trees and high-density residential will not mitigate this loss of value and marketability of the existing homes. While not yet approved, we are beginning to see the effects of the potential loss of the golf course open space and the uncertainty of the proposed redevelopment of Queensridge. From 2012 to mid-2015, values in Queensridge were generally following the sales patterns and trends of similar luxury home communities as they recovered from the housing crisis. Since mid-2015, we are seeing market resistance to home sales, along with a softening of the market prices and demand for many of the homes, especially those along the course. If this redevelopment is approved, the financial consequences to the residential properties within Queensridge will be severe and long-term. Here it's not just the developer who is taking the risk. If the city approves this, the city will also be forcing Queensridge residents and property owners to share that risk with the developer without their consent and without their consideration of the impact this proposal could have on them. Developers of Piccoli Ranch in Queensridge had a vision, and that vision exists today in the way they intended it to be and within the development guidelines they proposed and the city approved. There is no reason to change that vision. The city should not change the quality of life that residents have already invested their life savings in, no more than the city should allow a tavern to replace a church or an adult-oriented business to replace a daycare. Thank you. Any questions?
Mayor and members of the City Council, Frank Schreck, 9824 Winter Palace. I'm going to keep mine brief, and I'm kind of the end of our formal presentation. But I thought it was important to bring up a current situation that will exemplify the reason why the Queensridge residents have great concern with respect to this developer and with respect to the way we're dealt with by the city. Earlier, you heard in the give and take with respect to whether these 4 applications should be dismissed with cause or without cause. There was a lot of discussion about the fact, well, you know, maybe the developer at some time may come up with another application. Maybe there might be some type of other proposals coming forward. Things might be piecemeal. Everybody danced around this question, including the city attorney and the applicant. They know, your staff knows, that 4 weeks before the plan, 2, 3, 4 weeks before the last planning commission, there was a preliminary application, I'll introduce this for the record, that was filed with the city. This will be one of them. That was a pre-application to develop, and if you can take a, where's the monitor? Oh, here it is. This was filed to develop on the 184 acres, which have been represented as being the preserve, which will have, at first it was 1 to 5 acres, then the next vision was a ½ acre to 5 acres. It was described as, in the first vision, as ultra low density conservation estates that will be permanently reserved 120 acres, as Mr. Kempfer said, of open space with at least 7,000 trees and lots from 1 to 5 acres in size. This has been systematically reduced. The last vision document that was provided to the Planning Commission just on October 6th changed the 1 acre to 0.5, but said that it was the most densely landscaped, large estate lot community in Las Vegas. Now we know that 4 weeks before that Planning Commission, a pre-application was filed. It has now been currently filed with you that will change the Alta and Wallapai 35 acres to 61 units, of 40 of which are 1/4 to 1/3 acres, as opposed to half or acres, and the other 21 will be average about 8/10 of an acre. This was never discussed with you when everybody was talking about what's happening. This application, if it's not filed now, will be filed. We understand from the developer that it'll be filed before the 24th of November so it can be on the January agendas. So they're already starting to cut up the golf course into things other than was represented in all of these vision projects of 1 acre to 5 acres or 1/2 acre to 5 acres. And we also advised, Shauna was advised by the developer, that this is just the first of a series of these developments that are going to go around, which eliminates conservatory areas. There's no trees, there's no open space, there's none of the things that are depicted in those pictures that you see in the new vision. That's what's in store for this golf course. It isn't this great open space, it's not these beautiful lots, it's not these beautiful houses. This is the first rendering of lots, and this is the developer's lots. This is the first outline of specific lots for our golf course, which is on this 35 acres, and there they are. 1/4 to 1/3 acres for 40 of the 61.
But this is the piece that's been withdrawn, as you know, today. That's subject
No, but that's
to
what their
174.
application, but that doesn't stop them from filing their application and going forward on a January agenda. It would have if you had withdrawn it with prejudice, because then they would have been stuck with 1/2 acre, because that's what those other applications were. That's one of the major reasons why they didn't want this withdrawn with prejudice. Without prejudice means they can go forward with this, and you will see this. It's going to be filed, we've been told, if it hasn't already been filed. And your staff knows, and everybody knows, yet nobody spoke up. As you know, I've represented clients in front of the Nevada Gaming Commission, the Gaming Control Board, for more than 40 years. If I stood in front of them, knowing full well what was going to go on, in a week from now or 2 weeks from now, and not disclose that to this body, my application would have been denied, and I probably would not be allowed to appear before them again. This failure to disclose is the reason why many of us in our community have had problems. It's been bait and switch, bait and switch. The luxury townhouses and condominiums have now been switched to apartments. Everything that we've done has changed as it's gone along, and it's changed because it's economically feasible for the developer, regardless of the impact that it has on our community. So I want you to know that at least this is what's happening to our golf course, not the preserve. This is reality.
Okay.
And this is what we
you made
face.
the record on it, so
Thank
you, Mr. Schreck. Thank you.
And I'd like to introduce these so we have them for the record.
What? Now, are there others now with formal presentations as well, or no?
No.
Okay, now, so 2 minutes, if you would, do the 2-minute, everybody.
Could I ask a question, Mayor? Mr. Schreck?
Yes.
Are you positive that our staff was aware of this?
Yes, they had a pre-application about 3 weeks before the Planning Commission on October 6th, because that's a copy of it I turned in.
Can I
We were
ask
given it from the city attorney's office,
You-
gave that to us.
Can I ask planning, were you aware of that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, on September 29th, 2016, there was a pre-application conference held regarding a potential 61-lot subdivision. No formal applications have been submitted to the city, so at this point there is actually no applications before in the city circuit.
But it was discussed, or what did you say at the beginning? It was discussed?
Councilwoman, if I could jump in here real quick. Let me say what Mr. Schreck said is correct. There was a submission of this plan as a pre-app, for want of a better way to put it. This was an alternative to the development agreement that the developer brought to our attention at one point in time, and it's no secret, about several months ago, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, The developer had indicated that there might be, well, a change of plan, and he was going to abandon the development agreement and go with individual zoning on individual products, starting with the 720 units, which is before the council tonight, followed by the 61 units that Mr. Schreck indicated.
And isn't it true that that's going to be filed before the 24th of this month? It's intended to be filed?
I don't know, but I do believe that the developer's intent, if he doesn't do the development agreement, and they can shake their head yes or no if I'm wrong, is to go forward with the 61 if there is no, maybe if there's no development agreement, they'll go with
There is no development agreement.
No, what I'm saying, well, that remains to be seen based on this negotiation and the time that the council has given. But if you're asking, is it going to simultaneously track, it could well happen. It could well simultaneously track. But it is, as I stated earlier,
Just
if
look
that
for a filing
happens,
by November, because they have to file it in November to be on the January agenda.
I stated earlier, if that happens, if there is a new approach to development that is contrary to what's in the development agreement, and Mr. Schreck is correct, the 61 units on that area is contrary to what we have contemplated in the development agreement today, that will completely change staff's recommendation on the development agreement. So one pushes against the other.
All right, I just want to say, as an elected council person who's trying to represent people appropriately, it would help when I meet with people from various departments and I'm trying to get information, well, what might happen here or what might happen there? It would have been nice to know that somebody would tell me that that was something being discussed. And I don't think I'm the only council person. I don't think I'm the only council person who feels that way. We need to know these things because as one person saying, oh, they're going to do this or they're going to do that, our own staff should be letting us know what they are talking about doing. And I feel really badly about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Piccoli. I live at 9740 Verlaine Court in the Queens Ridge Master Plan Golf Community. I am the nephew of Bill Piccoli and Wanda Piccoli, who developed Queens Ridge. I can tell you right here that I walked almost all of that property in the early 90s with Bill Piccoli. He pointed out where the golf course was going to be, and he made it clear that it was never going to be anything but a golf course. And in 1993, he entered into a 90-year lease on the 18-hole golf course. He never intended that it be anything residential, and it was always to be a golf course that made money on rentals, and he got to put that into their family trust. I know that because I've seen it, and I've talked to him about it. Now, some of the other things that we should really take a look at, because there are some representations that not only been made all the way along, but here tonight. One is the golf course never made money. Well, when Mr. Lowy bought Four Stars, who was the landlord on the golf course, Par 4 was the tenant. They had in place a 5-year lease with a 5-year option. It was in its 4th year, and the rents progressed over each individual year. On the 4th year, the rent was at $255,000 a year. Now that was just mailbox money. The Piccolis didn't have to do anything for that. And that rent was never in default by Par 4. So then what happened? 4th year, they locked the rent in at $255,000. Still had a year to go on the original lease and a 5-year option. Mr. Lowy came in to negotiate, trying to buy this golf course. He knew that that lease was in place and that it was making money. But he made the representation, oh, well, I bought the golf course so it'd be a championship golf course. And he paid $15 million for it. Now stop and think for a minute. You heard all the reports about golf courses and that, how badly they're doing. They're not selling for over $6 million. And that was in the business news here in Las Vegas. So what are you doing? You're paying $15 million. You know that it makes $255,000. And then he turns around and says, well, it wasn't making money, so now I'm going to do all this destruction of the course and everybody else's life that lives there. Now, the other part of it is, Mr. Lowry made it a point that I am not signing this agreement until the lease with Par 4 goes by way of Sandusky. And it certainly went by way of Sandusky.
And Mr.
'Cause he-
Bacoli, if you'll wrap it up for us so we can get to everybody
Well,
else.
I would like to address the CC&Rs, and I'm part of the professional
I
team.
can give you the rest of the minute, but we have a
Okay,
lot of people to
this
hear
is what
from.
I'll address, and that'll be it. Okay, Mr. Kemfer has made all these comments about the CC&Rs. You asked him for the copy of CC&Rs he has. I asked you to take a look at that, and there were two CC&Rs involved. One was the original, which was 1996. The other is the 2001 he talks about. You may have the 2001. The 1996 did not eliminate the new additional 9 holes. It didn't say no part of. My deed does not eliminate the 9 hole. Anybody that has a deed 2000 and before are not eliminated. They did not have the 9 holes eliminated. So what happens now is I have a lawsuit. The courts have already told me I have to wait till we get through all administrative proceedings, and then I'm coming right back in and saying, you violated the CC&R. Okay, now let's talk about this.
If you could wrap it up, I'd really appreciate it. You've got a long line behind you.
I will, but I just want to get to the ones that are important. CC&R, okay, they do not allow the change of the flood zone. And the reason is because it reads very specifically, if it's been approved by the regional flood, EPA, FEMA, and the city, it can never be changed. And that's in the CCR's 1996. All right, the other part that's in the 1996 is that they could not file for a re-subdivision or a rezoning. They couldn't even file an application. The other part was they could not re-subdivide or rezone. They had to get approval. Now, the approval to just file these applications required that they have approval of the homeowners association. Originally it was a declarant, but declarant is gone. So you have the homeowners association saying that it has to be approved by them. The other part is, you know, they threw out, Mr. Kemfer threw out a whole bunch of things, blocking views. You wrote off all these other things, your protected badlands, golf course development, all these things he listed out. He forgot to tell you only the declarant could enforce those. And they don't have the standing to even raise them. And I will walk into a
If you'll
courtroom.
make sure that you give a copy, I'm sure he has them, but Mr. Jerbick, make sure
I
he
would like
has
to
those.
submit these. These are,
Okay.
This is
If our
a
clerk, will you
synopsis
give those to Mr. Jerbick, please?
of why the
Thank you.
RPD 7 does not apply.
Thank you.
And I will argue that with Mr. Beers, who goes public on that.
Thank you.
And also, yeah, Mr.
Jerbick,
your
if you
city
will give
attorney.
those to Mr. Jerbick.
Any day.
Okay.
I have a question
Thank you.
for Mr. Pacoli. I have a question for you. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. This issue about making money to golf course, it's usually not arguable. Usually they don't make a whole lot of money. We know that. I mean, some of the smartest business guys have gotten out of the business or tried to because of what I think probably is a temporary lull in the business. It's a tough golf course, Badlands. It's not for beginners, and so, you know, sometimes people forget about that. But I wanted to know what you know about the play. Somebody, a witness earlier said, play is down, play is up, but the type of people, or the number of people who play. So those who play are playing more often. What do you observe from where you are?
It's about the same from what I observed, but my understanding is that they don't go out and hustle customers and that. The best operated golf courses in this town have the best operators. Par 4 has stayed on, but they're not out hustling people in the hotels or 2 hotels right across the street. If you were out really hustling your business, probably pump it all the way up. But I wouldn't make a point. I have read the articles on the 7-hole or the 9-hole executive golf courses, And that is the thing. That's where the money's made.
I have a question
okay.
about the,
Can you have a private conversation on this? We've got at least
Your
12
Honor,
people waiting.
Your Honor, he's
here.
an expert witness, for
I know,
God's
but
sake.
I would-
He knows this
comments.
stuff.
He's made
He's
his
the only one that knows some of these answers.
Well, you're talking about a golf course operation at this point. Those are issues for
When
later on that we
this
can
is-
have back.
Well, this is going to take out a third of the golf course. So it is relevant, I think, really, I do. For example, now, when you all laid out this golf course, or you watched it laid out, was it Johnny Miller? Was he the architect?
Yes, he was. You're right.
Okay. Was attention paid by your uncle, Bill, to the wildlife that lived there and the other fauna and flora that populated the area?
Bill was always a conservationist. Bill was a good guy, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
why the
I knew him.
CCNRs are drafted to protect us.
I knew him. I just couldn't afford to live there. Thank you very much, Bob.
Okay, so we are going to stick to the 2 minutes, please, is when the buzzer goes off, know that you're wrapping up.
Mayor Goodman, council members, I'll try to rush. I've got
No, you don't have to rush,
petition
just do
here.
your
Well, I have to because
poignant
I have
part.
more than 2 minutes,
2 minutes.
of information
And your name,
here.
please, sir.
Yeah, Steve Carrion, 9101 Alta
No, we don't
Avenue.
need an address, just name.
Okay, yes, and I have a petition here with approximately 100 signed names from 1 Queensridge Place in total opposition of this particular proposal. I have an email that Mr. Coffin would not have gotten because he didn't look at his business emails. And then I'd also like to read just a couple of bits of information here. The first one is that Mr. Jerby came to a meeting that was attended by 1 Queensridge Place members or unit owners, and at that meeting he said, "We always believed the state did not usurp our local authority, and so we do not believe we were preempted and continued to do it our way, and we have from the beginning of time," and that has to do with zoning. I have a record of this and can provide it. I have a transcription of the entire meeting that we had, so if you'd like to have that, I'll make it available to you. In addition, Mr. Turner was up here, and Mr. Turner made the comment that in terms of correcting Councilman Beers on what was said. And I would like to add to that, because at that same meeting, I said to Mr. Beers that he should recuse himself from participating in the hearing and voting on the EHB application before the City Council, because he has continually exhibited actual bias and prejudice in favor of EHB. A fair hearing is a basic requirement of due process. Fairness requires an absence of actual bias. Councilman Beers has publicly and privately stated his actual bias in favor of EHB for more than a year. Councilman Beers has gone far beyond EHB's applications, supporting them. He has been an open advocate of EHB throughout the application process, to the extent that he has misrepresented significant legal issues to Queensridge homeowners in writing, on public radio, and on Access City Council. In addition, he has publicly attacked Queensridge homeowners who oppose EHB applications by making false accusations on Facebook and his website, of which I have copies of some of that material.
Okay, I want to thank you, and I want to make sure that we all try to stay on issues for 105, 106, and 107, please.
Okay,
The rest
these
has
are
been
related because I'm asking him
obeyed.
to recuse himself. And one example of Councilman Beers is an email to a Queensridge homeowner as early as April 2016 that stated, "Thanks for writing about Badlands. I, too, am extremely disappointed to learn the golf course is entitled to build a bit more than 7 single-family homes on each of the 250 acres that compose Badlands." And it goes on and it talks about inverse
Thank you.
condemnation.
Thank you.
He's got a note in here.
Excuse me, sir.
He's representing the fact.
Excuse me, sir,
that-
through the mayor,
that-
of course. 2 minutes, you're done. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
If I could, Your Honor, just to
Yes.
interject for a moment. Nobody knows more than I, because I've been to many, many meetings with Mr. Perigo and city staff, with the neighbors, with the applicant and others. And we all know that emotions run very, very high on this issue. And there are a great many people who want to make a comment about the project that was just held or was not, it's not going to be heard on this agenda anymore. Those first 4 items were withdrawn. As a result, under the open meeting law, we are really only talking about the 720. To the extent that drainage and other things pertain to it, that's perfectly fine. But keep in mind, your comments on the whole project are not going to be made part of the record if the whole project comes back in the future. So you are really better served to keep those comments, if they don't relate to the 720 in some way, for that future meeting when that project comes back. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I really think that says what I've been trying, but not, I guess, not so eloquently. Stay on these issues, 105, 106, 107, or something that affects it, please. And there will be time in the future for you to come back on other issues. Please, 2 minutes, go for it. And your name,
My name is
please.
David Mason. I've been here 54 years in town. I'd like to say 40 of those years I was a developer. I was never afforded the luxuries that this project has been afforded. Having public staff out promoting the project, making 100 changes, having 2 applications on the same thing. I think we should all be treated fairly as it relates to the City Council and the city in the future. I'm here to speak about the fair dealing with those who have given so much to this community, specifically even in Las Vegas. We're talking about the people in the Queens Ridge area have provided hundreds of millions of dollars to help this city. These are the givers that live over there.
Without question.
They're the people who put money towards the medical school, scholarships towards the medical school,
Right.
children's programs, Smith Center, Ruvo Center, and supported all of the people they thought were important to be here. My big point in this would be, don't piecemeal this, please. At least look at this as one whole program. Don't approve
We've already
42
moved
units
those
an
on.
acre
Well,
next to
we're on
us.
to these 3 units right here, these 3 issues.
Well, that's 720 units.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Okay, that's
Thank
all?
you.
Okay.
Thank
And then the other thing I'd like to address to Councilman Beers. You have been indicating, like he said on the radio and that, and you represent us over there, that, and this is a quote, if Queens Ridge gets their way, the city will have to pay. Here is the document from the hearing that I asked Brad directly if he agreed with the fact that there's $30 to $50 million to $100 million that might have to be paid by the city to purchase this property if this is turned down. He said he was not in agreement with that. Neither is anybody else. So if you'd please refrain from making statements that distort
Thank you.
what's going on.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Please.
Does somebody want this?
Yeah.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Hi.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman, Councilman. Tom Love, 9828 Winter Palace. I have 2 minutes. I want to interject that I was told the same thing by Mr. Beers at Beers with Beers at Steiner's Pub, and I asked him why he was so pro-developer, and he told me the same thing. When I mentioned that Mr. Jerbick had said that that inverse condemnation was really not in play, he really pressed me and said, well, it's not in play because we're going to give the developer what he wants. As a native here, I see you rolling your eyes. And I'm disappointed in the way that there's been a lack of respect for the 800 homeowners that live in Queens Ridge. We have spent a lot of time and money living in that community. What you guys are failing to take into consideration, this is not a normal development. This is the development within a community that's already done and that's been done for some time. You guys talk back and forth, and it seems to discount a lot of what we've been saying, which leads me to believe that maybe Johan was correct when he told us this was a done deal. That reflects poorly on you folks if he says it's a done deal, and it appears to be a done deal. I would ask you to reject the 720 and include it in the abeyance earlier on the other items and let us work this out. But it won't be worked out if Johan and the developer thinks that it's a done deal, and that's part of the problem why we haven't got anywhere.
That is a misconception, I can assure you. That's why we're having this meeting. That's why we have obeyed those other items.
What about the
That will be-
720, Mayor?
The 720 is what we're discussing. We're trying to get information on both sides, and this entire council is very sensitive to the homeowners. We also want to see it worked out, where the homeowners and the developers can come to a resolve that works for both. If that can't happen, it doesn't happen.
Well, I'll go on the record that I'm not objecting to some development, but I am objecting to the lack of what has been conveyed to us being truthful. And I'm confused as an expert in the industry selling real estate for almost 30 years, over $600 million in real estate, what actually is going to take place, because it has changed time and time and time again.
I know that.
I've been here just like you guys for several hours when I'd rather be at home with my family or at work. I want you, the council, to protect the 800 homeowners in there and listen to us before you make a decision.
And
There's
please-
not a rush to make
and
this
please
decision
work-
tonight.
And work with Mrs. Hughes, please, as...
I'm willing to work on them, but I want you to know on record, I had a meeting personally with Johan, and I like him. And everything that he told me in his meeting at his office has been changed, not once, but twice and 3 times. And at that meeting, he showed zero flexibility. Why would he if he says it's a done deal?
We are
Think about that when you make your vote, what
We
you're
are
telling
hopeful.
all the people in Las Vegas. And I've already reached out to a lot of my investors saying, if you approve this, they better go start buying every golf course in town because it is going to be a golf course gold rush because you will set a precedent.
Thank you very much.
Can you state your name one more time for the record?
He did state his
Yeah,
name.
well, the city clerk didn't get it.
Tom
Can you state
Love?
your name one more time?
I stated it. Tom Love, 9828 Winter Palace.
She just didn't get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Elaine Winger-Reisner. I'm the president of the HOA at Queensridge, and I have identified 10 people in the audience, and they said they would give me their 2 minutes, but I actually only need about 4.5 to 5 minutes.
Fine, you got it.
Okay. Please note that those opposed to this development are not a select few. After compiling the results of 2 community-wide surveys, 80% of the survey respondents are opposed to this proposed development. This certainly represents more than a select few, and subsequent to these findings, the HOA board unanimously voted to adopt a resolution recognizing the voice of the majority of our community. And for the record, I have a copy of that resolution. That right there. Our concerns include, but are not limited to, the high density of Phase 1 of the 70, which is the 720 apartments that you're looking at tonight. That's on 17.49 acres. You've heard it's 41 units per acre, and it is not harmonious and compatible with our neighborhood. Chris Kemper earlier referred to planning principles, and it's my understanding that this is also a planning principle to have developments be harmonious and compatible. The Queensridge Towers are at 19 units an acre, and the Tudor Park is at 16 units an acre. Secondly, the location of ingress and egress on Rampart would only allow for southbound traffic to enter or exit this development. Third, the piecemeal application creates confusion, uncertainty, and frustration within our community. Fourth, the protracted length of this development destroys our quality of life. Fifth, the residents of Queensridge want their quiet enjoyment of open space respected in accordance with the 1990 master plan development. People buy into planned communities for a degree of protection, and we are not feeling very protected or respected in this process. Sadly, I have grave concerns that our community has been misrepresented by our elected official, Bob Beers. On November 15th, 2016, Mr. Beers posted the following ad online, and I have copies for all the council members and also one for the clerk. I'll put those there. It's a total of 6 pages. And I just refer you to page number 4, where Bob Beers puts, being forced by a select few homeowners to protect their golf course views will take an estimated $30 million of tax money that could be spent on needed services. This claim is simply not true. Queensridge homeowners are not asking the city to buy the golf course. This is not about a view of a golf course. It's about a desire that we have to have our quiet enjoyment of open space protected and respected. Just yesterday, Mr. Beers put in an email to a Queensridge resident. He misrepresented our survey. He stated, and I quote, "The HOA found 80% support for keeping the golf course." This is not true. The surveys directly ask residents if they supported or opposed this project. They did not ask whether they supported keeping the golf course. I find it very alarming that not only have our concerns not been heard, but we have also been misrepresented in this process. Today you will hear from many Queensridge residents, and I respectfully ask you to hear the majority's voices and deny the developers' applications. And at this time, I would like to ask those in the audience that agree with this, that are opposed to this development, to please stand up. And I'm happy this is being taped because I certainly would like Mayor Goodman to see this response. Please note that many more residents wanted to be here, but they were unable to attend because of their workday schedule. And I think many residents didn't think that they needed to come down at 8:30. Before you vote, please press pause and consider how would you feel if your community was presented with such an ill-conceived, ill-defined, and evolving project with so many remaining unknowns.
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Please try to keep it to 2 minutes, and if you're saying the same thing over and over again, have a different message, if you would, please. Thank you. Yes, sir. State your
Try
name
to
for the
say
record.
something a little different, okay?
State your name for the record, please.
Herman Allers.
Thank you, Mr.
I
Aller.
live at 9731 Orient Express Court. I bought a home there 16 years ago and been living there. I have a private tennis court that's right along the Aurora. And all of the custom home lots around the Aurora, there's about 60 of them, the back of them drain into the Aurora. And I attended a couple meetings, and there is an inference when you go to the meeting that one of the first things I asked was, are you open to suggestions? And they said, well, the Planning Commission has already approved this, they have already approved this, they already approved the traffic, they already approved. It's pretty much of a done deal, but what do you have in mind? I asked them one thing to have in mind. I said, why didn't the Planning Commission demand a complete environmental impact report, especially on the Aurora? This would solve a lot of problems. The Aurora is a huge, beautiful, natural development with 60 custom homes. There are 5,000 feet to 22,000 feet on the Aurora. Okay, that will affect what they do with it. I asked him, what do you want to do with the Aurora? He says, well, we don't know how we're going to concrete it, but we're going to have to use it as drainage. We're going to use it for access. We may even build some homes down in there. So anyway, the environmental impact report is going to show that if any modification is done on this natural Aurora, like Mr. Coffin mentioned, you are going to kill off all of the vegetation that has grown there over 100 years. You're going to kill off all the animals, and the caliche rock formations are beautiful. They're unbelievable. You would devastate doing anything to Aurora. So what you do with your apartments to bring in 700 renters and put them in front of our project on our block, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you.
I'm more concerned about the environmental and the Aurora.
Thank you very much for your comments.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
you being here and spending so much time with us. Please state your name for the record.
Anthony Casabianca, Mayor, Council, and Lawyer Council. Okay, yes, I'm not from that area, but I'm from the Councilman Coffin's area, Huntridge area, but I opposed against that because I can't afford to live there. I'm going through a crisis now, I'm not going to keep it brief, right? I have to have, to move in there, and it's only four. If it was up higher, maybe meeting, say, the Sunset Tower, maybe 2, maybe 3 towers. Yeah, then I could maybe afford it with a couple of other people to come in on it. It was ridiculous. And that's all I have to say. So I'm going through trouble now, and Felipe said he'll be there in the morning, hopefully, because we already went to court. We fight these landlords are just terrible, and the element should come to some kind of agreement. It's got to be done. I mean, it's terrible. It's not, it's nothing for the poor people. And then you're going to have homeless. You're going to have more crime than which we don't even have any crime. But you're going to see it. Believe me, you will see it. And out like that, who's going to go there? Nobody has money. But rich people, right? That's all I'm saying. I thank you, and
thank you for your
have a good night. Good evening.
Good night.
Mayor, Councilman, my name's Leonard Swimmer, and I live 9301 Alta Drive, apartment 1502. Johan's attorney said what a wonderful builder he is. He did a magnificent job on the outside of Queensridge Towers, but he neglected to say he has a $102 million lawsuit, or the insurance company does, for defects in the building, and that's only the beginning. The interior, there are more defects than you can count. And it's definitely, if they build this project, he's got, I know it's just what you're talking about, the acres, but he's got 36 years to develop that golf course with a rock crushing machine that's a disaster. If you ever lived by one or knew of them, it's just horrible. The value has gone down. There's no other place where the value has gone up, and only in Queenswich it's gone down, and nobody would buy there if they knew what they got to look forward to, and it really is a disaster. And he's proposing to be at a certain level in front of Queenswich because he's going to dig down 2 stories. I doubt seriously that the Corps of Engineers or FEMA is going to allow him to do that in that flood area. And he's going to go back and ask for raising it because he didn't know. And if he gets R2 or R4, whichever it is now, where there's any density he wants, this is only the beginning, because he's going to come back and back and back and keep building and doing what he wants, and he could put up high rises and do whatever he wants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Oh, you're representing 5 people. That's 10 whole minutes.
Thank you.
No, we're called the 7.
Yeah. My name's Ann Smith, and I and all my neighbours here have lived on Revell Court in Queenswich for up to 18 years. Our street is one of the most affected by the proposed development, and we are adamantly opposed to it for the following reasons. Number one, we're right up to and abutting the development area 3, which I know you're not doing tonight, but what you are voting on tonight is that we'll set a precedent for that area. So if you approve the zoning, it enables the developer to come back for the next piece in this piecemeal approach with the same rezoning, and it'll be closer and closer to our homes. So it's an incremental thing. And it's also coming in with the R4 zoning without a development agreement, which sets the limitations on heights and setbacks, which are not compatible nor harmonious in any way with any of our homes, which are single-family homes. The second thing that we want to say is you just approved the withdrawal without prejudice of 4 key applications affecting the master plan and the open space. So regardless of the I-dos that you had everybody do just a few minutes or hours ago, it still allows the developer to come back in at any time with piecemeal proposals. And we've put up with this for 14 months already, trying to fight it, and there's been no end in sight here. And it's really like a death by 1,000 cuts here, the way we have to deal with this. The third thing is the applications keep changing and are a moving target. We are all confused and have no idea what the developer is actually planning to build. Our best guess, and based on what Frank Schreck said tonight, is that his intention is to completely build out the golf course piece by piece, just as he actually threatened to do at the Planning Commission meeting. And closing the golf course has always been a red herring, as far as we can all see here. The real issue is preserving the environment and dedicated open space for everyone in our master plan community. In fact, Eva, one of my neighbours here, presented at the Planning Commission hundreds of photos of golfers playing on that golf course, which she took over 4 months, every day, and there were tournaments. We see them all the time. They're on the driving range. This is a viable golf course. We also have had no meaningful discussions with the developer. I mean, we as a group, we actually got together and we asked for a meeting with Johan and some of the other in the company. And during that meeting, he promised us all kinds of things, whether it's mitigation on the landscaping, and he promised that he'd show us detailed drawings. That was in February. We have not seen anything since. And we followed up multiple times with emails to say, when are we going to get something to... So we were willing to actually negotiate with him, and he didn't respond. It was just like his other 48 meetings, which were just dog and pony shows. So, and the other thing is, we're quite frankly surprised and a little disappointed, or a lot disappointed, with the lack of or negative response when we reached out to the city with emails and petitions, often not getting any response at all. And maybe it's because we didn't have Councilman Coffin's email, but however... Oh, okay. Well, then it just went into a big black hole for as far as we were concerned. So, but the implied message that we got was that this development is a done deal and that we shouldn't be looking to the city for any remedy. So what we're doing tonight is we would like to urge you to deny the applications before you on this, even on the 720, because it sets a precedent. And ask you to actually wait until the negotiations that you've asked for tonight proceed, so that a plan for the entire development be submitted and acted upon. And I brought tonight a copy of the petition that we did submit, and because we don't know if everybody got it, I'd like to submit it again, which is signed by over about 100 people from our development that are opposing the original applications and the ones that are proposed to be heard tonight. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to mention to you that while we all, I mean, we have multiple issues, we probably get a couple of 100, 300 or so emails a day. I know from my office, I possibly have hit 75%, at least just thanking for your caring and sending an email and voicing opinions, because we really do care, and what we're trying to do is mediate this so everybody wins. So we thank you for the time, we thank you for your interest, your efforts, your calmness, and encourage you still to work through Shanna Hughes and Mr. Pankhurst as we go forward to try and fix this to the best that's possible. And if it's not fixable, it's not. But then you will be dealing with something else as homeowners. We can see further and are hopeful that this will work out as a discussion, and what you've asked for in the past, we too hope it will come to be. So thank you very much for taking the time, and for those of you who gave up your space, I'm going to watch you carefully to make sure you gave her your 2 minutes. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. We are willing, and we did not receive but 2 responses as in thank you for writing. So that was it. Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's important for people to know when they write us that frequently we don't get responding email. We cannot respond. If they're forwarded as mine are to my business email, there is no email address for me to respond to. It's just that's the way that works, which I'm sorry is a defect in the IT, but lvcouncilman@hotmail.com is it. Thank you. Then I can respond.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Excuse my voice. My name is Clyde Spitzy. I live at 1008 Greystoke Acres. I bought that home in 1989. I've worked with Mr. and Mrs. Piccoli since 1972. He called me at my office and asked me to come out and visit him, and I did at Cashman Drive and spent some time with his family in his kitchen as we discussed the 2,000 plus acres that he bought. And since that time, I have been the one who has been overseeing all of the work that has been done on Piccoli Ranch, at least in Queens Ridge in Phase 2. I have a document I'd like to give you. It is called My History of Queens Ridge. I also have in that the original development booklet by Piccoli Nevada Corporation, and also my experience resume for my life's work in this business. I want to assure you that Bill and Wanda Piccoli were aware that the development far less density than that given to them by the city to use. I also want to assure you and everyone that they were totally satisfied with the development when it was completed. Their main desire was quality and not quantity. The total time that they developed Queens Ridge, the open space was very important. For one, the open space for the development. Two, to ensure adequate drainage throughout the area, that no one got hurt and no damage was done.
Thank you very much.
And that's why those were left that way, and I
think your
worked
issues have been brought
entirely
to
on
us
that.
before. But please give our city clerk any of the materials you wish for us to have. We do have about the drainage and traffic. Thank you.
All of the plans that you
Thank you.
showed tonight, I've had my hands in on those.
Good.
With the
Thank you.
40-some years that I've worked with him.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Next, if you would, please. Thank you so much.
And I definitely want to say that the 100-year storm is not what we have to worry about. It's the 110-year storm and how many people are going to get killed. Hilldale, Utah, 12 people were killed. A little 13-year-old girl they never did find. And we
Thank
don't
you.
want that on your records or on my memories.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elise Canonico. Do you see this picture?
Not yet.
They told me to put it, oh, there it
Yes.
is. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's pretty.
Come this May, it'll be 20 years that I have lived in Queens Ridge. I live for the scenic open space in my backyard, in which I paid a lot premium of $100,000. Tell me, where do I go from here? I could not sell my home and move out because my home is upside down. My house is worth half of what I paid. I am tired of listening to Bob Beers insisting that this project will bring our property values up. He has contradicted the homeowners by stating in person and on the internet that property values in Queens Ridge are going up. Bob Beers is comparing house prices today to the foreclosure and the short sales from several years ago. Bob Beers has been misrepresenting us since day one regarding this project. Example, a resident on Tudor Park Place came home from the April meeting hosted by Bob Beers at the Suncoast Hotel and said, I can't take this anymore, and immediately put his house up for sale. That man paid $668,000 for his home in 2007, and on May 1st, 2016, he sold it for $332,000. The developer and his team have been insulting our intelligence since the first meeting they held at Queens Ridge office in August, and then at the Badlands Clubhouse in September of 2005.
Can you stay on the 104, 5, 6, and 7, or get to that, because you're going to run out of time, on your comments as to how you feel on the issues 105,
Well, I don't want no
6,
high
and 7.
density. Is that what you?
Okay.
Is that what
Yeah,
you're asking?
I'm wanting to address
Well,
that.
I'm addressing the values in Queens
Okay.
Ridge. Somebody had asked that earlier.
Well, and of course, too, the recession has been devastating to us all,
Well, I'm addressing the 20%.
which hit us from 8 to 13, 14.
Okay.
So, but I appreciate your coming down, and any papers you want to leave with our city clerk to be given to us, we'd appreciate
I'll
that.
mail it to you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Summer Davies, and I'm a resident owner in the Queens Ridge Towers. What I have to say about this is that I don't think that we can't halt progress. I was born and raised here, and I've watched the city evolve over the last 31 years. There's even a Costco now where I used to ride my horse as a kid. So I understand how painful it is to watch the wildlife and the land around you get turned into something different. But even though it's painful to let go of that land, I think it's essential for us to focus our efforts on red rock conservation, protection of the wildlife where we can, but also protect the right of the people that live in the city. We need to continue to grow and innovate so that we as a community are not left behind. We still live in a city, for instance, where with the exception of a kidney, if you need an organ transplant, you have to pack up your family, uproot your life, and move out of this city. And for us to attract young, innovative, well-educated, not only physicians, but other people of this community, we have to continue to develop the land with high-quality real estate and entice these talented, educated individuals to move into our city and make the place we call home their home. And that will improve not only our schools and our healthcare system, but their current residents' quality of life. A barren, broke golf course doesn't improve anyone's quality of life. I think this project should be supported, and we should encourage the developers who are also personally invested with millions of dollars of their own property on this land and feeling the effects of the recession and changing property values. They should be the ones that are allowed to build on this land because they are more invested than any other developer that's going to come in from outside Las Vegas. And on a final note, as a young person in this city, this meeting was incredibly discouraging to see people that do have money and resources to make a difference sit in the crowd and attack not only the councilman, but then attack and heckle the people that are up here expressing their values. If I have to listen to Councilman Coffin's anecdotal stories about his personal feelings on the golf course, then I think that Councilman Beers is entitled to his opinion as well.
I want to ask one question of you. You said you were born and raised here?
Yes.
Which high school?
Faith Lutheran.
You have had a very good education. I mean, you are very articulate. I saw you were using your iPhone, so you've written it all down, but you were very clear in your delivery and appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks to my parents.
Tell your parents thank you for your education. Appreciate it. Next.
I'm definitely not as good at this as she was.
Okay, well, so then you didn't go to Faith Lutheran.
I did not, no. I went to Votech. So
well,
I'm a
that's
tech
good
guy.
too. That's good too. But you are now going to show us how good it was.
Yeah, I'm going to
Tell
read
us.
off of this. But first I had a comment also about Councilman Kaufman. It's a good thing you're not running for presidency because I think that they would have an issue with your Hotmail account. So just if we look at the history of email servers, so just take that as a consideration.
Okay, you're starting your 2 minutes now. You
Okay.
got a little grace from our city clerk there. She was mesmerized.
I wanted to start with a famous saying that I'm sure everyone here has heard.
I'm
If you
sorry, we
aren't-
need your name.
Sorry, Justin Davies.
Were
Yeah.
you related to the lady before you?
Yeah, Summer's my wife.
You married high. Good. All right.
I agree.
Wait, start him all over again. I took his time there. Wow, you better work hard to keep up with her. Okay.
I'm just happy she likes bald men. All right, so I'm sure everybody has heard some version of this, but if you aren't growing, you're dying. I find it depressing to sit here and listen to people on all sides of me hold up a project that will bring young vibrance to our community and prevent our community from going stale. It's frustrating to sit here and see the rich and wealthy, the one percenters, throw their money around to press plans to benefit our up-and-coming generations, AKA the greater good of our community, and your sons, daughters, and grandkids. I am a new dad to a beautiful baby girl and an active member in the Las Vegas technology community. I believe by creating a new, vibrant urban environment, we'll be able to foster the young talent that is leading our beautiful city to cities like Austin, Texas, Seattle, San Francisco, and even Phoenix. As a young person, it is really discouraging witnessing how meetings like this are conducted. It is easy to see why our youth shows little engagement when decisions are based off of sentiment and long-winded stories that have no connection with the topics at hand. Thank you, Mayor, for doing your best to keep both sides focused and hearing both sides. And I'd just like to ask for everyone else that, it's easy to be selfish and it's hard to think long-term, but let's all come together and think about our loved ones' futures and not just about ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. We're proud of our youth.
Madam Mayor, I
Oh,
just
you
have to say something. I'm sorry, and I really respect you, and I respect what you're doing. but there are some citizens who live in that area that you're regarding just as rich. I've known they started with probably less than you had. They worked their way up, and they worked very hard. They attained financial or above even security, and they have given it so you could have the Smith Center, so you could have a good UNLV. So please, please don't, be negative about these people, just as
I'm not
they,
being negative. I'm
by
just
the
showing
way,
another point of view.
and I
Because we got to think about our future growth of this community is not just about the people that are living in those communities. It's also about the people that are up and coming and that are working in tech industries and that are looking for opportunities to grow in these industries that are not the same industries that these other individuals grew up in.
I think there are many of us here, sir, on this council that realize that, because we have done that and voted for that on this council.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
I just wanted to say, as we also respect you. I mean, just respect them as we also respect you. When I hear someone, I'm sorry, Mayor, I have to say it. When I hear someone walking along the street, a young person such as yourself, who says we are the most compassionate generation ever in the United States, I say you never saw World War II kids. You never saw kids that were 16, 17, and 18 who had to be so scared as they went up Iwo Jima or they went across the other. I just don't care for the audacity sometimes of thinking, this is so much better, just as I don't care for the audacity of them to say they're so much better than you.
Yeah, I just want to point out that this has nothing to do with my point of view of what I said. Mine was about the growth of our future in the tech industry and also as a community. It has nothing to do with the war, and it has nothing to do with the point of views that you just pointed out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davies,
I
and
think
congratulations on your baby. We wish you well, and take care of your wife. I think I saw your baby come in. I thought you were going to drop it, actually. Next, please, your name, please.
Yes, my name is Tressa Stevens-Haddock. I live in Tudor...
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear your first name.
Tressa.
Tressa?
Yes.
Thank you.
I live in Tudor Park, which has been mentioned probably once or twice. But for the young couple that was just here, it's not just about the 1% or whatever that he says is rich, because Tudor Park, I bought in there in May 2015, not knowing of Badlands going away. I paid $3-something for my home. Once I've been to a couple of these meetings, I tried to put it back up on the market to leave because I didn't want to deal with this due to my illness, and I can't sell it without taking a loss. So I'm not one of the rich or the rich and famous. I'm a hardworking middle-class person that invested in there. I moved there as a complete community because I have lupus, and I was told to get somewhere where there's not a lot of dust, there's not a lot of construction, and I purchased in that development. And since then, I've been to probably 4 or 5 of these meetings, and I feel like I understand that there needs to be growth, but where you're talking about the 720 units, that road, which is Clubhouse, that they did not make a big deal out of, is actually outside of my gate, the entrance to Tudor Park. So they would use that as the in and out of their construction that they designated it to, which forces me to have to move due to the lupus that I have and my sinus issues. So I am at a...
So you're on a construction entry?
Yes, where they said that they would use Clubhouse Road, which is just west of the 2 towers and just south of Suncoast.
Okay.
That is where they propose to come in and out.
For construction?
For construction. So if this is a phased project, what is in it for me?
Okay.
And I just feel like it's not just me. I can't turn around, and I appreciate Councilman Kaufman asking about have homes go down. And I think it's important that I will submit something to your office to show. I cannot turn around and sell my home right now without taking a loss.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish you would do that, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Why do I know you?
Can you hear me? Because I'm Chris Engelstead McGarry. Hi.
That's why I know you.
That's why you know. You know, we're not opposed to development. We're opposed to this development. It's a broad brush to say that we don't want things to grow. There has been
Joyce has new hair.
A history of a moving target and things not always being represented as they should be, and certainly not any transparency. When we're talking about the 720 and you're talking about 4-level building, I'd actually like Mr. Lowy to go on record tonight. I would like to know if that happens, because if the question you're asking, Mr. Coffin, is that the water is going to be a restriction, and he's going to have to go up. How far does he go up? What is the limit on that? How long does my 84-year-old mother, who also lives there, listen to demolition and construction? And just last, because I'm going to wrap this up, we're all tired. If Mr. Beers believes that we are the elite and we are the 1% and we are the people here who take and take and take, I will tell you that we may not be building $1 billion worth of houses, but we are people who have put hundreds and millions of dollars into the infrastructure of this city and to social services. So I would urge you, please, to oppose this, to deny it, and at the very least, please listen to the mediation you have coming in, and then we can have another discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Paula Qualiana. I live at 9621 Orient Express. My husband and I wrote a letter dated November 14, 2016 to the City Council members. It was hand-delivered and mailed. In accordance with this letter, we have 3 questions for the Council this evening. Why this developer is not required to submit a full set of final plans so everyone can see what he's going to build everywhere, including the golf course. I have to say this: how can 2 lawyers get together and discuss anything if they don't know what they're discussing? Every person just about who's come up here has said, what is it that we're talking about? Please make this developer give you a final set of plans. I'm sick and tired, like they are, of looking at plan after plan after plan. The second thing, why you believe you can authorize a project knowing that this contractor or developer can tear some of our walls down. Where the golf course is, his intention is to tear the walls down. Well, for 20 years, we've paid to maintain all of these walls, streets, landscaping. I think that we have an interest in those, a legal interest. So let me say, I don't know why we're doing this. And last, about the questions, why you believe the golf course is zoned RPD 7 when no taxes have been paid on this property for 2 decades. Now taxes are paid starting in 2015. Was the land rezoned without notice to the adjoining homeowners? How did they end up with these taxes suddenly being paid? I want to read the exact words from the documents given to us from the developer when we closed our property. It says, right in our documents, as it was in the past, so it is today. Bill and Wanda Piccoli envisioned communities where you could raise a family, build a dream home, and secure haven for retirement. Oh, renaissance of privacy. Ensure the privacy and security of each resident. Access to Queensridge will be limited to 1 guard-gated entrance-exit that will be manned 24 hours a day. They're going to put their own streets and their own guard gates up. How so? This is what we were promised. Hear the word promised over and over. Entering Queensridge.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to just say one more thing. Okay, here's the championship golf course. We never signed anything that said that we weren't going to have a golf course. Did we do that, Joe?
We never did.
Here's what it says.
Thank you.
Interwoven throughout the community are incredible views of the Championship Badlands Golf Course. Private golf cart paths, easy access to Badlands Country Club. This is what we were promised. Vote against this. We know what we were promised. We know what we paid. We know what they want. They want to make millions of dollars while we're going to end up just like these other people told you. Nowhere. Nowhere at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. I wanted to submit this for the record.
My name is Dr. Joseph Qualiana. I live at 9621 Orient Express Court, and I wanted to state that I strongly object to this project because it will totally destroy Queensridge as I know it, and because of serious health problems that it can create. I didn't plan on speaking tonight. but I felt that I had an obligation to come up here at the last minute. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm from the old school. I still use paper. And I wanted to let the people know that, first of all, I live on a very exclusive street, but I grew up in upstate New York. My father and mother were Italian immigrants. My dad was a butcher. I worked my way through school. I worked in the grocery store with my father. I shined shoes every day after school. I played every night as a musician. I was a professional musician. I got scholarships to go through school. I went to medical school. I got through college in 3 years, went to medical school, graduated with honors, became an oncologist, and I worked in this town for 40 years as the first oncologist in this city. And I worked hard to get what I've got on Orient Express. Believe me, I really struggled to get it. Now, I would mention to you that I'm now 82 years of age, and I had to retire as a physician because I have medical problems. I didn't attend that Planning Commission meeting at the Suncoast on October the 7th because I was in UCLA having a cardiac shock to get me out of atrial fibrillation and heart failure. But I did it, and I will.
You okay?
Just a minute.
And this is what's happening to our life because of all of this.
Joe, please, that's enough. Joe, would you
Under
please go
a
home?
lot of stress, and I think my machine, my defibrillator, just defibrillated my fibrillation.
No.
Here, this is his. Can you get that, sir?
My name is Dino Reynosa. I represent Stephen Maxon. He is the CEO of Moonbeam Capital Investments. We own over 14 million square feet of commercial, retail, and luxury properties. We are also the 8th largest indoor mall owners in the U.S. Mr. Maxon owns 2 suites or 2 residences at 1 Queensbridge Place, 9101, 1801 Crown Jewel Penthouse, and 9103, 204. Mr. Maxon is fully in supportive of this project. He asked that for your approval. We stand by EHB development side and this project and any other projects that they are involved with. We are confident that EHB development will continue to develop this community and the lifestyle he is honored and proud to be a part of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name's Kimberly Taberky, and I've got a bit of a different viewpoint. I actually represent Silverstone Golf Course up in the Northwest in Ward 6. So thank you to the board.
Excuse me, which was the golf course you represent?
Silverstone Ranch. I'm a resident and owner
Silverstone
at
Ranch.
Silverstone Ranch.
Okay.
Up in Ward 6 with Mayor Pro Tem Ross. And I just want to say that I'm scared. I'm scared that this is going to set a precedent for the whole valley. I worry that we're going to be developed to death in this valley. I'm really impacted by this. My whole family is. I feel so sorry for these people. I feel desperately sorry for these people, and I'm scared about what's happening. So I'm asking the council, I beg you, please disallow the development of Badlands. It sets a bad precedent. My husband and I own a house on the golf course at Silverstone, and on September the 1st, 2015, our lives will change irreparably. Overnight, they closed down our golf course. They shuttered it, they fenced it. The employees arrived for work that day and had no jobs. They had no way to support their families because they had no job to go to. The people that showed up for their tea times that morning, no tea times, no ability to get their equipment, nothing. So I beg you to please really consider disallowing the development of Badlands.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
Hello, my name is Dale Reisner, 9811 Orient Express. And a couple things. I would like to clear up some things that Mr. Kempfer said earlier. When he talked about our covenants and conditions where we signed away our rights, when we bought the Picolis, one of the son-in-laws sold us our house. He happens to, Greg Gorgian, I think he works for the developer now, but he gave us brochures, talked about golf course views front and back, and also the same document that Ms. Qualiani just referred to. And they were talking about golf course access with carts. It was clear. There was no discussions whatsoever about the golf course ever going away, and it was totally represented otherwise. So I want to make that point, and at least from my side, bring it up. Additionally, he brought up the on-site improvements agreement. I think you probably have a copy of it, but within that agreement, the residents, or maybe not all the residents, but we're the successors to the Picolis as the owner. So we're a party to the agreement, the city's a party to the agreement, and now EHB is a successor party to the agreement. And I read that a little differently. He says, well, the golf course, when we take out the drainage, then it was always anticipated that the golf course was going to be taken out because the drainage was going to be taken out. When I read this, I assumed that if the drainage had to be removed or changed for any reason, they had enduring responsibilities. This agreement is in effect as long as this drainage exists. And so additionally, the developer has certain responsibilities to us, such as providing insurance and indemnification as his owners. And I would hope that if the city is working on our behalf or changing the potential terms to this agreement, that we're given consideration in any modifications that you might make that would affect our rights under this agreement.
Thank you very much.
And then
Are those your comments there in hand?
No, I actually had a bunch of other comments, but they were already gone over, so.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your
I
comments.
do have a list of the 35 open items where it says that the flood study was not approved, and I'd like to turn in
would you turn
the
that into our
35
clerk, please?
items that are left undone that need to be done.
Fine.
And finally, I just am asking that you do not approve these applications tonight. There's too many open-ended issues, and I think everybody needs to sit back and allow your process to work before we start giving all these approvals out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good report.
Good
Yes,
evening.
sir.
My name is Tom Blinkensop, 2042 Deer Springs in Henderson, Nevada. I've actually been in the golf business for 24 years. And I can tell you that the golf business is really rough. It is tough, and the numbers they're showing are correct. And I know of 8 golf courses in the valley that are public golf courses that lose money every year. And that's a lot of times before even the node. With the due to the water rights, water prices going up, labor prices going up, insurance, everything else that's going on top of it, it hurts. And golfers, somebody said that golf rounds have went up. They may have went up a little bit, but the problem is the average rates went down. So every year, even though they're going up a little bit, the average rate's going down due to this market being oversaturated with golf courses. There's 49 golf courses in this valley. It takes 85,000 people to maintain a golf course is what the bar says. And there's 35,000 Ps per golf course. So not only do you see this golf course maybe closed, but you're going to see some in the future also, unless something changes with water or labor, unfortunately, because I don't think the golf market's going to turn around in the next 10 years. So that's really all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Duncan Lee, for the record. Mayor Goodman, Councilman, and Councilwoman. I had a prepared text, but I think everything got covered. But I think with the wise wisdom I saw with the City Council was the idea of obeying the 4 items that was withdrawn, and that to have Mr. Pankratz and Ms. Hughes to come back and negotiate after a period of time. Well, I think one of the things that I'd like to emphasize also in the negotiation is that we negotiate as equal. And until the other side believes that we can negotiate on equal footing, then it is also a waste of time, because we've been at this for the last year and a half, and we haven't made any progress. So what I would like the City Council to consider is for this particular application to obey for 4 months or 5 months so that we can really negotiate on equal footing, so we can really make some substantial progress versus coming back and forcing you guys to make a decision, because I don't envy, these, your seats to make these tough decisions. So that's what I would suggest, that we obey this decision for 4 or 5 months and let Mr. Pankratz, Ms. Hughes try to negotiate as equal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Camo, and I'm an original owner in Queensridge. And I'm here not to talk about me, but some neighbors of mine that would like to be here tonight. They're elderly. They're retired. They're not one of the select rich folks that you've been talking about. They're on a fixed income. Now, we've heard a lot about this new development, bringing a lot of economic benefit to activity to the community and sensitivity to retailers. Let me tell you what's going on my street right now with these retired folks. They need to get themselves into some assisted living, and they can't sell their homes. It just breaks my heart. One woman went in, the home was on the market for a year. Finally, they had to let it go at $300,000 less than what it was worth. Another woman who's on the golf course, she really should be in a retirement home. It scares me. What's happening right now on the golf course is they're not securing it in the evening, which means we're getting a lot of break-ins on it. And she's sitting there. She's already had a window broken into, a neighbor that was ransacked because it's not being secured. There's no security on the golf course. When you talk about the economic benefits, keep in mind the economic tragedies that are happening as a result of this. And I just hope that, that you say no to this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hi. Lucille Mongelli,
Hi.
9103 Alta Drive, Unit 1202, Las Vegas, Nevada, and also 5 Golf Lane, Huntington, New York. I am here to object to the 720 development. I'd have to ask this council, how could anyone even consider putting 720 units in a flood zone? I'm not very familiar with the area. Would you approve of putting units on a fault where there could be earthquakes? I find it just rather, it's a very simple question. How can you permit building to be done in a flood zone? It's a really simple question. Would you permit building to be done in a swamp where houses would collapse? I think the city and even Mr. Johan is exposing himself to litigation if people's homes, properties are damaged by floods, if people have mold issues as a result of water. I think it's really rather ridiculous. And as far as the honeymoon that you're looking to send Mr. Pankratz and Ms. Hughes on, I think that's a little simplistic. I'd be happy to donate a bottle of champagne because I guarantee you that they're going to need a lot of champagne to attempt to come to some form of agreement, because I don't think that's going to happen. And a lot of times when people go on honeymoons, guess what? They come back divorced because they can't come to an agreement, and I don't think they will do so as well. I object to it.
I hope that's not true.
We invested a lot of money in the property at the towers, and to the idea of hearing chopping and banging of the earth below. For a year, one of our neighbors on the floor did construction in their apartment, and it was lovely. I'm happy for them, but we listened to that across a hallway and across an elevator. I can only imagine what would go on for years by the time that development is completed. So I urge you to, once again, not permit this to happen and really consider what this development is going to affect the jewel of Queensridge. If I had $15 million, I certainly wouldn't invest it to destroy what is the jewel. It looks like there's a lot of open space in Las Vegas. Take that money and develop other areas and not destroy the jewel that it is. Thank you.
I hope it works out, is all I can say.
Hi, Frank Punto. I live in the Queensridge Towers. Mayor Goodman, you have a lot of patience. God bless you. And I would like for you to know that I think we all should be treated fairly in this 720 development. I don't think we have been. I had the pleasure of sitting with Attorney Jurek one evening over at the Suncoast. Much to his credit, he was very upfront. He told me that he spent a lot of time way into the night and into the evening talking to people on the phone, visiting their houses, but I don't think there were members of the HOA community that he was visiting. So I don't think that's really being treated fairly. The other thing I want you to know that in the Queensridge Towers, we do have a water problem in the basement. My garage has been leaked into for the last 3 years, causing damage to my cars. The HOA did fix it. Another thing I wanted to address was the traffic. Across the street from the Queens Ridge Homes, there are properties that are going to be developed, and that's going to be more traffic on Alta Drive. Now, if you add that to at least 700 or 1,000 cars that are going to be in the 720 development, that's an awful lot of traffic on Alta Drive and Rampart. That is not there now. And if you add that to the casino, that's quite a bit to go on. Last but not least, we've tried to sell our home since this problem started. We've had to drop our home price by $300,000. We still haven't had any visitors over. That's the way it is. And last but not least, I want you to know, and my Italian is up right now, I am the son of Italian immigrants that came to this country who could not read nor write English, who sweated to spend $4 a month to send me to a parochial school to get an education. From there, I was raised by nuns, Irish Christian Brothers, and Jesuits. They gave me an education second to none. I went out, made a success of myself. I own a mail company, a printing company. I could afford to do whatever I want to do only because my parents instilled in me that work ethic to become an American, to integrate into this community. I was raised in Harlem with blacks, Hispanics, and we never had a problem. So I don't know where these two suburbanites from Los Angeles who came here and spoke about, this utopia of what we need here. All we need is for people to go to work and work hard, just like my parents taught me to do.
Thank you.
And Ms. Darkanian, God bless you too. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carol Jimerson. I live at 9101 West Alta Drive, Unit 1704. Me and my husband have been residents of the Queens Ridge community for 15 years. We bought 2 homes that EHB had built for us, and our homes were lovely. We support the project that they are doing right now. I do want to say that the second home that they had built for us, when we sold it 4.5 years ago, we lost $2 million on it. And it had nothing to do with the project that they were doing because they hadn't even bought the land yet. So I do agree that a lot of it's got to do with the economy. We can't blame it all on what this project is going on. But anyway, I support the project. I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor. Sigal Chatta, Chatta Law Group, 5875 South Rainbow Boulevard. I represent 3 unit owners at the Queens Ridge Towers. Most of what I wanted to say has been brought up tonight. There's a few points that I do want to touch on. The first point, and it's sad to say that I haven't seen any difference from what we saw at the Planning Commission hearing, and that is the constant disparagement of the developer and these allegations of collusion with the council members, that we saw the same thing with the staff and city attorney with the Planning Commission, and I think it's disturbing on so many levels. I think all those allegations are meritless. There's nothing behind it, and again, nothing has been proven. The second thing I wanted to touch on, and somebody just brought this up, is that the golf course seems to be the jewel of the project. In discussing this jewel, nobody has brought up how run down this jewel is, how this jewel has been a breeding ground for break-ins, and as not only as an individual that has rented in Queens Ridge, once a month we would get at least there would be break-ins, and a lot of the break-ins occurred because of the golf course and because it has been run down. So there's really no accountability, no supervision on that golf course. The third thing that I wanted to say is what I urge this council to look at is the precedent of the developer. It was touched on by Mr. Kempfer, and one of the issues that I believe is not given enough credit tonight is the development that these developers have provided. One is obviously Tivoli, the second one is the Queens Ridge Towers, Queens Ridge Place, and the third one, as an attorney, to us that is the crown jewel, is the Supreme Court building. And with that, again, I request your approval tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for your time and serving tonight. My name is Sean King. I'm with the Equity Group, 6018 South Durango Drive. I manage Boca Park Fashion Village, which is immediately adjacent to the property on the east side of Rampart Boulevard. It includes some of the tenants, which was the former Great Indoors Cheesecake Factory, Boca
Sorry, that's gone.
Kona Grill. Anyways, I'm here in support of the development, as I think the additional residents immediately adjacent to this property will improve the pedestrian experience within Boca Park, and it will add to some of the, it will help some of the issues some of the smaller tenants have felt over in that area. And I think by having this approved, it will help the community and the businesses in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Kevin Blair. I represent the property owner at 801 South Rampart. That's the traffic light that's right in front of the Kona Grill. I've kind of got a unique perspective of the traffic that's there. And with the 720 units that's going into this development, that's going to be over 1,000 cars in and out every day. And the way that I understand from the Public Works Director is that there's a double left-hand turn lane that's going to be required there in front of Kona Grill. And I've seen the traffic out there. I've been working in this building for 13 years. And I negotiate that right turn probably 20 to 25 times a week. And about a third of those times, I'm almost hit. It's a speedway. If you've seen the mini maps that have been shown here, that Rampart is a very dangerous street. It's a rounded street. There's numerous corners. And I invite anybody in the City Council to sit in that left-hand turn lane, turning into our building, and watch the traffic behind you get close, because that's that turn right there. And putting more cars on the street from this development, the only exit they have is Rampart. So that's the only way they can go. And in order to get to that left-hand turn lane, they've got to negotiate 3 lanes of traffic across that way in a very short distance. That is a very dangerous perspective. So I've got a letter here that is in opposition to this development. We have talked to the developer about having access to our property. We have told him no, we are not interested in it. Again, because of the number of cars that would come within 20 feet of our building. It's just not going to happen for us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it is.
And that was Kevin Blair. Is that Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Terry Holden. I strongly oppose the 720 development. We've talked about a lot of issues tonight. We've heard a lot of issues. I've focused my thoughts on 2. One is the density, the 41 units to the acre. Mr. Kemper kind of downplayed it. It wasn't that bad. It's compatible. I don't believe that. I've been a real estate developer, owner, a multifamily for 35 years. I know density. And 41 units to the acre is very, very dense. And all the related traffic problems, school problems, issues we're still debating about are going to be huge. Beyond that, I don't know how you can approve tonight the 720 with the R4. With the zoning on that. Because once you pass the R4 zoning, you're locked in. The developer, the deal may not work. There's a lot of flaws. I see a lot of problems. If it goes by the wayside, you can't get the financing, you can't do this, can't do that. We've got R4, and you've locked in and set a precedent. And I just think that's dangerous and would be bad judgment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Goodman and members of the council. Robert Marshall. I live at 9744 Verlaine Court. I'm a native of this valley. I've known the Goodman family forever. I'd like to say some words that haven't been said because that's what I've been asked to say by the mayor. So I say these words. Please don't start cutting on this baby. Please don't subject myself, my neighbors, my friends to a 30-year construction deal. I will probably be dead by the time this project is done, as will most of the people in the room. We have been told many times that this is a done deal. That is why there are so many people here in opposition to this. Please say no to this. I thank you.
Thank you. I don't know. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Noel Gage. I'm fortunate enough to live in Tower 2. I remember the naysayers that wanted to prevent the construction of the Queensridge Towers. I remember the naysayers that wanted to prevent Tivoli Village. They remind me of the inebriate who leans against the lamppost seeking support, but who doesn't see the light. The light in this circumstance is the quality that you have in what Johann Lowy has built. That's where I'm coming from. You should approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Koss, 9813 Queen Charlotte. I'll start off saying obviously I'm opposed to this project. They talk about the quality of some of these projects that the company has built, Johann's built. They talk about the towers, but there's a big lot beside it that nothing's been done for a long time. We look at Tivoli, the first phase, second phase is barely getting finished now, a long period of time. The lot across the street, which is Renaissance, that they have the signs on, is where they've held every fair, Italian, and Halloween thing for 15 years because nothing's been built. If you start this project, there's no guarantee that nothing will be done. That's part of the problem here is there's no phase. We have no guarantees that nothing will be. Now, there's no guarantees in life, but everything he has started, he has not completed. There's lots sitting empty that he owns because it's not economically feasible. At what point does this happen to us again? Why should we sit with barren land in the process? Obviously, the issues on the golf course are one thing, but this golf course is unique. It has its own water rights. That's why it's a profitable course. It's unique to the city. That's why other courses don't make money. So the problem is everything he started is still there, and we're still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Well, any comments you want to make back? I'm going to close public hearing, and then we'll have questions, comments from council. And thank you, staff, for staying with us and helping us through.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Members of the council, Chris Kemper again, Stephanie Allen. I have just a few brief comments, and I know Mr. Jimerson has some comments to make. First of all, words have to mean something. Words mean something. When you write them down, when you say them, they mean something. So in the Piccoli Ranch plan that I have in front of me, it says the proposed plan is conceptual in nature to allow detailed planning at the time of development. I also read to you all of those comments and disclaimers and lack of warranties, if you will, that went in all of those documents. So you can stand up here and say, oh, they never intended to have this property developed. Then you don't need language that says we have the right to develop the adjacent property. You can say what you want about the CC&Rs, but if in reality in those CC&Rs you put words like it's not part of Queensridge and can never become part of Queensridge, that says something. So, you know, we can talk about what's intended. This golf course is always intended to be developed. It was just a question as to when, and I wish that weren't the case. And then the other thing I want to say quickly is I'm not going to get to people who said things specifically, but you get the idea from listening to people that Mr. Jerbeck doesn't know what he's talking about. Tom Perigo doesn't know what he's talking about. Bart doesn't know what he's talking about. Nobody here knows how to do a development agreement. Nobody knows how to give legal advice. Nobody knows how to handle a drainage study. Nobody knows how to do anything. The reality is there is nobody more qualified than the people that you have working with you. And the fact that Mr. Jerbeck says the property can be developed, the fact that he says 278A does not apply, the fact that he has his own opinions on those things doesn't mean he's colluding with anybody. It means those are his opinions based on his research. And I wouldn't be standing here taking the position that I'm taking if I didn't believe that what he was saying was accurate, if I didn't believe that what Mr. Perigo said was accurate. And I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the fact that if we keep acting like they cannot develop that golf course, that we're going to end up with something a lot worse. And by the way, I need to address Councilwoman Tarkanian because she was concerned about this plan. What this plan was to show what could be done if the plan we really want to have adopted didn't come into play. If we really intended to file something different, why would we have stood up here and argued for a withdrawal without prejudice so we could continue to meet to talk about the very plan we want approved? The plan I want approved has 75 homes on 183 acres. That's what I want. I want a plan that has a half-acre lot at least behind my home. And when we talk about the differences that they see in plans, that's because that's what you want us to do. It went from 60 homes on 183 acres and 3,080 units down to up to 75 homes on the 183 acres, but down to 2,400 units and 200 possibly assisted. Those are the changes that are made. We added, did we add no developed zones around Tudor Park and Fairway Point? Yes, we did all of that because we tried to come up with something that was better. Now, is there misunderstanding on both sides? Is there, I'm hoping like heck that Frank and Shauna can get together and do some great things, and I really wish that for all of us. But in order to make that happen, we're going to have to realize that some development is going to go there. Now, quickly, traffic in schools. You want to impact traffic in schools? You know better than anybody. You build single-family homes at 7.5 units an acre. That's where your traffic comes. That's where your kids come. Not from luxury apartments that in order to have a one-bedroom apartment, you got to pay $1,000 or more a month. If I'm a family and I have 3 kids and I want a house, I go rent a house for $1,000. So these are not designed to impact, except positively, this community. And I do have to say, I was not going to say anything about these comments about Mr. Lowy. There is nothing more iconic, nothing better than those towers. I wish I could afford to live in them. But the point is to suggest that this man doesn't do what he says he's going to do when you have right there the most beautiful development, I think, in the whole area, I think is very unfair to him. And so, anyway, that's all I have to say, and I know we have a couple of comments here.
Just real briefly, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza. Again, on behalf of the applicant, I was just going to quickly address the drainage. We've had lots of discussions with staff over the months and months that part of this property, yes, is in fact within the FEMA flood zone. The developer's aware of that. They dealt with the issue at Tivoli and very much know how to deal with the drainage. They dealt with it downstream and understand that it'll be a big investment in this property to deal with the drainage. They currently are in the process and have a consultant named Newfields that's dealing with the 404 Army Corps of Engineer permits, which includes environmental analysis and environmental mitigation requirements. So the Army Corps of Engineers is not going to let them come in and do those drainage improvements without some mitigation. So they're working on that. They're in the process of getting the jurisdictional determination done now, and then we'll go into the design phase should this project be approved. So I just wanted to make sure that was a part of the record.
And the issues on the traffic on Rampart, that was addressed a few times. The further traffic studies, I know with the submission of plans and asking for our planning commission's approval, they've been submitted, but they haven't been approved as finalized. What about the traffic studies?
My understanding is the traffic study has been submitted and approved, and the mitigation specific to this project would be an additional right turn lane on Rampart to alleviate the traffic impact related to the 720. I know there's discussion about a light as well right there at Boca Park, but that would only be if it's warranted at some point in the future. It's not yet warranted. So, but my understanding is that that traffic study has been approved.
I'm going to come back to you when Mr. Jimerson's through and ask for your report, if we can have it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Jim Jimerson. My address is 9101 Alta Drive. I'm a resident of Queens Ridge, and I've been a resident of Queens Ridge for about 16 years. I also have the privilege of representing the applicant, 70 Acres LLC, the owner of this 17-acre parcel. I want to say first, thank you all, and thank everyone in the audience, but thank you members of the commission and council, as well as all of your staff. We've been here now, if you look at our watches, about 6 hours plus. The applicant made a presentation for about an hour and a half after we had an hour and a half discussion, or hour discussion, with regard to withdrawing the first issues, the first applications. And the opponents have spoken for about 3 to 3.5 hours. So you've given everybody a lot of time. There was a suggestion by one speaker that you cut them down. You've cut nobody down. You've been very fair to everyone. You've listened to everyone. And everyone has, and you've demonstrated incredible bladders. That's all I got to tell you. You've got incredible bladders. I wanted to debunk a few points. One is, some of the opponents use the term done deal. At least on behalf of the applicant, that is the term that's not in our vocabulary and has not been used by Ms. DeHart or Mr. Loy or any of the entities. We don't consider this a done deal. As a matter of fact, we're fighting for our lives, for our development lives here before you today and before the Planning Commission before. You should recognize, and I know you do, that of the 7 applications, 4 were denied on a 4 to, or recommended for denial on a 4 to 3 vote, and the 3 before you were recommended for approval on a 5 to 2 vote. So we're here on matters that we believe are appropriate and are justified and warranted by the facts. And I think that you've heard a lot of information, a lot of words, but not a lot of facts. And I'd like to speak to a few of those, just covering some simple points. You heard from Mr. Schreck, who was yelling at you from the audience. He says, we're doing this for judicial review. What we need to do is make a clear record that the developer, the applicant here, has a clear record and right to develop this property. And one of the things I want to echo Mr. Kempfer's words is you have to trust your own staff. You have to trust your own intellect. You have been lobbied by both sides to this. You have granted individuals a lot of time before today to discuss this matter. I mean, you have been beset by both sides, and you have, graciously given of yourselves and your time to listen to both sides. And in doing so, I would hope that you would come away with the conviction, the understanding that this applicant has the right to develop this property. And notwithstanding what I heard were 5 or 6 paid consultants on behalf of the plaintiffs in this lawsuit, they haven't done their homework. They haven't looked at the documents. So let's just begin, number one, with the fact that not only is this not a done deal, that Johan Loy and Vicky DeHart or none of the principals here have ever made that comment. What's happened is that we have asked your request, we have public notice, we have public hearings, we expose ourselves to being ridiculed and attacked, heckling from the background. I mean, this is not professional, this is not civil, this is not appropriate, not in a setting like this, and not over a matter that is rather important. Certainly important to our clients, and if the people are, who oppose this are being sincere, and I think many or most of them are sincere, it should be important to them. It certainly is worthy of consideration and not of heckling, of yelling, and everything, a term of Judas against Mr. Kempfer. It's just totally inappropriate and disrespectful to this council. You deserve better, and they deserve to act better. We start with the fact that after Mr. Loy and Mr. DeHart and this group sought support from the Homeowners Association to discuss this matter, they were attacked, they were defamed, they were accused of bribing you. There's actual language in certain emails that suggest you have a cozy relationship. The kind of inappropriate, unfounded, unwarranted, scurrilous allegations. And guess what? Judge Doug Smith has found them to be scurrilous allegations and has thrown out the Piccoli lawsuit against the city of Las Vegas through an order of dismissal. So let's begin with the fact that there's a right to develop, and I'm just going to hand you a booklet. It's not the thick booklet. And if Ms. Clerk, you could come with, are you Ms. Holmes? Ms. Holmes, hi, Ms. Holmes, thank you. Nice meeting you in person, thank you. I'd just like to, whoever's there, I want to give the document that's called Defendants 4 Stars 180 and 70 Acres LLC's opposition to motion for preliminary injunction. And in that are the documents that demonstrate our ability and right to develop this property. One of the things that you know from this is that none of the folks who live on the golf course or in their Queens Ridge community have paid a penny in the last 15 years towards the operation and maintenance of this golf course. There's a reason why it's called the Badlands Golf Course and not the Queens Ridge Golf Course, because it never was part of the Queens Ridge matter. You had a spokesperson from Silverstone who talked about that situation. There's a covenant in those CC&Rs that requires that golf course to be part of those homes. That's not present here. We hear from the paid experts, Mr. Garcia and others, about the intent of Mr. Bill Piccoli. Well, Bill Piccoli's first action in this matter in 1990 was to make this a zoning of RPD 7. Zoning to build residential on this golf course came before the golf course. It came before the declaration of CC&Rs and the creation of the Queens Ridge community. It is unique in that regard. You don't have to worry that it's going to set a precedent with other golf courses. It's a very unique situation because he first reserved to himself the right to develop all of his land up to 7.49 units per acre before he ever started writing plans or recording CC&Rs with regard to this Queens Ridge community. That's why it's unique. That's why you have a competent city attorney who has unquestionably and without qualification advised you of this right to develop, and it's contained in these exhibits. Number two, Mr. Jervik spoke at the Planning Commission about the right to develop. Here's the thumb drive of that speech. I'd like to ask the clerk to mark that as another exhibit on behalf of the applicant. Number three, I have a set of orders from the Robert Piccoli and Nancy Piccoli litigation versus 4 Stars and the like. I'd like to present those orders, which include the denial of Piccoli's request to enjoin your right to have this hearing today, and also dismissing the case against the City of Las Vegas as being inappropriate at this time. And within those orders is a specific statement and findings that the allegations of a claimed cozy relationship between this applicant and the City of Las Vegas City Council or its Planning Commission or its staff were scurrilous and completely unsupported. In that case, so rudely, Mr. Piccoli, who spoke here earlier against this project, sued the City of Las Vegas, claiming that his relatives had defrauded him. He later voluntarily, on his own, dismissed his relatives. And of course, the fraud claim went right out the window. But I just want you to understand, when you get to the facts, when you look at this stuff, you were having the right to exercise your discretion tonight, however you rule it. In our favor, against you, but you have that right. And our client has the right to ask you to make that ruling. We have the right to develop the property. Thank you. Number two, it's been argued by opposing counsel, Mr. Bice to begin with, Mr. Schreck, Mr. Buckley, 3 lawyers retained or on behalf of the opponents here, that somehow NRS 278A applies to this and somehow those provisions need to be complied with. And so you understand the gravamen of that. They're trying to suggest that under 278A, an individual homeowner has a right to bring a lawsuit against the City of Las Vegas or the applicant who's trying to build this. Well, let's start with the fact that 278A 080, and if I could have this overview so that everyone in the audience can read along with me. Tell me when it's there. Okay, thank you. Says exercise of powers by city or county. So this is one of the fundamental first provisions of 278A. The powers granted under the provisions of this chapter may be exercised by any city or county which enacts an ordinance conforming to the provisions of this chapter, end of quote. The City of Las Vegas never enacted this ordinance. I have the affidavit declaration of Luann Holmes, your city clerk. I'd like to show that to the audience and to yourselves. This affidavit makes it explicit, as indicated after stating her position is at paragraph 5. I am informed to believe that the provisions of the United Developers Code and the city ordinances for the City of Las Vegas concerning plan developments do not contain provisions adopted pursuant to NRS 278A. It's these fundamental points that allows Mr. Jervik and all of your city attorney staff and your staff, Mr. Perigo and others, to tell you that there is the right to develop, to tell you that 278 does not apply, to tell you what does apply. And one of the reasons 278 doesn't apply is because if you look at the history of it, the city of Las Vegas City Council was the first one to develop a development plan long before that statute was enacted. You were ahead of your time. And that was through the leadership of Mr. Jervik and others before him with regard to developing residential units. Number 3, if I'd like to, I'm just going to ask if these documents be admitted, Ms. Holmes, at the appropriate time. Okay. Next, Mr. Beers asked one of the consultants for the opponents, it may have been Mr. Garcia, isn't this, the Queens Ridge community, a NRS 116 common interest community? Remember that question. And the answer, after he had to prod a little bit, the answer was yes. Okay? It's real simple. Page 1 of the CC&Rs, I've shown you here, paragraph B, says so. It says specifically, maybe a little bit hard to read, I don't know how large it is, declarant intends, without obligation, to develop the property, and the property is the capital P property, and the annexable property, which is property to be added to it, in one or more phases as a planned mixed-use common interest community pursuant to Chapter 116 of the Nevada Revised Statutes, which shall contain non-residential areas and residential areas which may, but is not required to include planned communities and condominiums as such quota terms are used and defined in NRS Chapter 116. So, yes, Mr. Beers, yes, Councilman, yes, Ms. Mayor, to all of you, the Queens Ridge community is a common interest community organized and enacted pursuant to NRS 116. Why is that important? Because when you turn to NRS 116 and you look to the second page of that document, subsection 4, you'll find this, applicability. Number 4, the provisions of chapters 117 and 278A of NRS do not apply to common interest communities. Yet you heard 6 paid consultants come here on behalf of the opponents and tell you that somehow 278 applies. You don't have to be a lawyer to recognize the plain language of these words. What does that mean? That means that you look to the CC&Rs to understand what is covered and what it doesn't. Madam Mayor, would you agree that your home is not governed by the Queens Ridge Community CC&Rs? Yes, I would. Why would that be? Well, I would look to my deed. I would see if the CC&Rs are ruled as an exception to my home. I might have a mortgage, and I might see, but I don't see any reference to Queens Ridge CC&Rs. How would any of us in this room know whether or not the Queens Ridge CC&Rs affected us? We would look at our title report. We would look at the deeds. We would look at matters of record. There is nothing here that would affect 70 Acres LLC's right to develop. Nothing in its deed to suggest that the Queens Ridge Home Association CC&Rs apply, and indeed you will find that that does not exist, and the CC&Rs don't apply. So when you hear from Mr. Schreck or Mr. Piccoli or Mr. Buckley where they're reading from the CC&Rs, they're referring to the property that's within the CC&Rs, within the Queens Ridge community. They're certainly not referring to property across the fence not owned by them. And when you listen to some of these consultants, I shake my head because I'm saying to myself, don't turn this hearing into a circus. How in the world do you have such arrogance and ego to say, I can tell you, the adjoining landowner, how to use your land? And that's what a lot of this has been about. And it's unfortunate. And if you don't think that attitude and that arrogance doesn't impede the ability to negotiate, something that we very much welcome, you're mistaken. After we had met with the Queens Ridge Homeowners Association committee leaders and golf committee, we were then advised by Mr. Schreck and by others that he wanted 100 acres conveyed over to him, including water rights. How much are you willing to pay for it? Not a penny. In that environment, when those allegations, it chills any type of communication. And I do welcome you, Madam Mayor, and all of you to say, as you did, today starts a new effort. Today starts a new chapter of communication and cooperation and a requirement on the part of some of you to talk and negotiate and act in good faith. And want to know another chilling factor? How about being sued? Claiming you have the right to maintain the golf course in perpetuity. That's what they claimed. Claiming that they had the right to interfere with the development's property. That's what they claimed. So when the question was asked, are you willing to dismiss your lawsuits as evidence of good faith with regard to going forward in these negotiations, I didn't hear anybody volunteer to do that on behalf of the opponents. And it's a legitimate question because it has a chilling effect with regard to trying to negotiate this matter. So I guarantee you that Mr. Lowy, Mr. DeHart, and our group will commit their efforts, sincere efforts, to resolve this matter in good faith. But please appreciate that it requires two people acting in good faith to make a meaningful effort to reach a resolution. And it can't be done by one person. And I heard about the claimed unwillingness on the part of ourselves to compromise. Not true. But we're not willing to give away our land for nothing. We're not willing to give away our water rights for nothing. And we're not willing to be sued and not defend ourselves for nothing. We have an obligation and a right to develop our land with your permission and your consent. Now let's turn to the merits of this. Of all the good folks who spoke even in opposition to this and for it, there was very little information that attacked or criticized the application before you. You heard hardly anything with regard to the merits or the demerits of this application. There are certain concerns that I heard that I think are very reasonable. I live there. I would like to know the impact of traffic. I live there. I like to know, how the construction is going to be handled and whether or not there's going to be disruption. I live there, and I want to make sure that the drainage took place. But all you have to do is look 100 yards away, Councilman Kaufman, to know how they handled the drainage at Tivoli with massive development and cost to the developer that solved this plan and would prepare for a 100-year plan, a 100-year flood, and God forbid that were to happen. But that's something your staff is responsible for. That's something your staff is trained for. The opponents to this want you to jettison your confidence in your own team. And unless you subscribe to this allegation of being cozy or bribed or somehow committed improperly to the applicant, I would be insulted in your shoes. You should be feeling that way, put off by that type of attack. You try to do your job. It's a thankless job. Certainly working tonight to 10 o'clock at night can be very thankless. But it's something that you have every right to expect to be respected for and complimented for, whether regardless you vote for our clients or you vote against for our clients. We're very appreciative of your time, every one of you. I did want to correct one comment. Mr. Kaufman, you indicated that one of the nice things about this golf course is it doesn't use very much water. You'd be surprised to know, sir, that it uses 953 million gallons a year, almost 3/4 of a million gallons per day. That's a lot of water.
Wow.
Well, maybe so, but I want you to know that none of the folks who sat up to oppose have offered a penny to maintain this golf course. So the losses would be that of the property owner, and the right to develop is also the right of the property owner. I wanted to also introduce a series of emails and communications. Where's that? No, the three are invited. Division. No, the division. Communications.
So are we nearing, because I would like
I
to
got
be able
3 minutes
to,
left.
okay, and
I
I
have 3 minutes
would
left.
like to give Mr. Schreck 5 minutes, but 5
minutes
minutes,
left.
and then I would like to turn this over to our planning department, who really hasn't had their opportunity to speak yet.
I have here a compilation of communications that our clients in good faith have extended to everyone in the community. You should know that while there was many thousands of invitations, only about 7 or 8% responded to any type of objection whatsoever. But one of the things that came out just 2 weeks ago, and I know you'll be disappointed to hear this, is on November 2, an email exchange occurred following the Planning Commission's hearing. I need that email, please. Thank you. And on November 2, Mr. Schreck wrote to Mr. West these words: "We knew from the beginning that the mayor, Beers, and Parengo had the deck stacked against us. That is why we have always said we would win this in court. However, we have done a pretty good job of prolonging the developer's agony from September 2015 to now. We now look forward to the depositions of Parengo and Lowenstein, which have been noticed for this month." End of quote. And that's the environment you're asking us to negotiate in. I simply will say to you, you'll have that commitment, but please appreciate what insults that this developer has suffered through trying to develop his property and his right to develop his property. And it is, I think, unusual. In all the applications you see day to day, you can decide for yourself. You see it more, of course, than I personally do, as to whether this is typical way to do business or unusual. I think it's unusual, and I've been practicing law for 40 years here. But I will tell you, it is of no credit to those who would write in this manner. I'd like to give this book of communications to the clerk. Finally, I wanted to demonstrate through a document that we saw from Mr. Garcia. The plan, if I can put this here, the plan of development for this property began in 1996 with this small green insert, if you can look at it. That was the capital P property. That's all it was. And in the 4 to 5 years, the property was annexed. In other words, the developer, as demand would work along, would add to this property. So the capital P property was the green, and then depending upon when it occurred, you'll see the numbers are when it was annexed in time. And so eventually, all of this was annexed, this is annexed, and this is annexed. But the white is the golf course. The white was never annexed. And I think you would find this helpful if you have not seen this before. I found it helpful as learning my case before I had to respond to different court actions, to understand that for purposes of the understanding of what Bill Bacoles and his family's intent really was in 1990 and 1991, all of this was residential first. This comes in 1996, in 1998, in 2000. It was already zoned for 7.49 units per acre, residential. And so what happened is, for the time being, he built off the golf course, but as you saw in the CC&Rs, it specifically excluded the 18-hole golf course. And as you'll see here, the 9-hole golf course, which is here, this area here, was never annexed, was never made part of it. And so that's why this particular property was available for development from 1990 to the present date and years before the development of Queens Ridge. That's why both the Bacoles in 2002, 2004, and 2006, a third time, tried to develop this property. They tried to develop the golf course. They even had fights between family members over it. And then that's why it was available in 2015 as part of some of the assets of a company that was purchased by Four Stars and by certain entities that are controlled by Ms. DeHart and Ms. Lawrence and Mr. Lowy. But that's why we know that this property is available, and it extends over here to Rampart, which is over in this area. But I thought that might be helpful to you to understand. And just to wrap up then, let me say that you have to appreciate the right of what's being developed here, but also look at the alternatives. I am convinced that if you look at the quality of the projects that are produced by executive home builders, by the respective owners, by this applicant, by the people behind this applicant, compared to an alternative, compared to you can't develop and you got to sell the property and you're going to have somebody new, or compared to, God forbid, the necessity of ourselves to sue the city of Las Vegas for inverse condemnation, which we certainly don't wish to do. When you look at that and you balance it and you exercise your sound discretion, you know, this is why you get the big bucks, I would kid you with. I think you should find in favor of this applicant and find the quality of the project and the facts of this project, you know, really warrant your consideration, your merit.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to read your note and respond with whatever's there, and then conclude so we can hear from Mr. Schreck for 5 minutes.
I will, thank you. I did want to introduce our motion to dismiss a folder, which had to do with why the property is buildable and why NRS 278 does not apply. And, yeah, that's fine. And that's it. I thank you so very much for your time, consideration.
And what I'm going to do now is ask Mr. Schreck for your 5 minutes, and then I want to hear from our planning department. And so, are you...
I'm sorry, thank you. I'd like to make two clarifications. Number one, Mr. Spitzy spoke as an opponent. Mr. Spitzy worked for the Picollis, as he mentioned, in the 1980s and 90s. Mr. Spitzy is the one that helped maintain the RPD 7 zoning in 1996. We have his letter, and I'd like to mark that as part of the exhibit. And lastly, I know this may hopefully have been an inadvertent matter, but you had Mr. Garcia speak about the so-called master plan, and he showed you a board. He showed you a board that was superseded by something a year later. It wasn't the final master plan. A master plan, which, by the way, its own terms is conceptual in nature, is not a straitjacket, according to the Nevada Supreme Court in the New Horizon case. But what I wanted to say was he didn't tell you that a year later it was superseded with a new master plan, and that the golf course that was intended was eliminated to the south of Charleston, and it was moved to a different location to the north of Charleston, so that the hard zoning that took place is what actually became the hard point. And that hard zoning started with resolutions of intent in 1990, continued, and became an ordinance of your own ordinance in 2001. Okay. And that's why everybody who bought afterwards knew that when they bought this property, a golf course was developable under RPD 7. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. It's always a pleasure. Good to see you all. I'm so sorry it's under these circumstances, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'll try to keep a little bit shorter. He just threw a whole bunch more things at us that to do. First of all, you have to understand what RPD 7 is. And you had a letter that was given to the developer who carried it around for months, put it on their website as this is what the city said in December 30th, 2014 as to why we have the rights to develop because it's RPD 7. And if you look at that letter, the letter is 100% correct from your staff. It says RPD 7. It says the golf course is zoned RPD 7. It was all 996 acres that was zoned RPD 7. Then the next paragraph says what an RPD is. And an RPD is a planned development community, which gives a developer the right to innovate, to create, to move things around, and to do things. That's what it is. The numerical figure after the RPD is 7 in this one. In Los Prados, I think it's 4 or 5, and Canyon Gate, it's 3 or 4. That number doesn't say you got that many on an acre. That number determines how many units you can build in your entire district. It's on the acreage, not the acre. So the fact that it's RPD 7 doesn't mean you have a right to 7 on an acre. It means you have a right to 7 times whatever the size of your district is. In this case, it happened to be a little bit over 600 acres. And if you take a look at what was approved in the master plan, 4,247 units were allowed. If you can do the math, you can figure it's 7 times 600 and a few. And that's what the units were. There were no units in that master plan ever assigned to the golf course, specifically not assigned. There's never been any residential allowed through the entire development, of that project. Second thing I want to say, because my name's been taken in vain a whole bunch of times by the developer and his friends, telling people that somehow at a meeting I demanded to have the golf course given to me. We wanted to steal it from him and everything else. The truth is, because we were getting nowhere in the meetings that you've already heard about, where we would go and they would tell us what they're going to do, and that was the end of the conversation. It was suggested that Terry Murphy and myself go visit with Vicki DeHart and Frank Prankritz, try to see if we could get off dead center. We said fine. Saturday afternoon I went in and I said, look, before you waste each other's afternoons, let's see if we can agree on a couple concepts. The first concept is we don't believe you can build on the 184 acres because the master plan said there's no residential on it. That's never been changed. And therefore, and in some of the areas, it's probably not economical to do. So we don't think you can develop on that. We think that should be given to the homeowners association. You can give it to a conservatory, anywhere you can maybe get a tax break. But we want it in a way that this development issue can never come back. I said, we also are going to need some of your water rights. I don't know what those might be, but we want to keep whatever we have left, some of it green, so we can make a couple parks, we can do something to bring our value back up that we've lost because of the announcement of this project, to make our, a little bit like Summerlin, where you have walking paths and you have little green things around, to do that. I said, if we could do that, we would work with you on the 70 acres. Not going to be 3,000 units because nobody's ever going to agree to that, but we would work with you on maybe seeing what could be built there. You're not going to make as much money as you thought you were going to make, but you can make some money. And then Vicky DeHart said, well, you mean you want to give that to, you want us to give that to you for free? And I said, no, I don't want you to give it to us for free. Our community has already been devalued somewhere between $50 and $100 million. We've paid for it. You paid $7.5 million for that land. We've more than paid for that 184 acres. And that's what that conversation was. And it's been so distorted throughout this period of time. Well,
Please,
Vicky,
that's not right.
Vicky,
No.
Terry
Please,
Murphy's here
Mr.
too.
Frank, Mr. Schreck, please keep going.
But I think those are the major issues. Anything else? George, real quick, because my time's running. Want to do?
Just real quick. Certainly PUDs, master development plans, are conceptual in nature at the outset. We're way past the outset. The master developer is gone. They're no longer flexible. The plan is done. It's completed. At that point, it is a completed master plan, and this applicant is not the declarant, not the master developer. They don't get the flexibility of moving things around. The plan is locked in. Buyers have a right to reasonably rely on the completed master plan as it exists. That's a big difference. Conceptual at the outset, not conceptual at the end.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
And Mr. Jerbick, any comment do you wish to make before I turn it over to Mr. Parago?
I do think that, I would say this, just very briefly, with respect to the lawsuits and stuff like that. I don't want to see the council turn into the 8th Judicial District Court. Mr. Schreck has stated his case. Mr. Jimmers has stated his. I've already given our opinion that we think it's developable. I think it's to wade into something you don't need to wade into to talk about the legal issues. If I'm wrong, the court will tell us so. If I'm right, they'll tell us so. But tonight, I think you need to focus on the issue, which are the 3 applications before you.
Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to turn to Mr. Parago on the 3 issues before us, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At the outset of this, these agenda items, you did ask for the report, and I did give the staff report regarding these 3 agenda items. I have nothing more to add regarding that, and happy to answer questions. I would like to add, though, that Mr. Lowenstein and Mr. Swanton, at the beginning when these were first submitted, spent many hours doing painstaking research over every single project that's been contemplated and approved anywhere involved with the Peccole Ranch area in Queens Ridge. And I am very confident that their recommendations in terms of the way that these set of applications have been processed follows every standard that we've ever followed, not only for Title 19, but for the way that other development has occurred in that area. In addition, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Pate and half a dozen other people from Public Works, Fire, other city departments who sat in meetings for 2 hours every Thursday for the better part of 10 months, who have done a number of development projects just like this, have been really working hard to review all of the materials in painstaking detail to put together a set of applications that I think staff feels is complete and ready for your consideration.
Thank you. I do want to ask, and I'm going to let our council ask questions of them, but I see you have something to add.
Before you go, and I want to verify Mr. Parago, I think that before you vote, you ought to know that there's going to be a change to item number 106, which recommends a rezoning to R4. I think staff is going to recommend that be changed to a rezoning to R3. I discussed that with Mr. Pankratz earlier today. I don't think there's going to be an objection to it. It allows exactly what has been proposed in the SDR. I should note that we look at apartment complexes just immediately to the south of Queens Ridge on Charleston. And of those apartment complexes, they aren't zoned R4, they're zoned R3. As it turns out, with R3, you can do this exact project without losing anything. So I think staff is going to recommend that you consider 106 as a rezone to R3. And I think the other thing that we want to add, and staff wants to add, is on item number 107, there has been considerable discussion about whether or not, under any circumstances, the top of these new buildings, if they are approved, the 720 units, would ever exceed the podium, which is the first floor of the Queens Ridge Towers. And so there's going to be an additional condition recommended by staff, and I've run it by the applicant, and they are in agreement with it. And it will read, and this is a new condition, so before you debate it, it will be in there. Pursuant to zoning code, building heights can be up to 55 feet. Notwithstanding, the top of the buildings as proposed shall not exceed the finished floor elevation, podium, of 1 Queensridge Place, 2,748 feet. And that condition would ensure, unless this council would ever remove it or change it, that height of those new buildings could never exceed the podium at Queensridge 1.
And in reference to both those items, the applicant has agreed to the R3 on 106 and on that podium height on 107.
Good evening, Your Honor. Again, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza. Yes, we're in agreement with that added condition. And I also understand that conditions 1 and number 10 we're going to change as well. So those probably need to be...
But specifically in 106, to reduce zoning to R3 rather than R4, you agree to that?
Yes, we agree with that.
And as well as the height of the, not to go beyond the height of the podium.
In the exact language I read.
Exact language, yep. And then
agree?
We agree.
Okay, thank you very much. Some assurances, and I'm going to open up now to council, and I know Councilman Anthony, but the thing that I'm very concerned about, because I keep hearing this repeatedly, the most important thing that I want to see is this come to a resolution where both sides are working together. That is what I want to see, and that the homeowners feel comfortable that this is fine for them and the developers, but that is off the page at this moment. What I'm concerned about specifically, and I want to get an assurance that after its submission before its final approval, that all of these issues about flooding issues, FEMA, any issues with FEMA, and that the traffic studies are going to work as they are laid out. That it is not for you to do anything more, but to let you know I'm very concerned about those issues that were addressed. You've said permits have been submitted, but you haven't finalized them at this point. So at the point of finalization, I just want to make sure that, as it was suggested, and I'm not sure if it was Mr. Jimerson or who it was, but of course, I don't think there's an engineer sitting up here. I don't think we have a lawyer sitting up here, and we have to rely on staff. And so the fact that you are going to make sure that in a 110-year flood or whatever it's going to be, that those residents and overflow is protecting the whole area, as it should, and that the traffic studies, as we continue to look at them, can accommodate these 720 units.
Madam Mayor, Bart Anderson, Public Works. The traffic study has been submitted and it has been approved. And it has been approved with the mitigation measures that I previously discussed, the additional right turn lane and the dual left turn lane at Sir William. The mitigations are based on the standards that the engineering community has developed for this kind of development, based on all of the engineering standards for what we would expect here. We believe that they have demonstrated through their traffic study that it can be accommodated. However, we do reserve the right to, if problems occur, to either make mitigations ourselves or require them to make mitigations. They have in the past expressed a desire to signalize the entry into their proposed 720 units. And we have not approved that at this time because the RTC has identified the flow issues in the street as being a problem. If other problems came to the fore, we could reevaluate that. So I guess what I'm saying is with the information they provided with this development, not counting any of the other development that's coming later, we believe that they have demonstrated that it can be accommodated. The drainage study has been submitted, but has not been approved. They have demonstrated that they are aware of what the issues are. I would direct your attention to condition number 17 of the SDR, which I think is item 107, which clearly states, the last sentence, we note that this site is within a federal emergency management agency designated flood zone, and that no permits of any kind will be issued until after the conditional letter of map revision, CLOMAR, is approved by FEMA. So they, even if you approve them, if FEMA says, nah, ain't gonna work, they don't get to build anything.
Okay.
So they have a strong incentive to make sure that they meet FEMA's criteria.
And that, to me, is very important, and the traffic, should that prove, once it's completed, to be problematic, I mean, obviously with Tivoli Village expanding, there's going to be more traffic. With the community coming back out of the recession, we see more traffic, more everything. The question is, does that inure to them, or could that in fact end up being a cost of the city? Where's that cost fall?
If additional development occurs in the area and compounds the problem, it would not necessarily inure to this applicant to fix that if the problem was caused by somebody else. You know, I would certainly stipulate that any new development is going to add traffic to the abutting streets. What they've demonstrated in their traffic study is that the amount they're adding is not going to bring the street to overcapacity. It's not going to severely impair the flow of the streets. If problems do occur, then we would have to evaluate ways of mitigating that. If those problems could be traced to this development, we could certainly say, hey, you guys got to do something. But if the problems are more general in nature because of development nearby, it would really be tough to predict in advance who would be responsible for fixing it.
I see that. I mean, obviously, if there were development on the southeast corner of the Sun Coast, they, of course, would be involved in that extra cost. But I'm just concerned that in the traffic study that's been given to you, the city staff is comfortable that all the issues are mitigated.
We believe that the mitigation proposed is adequate.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councilman Anthony, you had comments, question? And then anybody else, please?
Thanks, Mayor.
And I just want everybody to know, no, we didn't start at 6. We started at 9 this morning. So thank you all for hanging in and being awake. Everybody's still awake here. Please.
All right, well, this has been going on for over a year now. I've been having meetings for the last couple of months with anybody who wants to meet with me and anybody who wants to talk to me on the phone, and I've gotten stack of emails and tried to listen to both sides, and I've listened to everybody tonight and wrote some notes down here. I'm going to keep my comments and tell you how I'm going to vote as simple as possible. We got very technical tonight. We got lawyers involved. We got engineers involved. My head started to explode there for a while. But really what the most important thing I've learned is that this is one of the most toxic land use discussions that we've had since I've been on the city council. I mean, we have people that don't trust each other on both sides. We have people that hate each other on both sides. We have people that are very upset on both sides. We have lawsuits that are occurring. This has really not been for me, it's not been a very productive year going through this process. So I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the residents that live in Queens Ridge. And so you're looking for a place to live in Las Vegas, and you hear about Queens Ridge, and you go to Queens Ridge, and you drive inside, and you're looking around, and you find out it's a master plan community, and it's all built out, and you have some assurances that this is where everything's going to be, and this is what it's going to look like, and based on you like the master plan, and based on that, you decide which house you're going to buy, and you feel like you have assurances that this is where your house is going to be located and what you're going to be able to see and what the community is going to look like, and you feel like it's going to be like that forever. And then somebody comes in and wants to build apartments. And if I lived in there, I'd be asking myself, well, how can they do that? I mean, this is a master plan community. How can you build apartments in there? This is a golf course. How can you take out the golf course and put in houses? How can you do that? That's not and I don't want to say contract by legal term, but this is kind of the contract I had when I bought this house in here and paid a premium that I was going to live in this master plan community, and it was not supposed to change. So I would be very upset. And from what I've heard, about 80% of the people in Queensridge are very upset about this. And I completely understand that. Then I put my shoes in my feet in the developer's shoes. And I know Johan and I know Frank, and the interactions I've had with them is these are solid individuals. These are very good people. They're good developers. And they bought this piece of property in order to develop it. And from listening to Brad Jerbick, our city attorney, he says, and I have to respect his opinion, that they have the right to develop that property. They bought it. This is America. They have the right to develop it. And I have to respect that. Now, there are some court cases out there that may change that. I don't know, but maybe that's going to change. That may change in the future, but that's what I'm hearing from the developer. The Planning Commission, I have a great respect for the Planning Commission. These guys and gals took a really hard stab at this thing. They had lots of meetings. They had their 10-hour meeting just like we did, and they were split on what to do. It was not a unanimous decision one way or the other. They really couldn't decide as a commission what exactly should happen as far as this development is concerned. So based on all that, what I think should happen, and since we're talking about golf courses here, I think we need to use a mulligan on this whole thing. And I think we need to start completely over. And maybe the last year has been a waste of time, but maybe the last year has allowed everybody to kind of voice their concerns. But I think we need to start this whole thing from square one, whether it's the withdrawals that we had this morning, as well as these items here. And we really, I mean, you all need to work under the premise, the residents need to work under the premise that unless somebody says different, they have the right to develop this property. The developer has to work under the premise that you got to listen to the residents. You have to get their input. You have to allow them some say in what's going to happen in their community. And I am hoping that you work all that out and bring something to the city council that's unanimously approved by the Planning Commission and that we can unanimously approve. Now, how long is that going to take? I have no idea. That's why I initially voted to against withdrawn without prejudice, because I think this may take another year. So based on that, I'm not going to support the agenda items tonight because I can't support them. I think this needs to be started over again, and everybody try to at least try to take the opinion that what can we do that's best for Queensridge based on what people's rights are. So I will not be, if there is a motion to support these, I'm not going to support them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Councilman, any comments, questions you have of staff, anybody? Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Mayor. I enjoyed this discussion today and debate. It's actually the first time, well, yesterday in briefing was the first time I'd actually heard from staff about this. There were moments today that I really appreciate because this is the only way you find agreement is to have disagreement, because that way you kind of sort it out, and we get to hear contentious discussion. I think that's the best thing. So it's helped me, some of the words that have been said have helped me decide what to do, temporarily anyway, because I think this is going to be going on for years, and I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to add to and or modify these three measures. I really feel that it has been a bit, I'm a little worried that people disregard the love and attention that was paid to the creation of this golf course, despite the young ladies feeling like you don't talk about golf. But it's a game, it's a passion, and it is a big thing in the city of Las Vegas. And to say that someone creates a golf course with attention to Mother Nature, and that is in the use of water as well as in the care of the creatures that inhabit the desert before you develop, I think that says a lot about Mr. Piccoli. And I knew them, knew all of them. I knew Bob's uncle, and I knew Bob's dad, and all of the guys that were in that clan. And I think that it's a disservice to talk about them that way, because that's why people bought in there. And water usage is a big thing with me. I'm on the water authority, so I know what golf courses use. And, you know, in the day that this was built 20-some years ago, 1 million gallons a day was a common number. And it's less than that now. But people like the Piccolis broke ground in developing a less water use golf course, which means you can still have that sport or game here in Las Vegas, which means you can attract tourists, which means the industry here, which we rely upon, can continue to import dollars, or essentially export tourist dollars. So we find ourselves blessed by people who are progressive in these areas of the environment. So to hear that those are disregarded and somewhat scoffed at, I feel got to watch out, because it can bite you. So the people who live there understand they weren't buying a golf course like a Shadow Creek. They weren't buying for lush, garden-like atmospheres. They were buying in a place that respected the desert and respected the resources that are available and that were in the desert before we moved here. So I'm going to vote no, with again, the caveat that I could change my mind later on, and there will be many, many votes on this issue as time goes by. And for that reason, you know, I wish them well, and I really do want to hear and participate in discussions to see if people really are talking to each other, not over each other or at each other. And that's the only way I'll be able to really make up my mind, is to be able to participate and watch and listen to the parties. The council has to take these moves to take it out of their hands. Otherwise, it'll never go anywhere. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. I, like a number of you all in the audience, am exhausted. And but this really goes to show that this community is very passionate about the city in which we live in. And a number of things have been said tonight that was very educational. Although we receive very detailed briefings, there's still information that was shared on both sides, those for and against the project, that was very educational, that brought new content and context to the conversation. Specifically as it relates to the CC&Rs, I had a question in regards to that coming into the meeting today, and just by sitting back and observing and listening very attentively, I received the answers regarding my questions pertaining to CC&Rs. The density is an area that I have major concern for. The compatibility, that question came up that I had, but it was answered as well as far as the compatibility. I believe that the compatibility most definitely is in place. The open space is in place. The question came up as it relates to the illegal spot zoning, which was clarified accordingly. And as far as the discretion of the council and the breadth and reach of how, in fact, we utilize that discretion, I guess that will be played out momentarily once this item comes to a vote one way or another. The traffic study was answered tonight, but not necessarily to my liking, because there was some additional context to the conversation that came forward that prompted more questions as well. But one thing that came out also from Public Works was the fact of the response from FEMA. That's very important in regards to the drainage. And Bart, you nailed it when in fact you stated that nothing can be built unless it passes FEMA's litmus test. And so for that, I'm comfortable, which is very difficult at the same time, but I'm comfortable moving forward, prepared to vote on this item tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you want to address or just wait?
Yes, please. I tried to follow your direction, Mayor, and look at this as a separate item, not part of the whole. And I feel that the applicant has a right to request to use the land as he sees fit. I think that's important, and he does have that right. I do not feel that our staff was colluding. I think sometimes our staff makes mistakes, which I think every one of us up here makes mistakes. And sometimes, particularly with traffic, I have found that we might not be in agreement. But I think our staff works hard, and they try to do their best, and they try to be impartial. And I've checked with what they've done, and it seemed to me that they did it correctly. I did have some people say, well, how come they controlled the meetings all the time? How come they ran the meetings instead of the applicant, which is usually the case? And I have no answer for why that was done, but rather they ran it or somebody else ran it. They were there or they gave the information. So I didn't find that that was a critical matter. You know, sometimes when people hear, when Jimerson says you should, you know, have the faith in your specialists, I have the faith in the specialists, but sometimes my own experience has shown that perhaps they're not as accurate as some of the experience and information I've had. But I do respect staff, and I don't think you colluded. And I know we have some very fine specialists. Thirdly, I wanted to say the brilliance of the lawyers here kept me awake. I mean, I did not fall asleep one single time up here. It was mesmerizing. I really got to see what great lawyers do, and I appreciated that. And, you know, we have both sides believing in what you're talking about. I mean, one side that's for and one side that's against. You believed, and you did a great job in presenting that in which you believe. However, I did, and Johan, I wanted to say, I know you have excellent projects, and they're beautiful. I don't know why you won't put one in Ward 1, but in that case, I'll go along and just say how beautiful they are, and certainly he has done a good job in that. I tried to look at this as I've looked at others, for not looking at it as part of this big thing. And those of you who've seen me vote before know that I have a question as far as traffic. And I've had this with other entities that I have viewed. I have a question as far as the density, which I've had in many others. I think the density is going to be a problem. I think your traffic's going to be a problem. I don't see that it's going to work with right in and right out only and then making a U-turn as you hit Charleston. I follow Charleston quite well, and eventually we will probably get light rail there, but that's not going to be for a while. And so I have a concern there. I have a concern about the schools being overcrowded. And I expect this will pass tonight, but I would have to say, with as much respect, I do have great respect for those who represented the side that wants to build the entity, but because I have concerns about traffic density schools, and I do not feel it's harmonizing with the neighborhood. I disagree with staff on that. I don't think that you can take 41 units per acre and match it with the other units per acre you have surrounding it. I just don't, I think that's too big a leap. And so I don't think it's harmonizing. So I will be voting no on this, but I respect what everybody has done here and presented. You've done a great job, both sides.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Councilman, both of you. And before we go any further, I want to echo that the concerns that I have heard just now from our council members are real. I think all of us want to see a harmonious result. I do rely on staff because I know your expertise and I know your due diligence. I know how hard you work, the many meetings, the many hours, to say nothing of tonight, but over this whole year. And certainly legal counsel. I just trust you inordinately to advise us on the appropriate issues. And my one remaining question, separating out those first 4 items, I think is critical. But I am concerned with zoning or anything that we do to numbers on this particular corner, that no precedent is set by our doing that, which automatically applies to the rest of the acreage, the rest of the 232 acres. I want to be assured that as those come back, we can vote with confidence on each item, or if they bring 2 items or 3 items to us, we can look at them as we see fit. Not concerned that a vote in the affirmative for the applicant has bound us to setting precedent that is irreversible.
I am not quite sure how to answer that, but let me take a stab at it. One, you are not obligated to vote on anything based on tonight's vote. And so if something else comes forward in the future, whether it's a development agreement, you can vote for or against it, or it's a separate project, 61 homes on the northwest corner, or whatever might come, you're not obligated to vote for anything based on tonight's vote. But does tonight's vote have an impact on a development agreement or on anything else? The answer is yes, and sometimes it's in very subtle ways. For example, RPD 7, as we've discussed many, many times, gives you a maximum of 7.49 units per acre, but you would never put that next to an acre. It would not be compatible with that kind of existing development. But if you approve a higher density and somebody comes in with 7.49 next to this, it's going to look a lot more compatible. So this is going to influence what goes next door to it, and I'll let Tom address that more directly. What it could also influence, as we said before, this was anticipated as phase 1 of a development project. It's being considered now as a discrete piece, not as part of a development project. And so I don't know exactly how to answer the question, how will it influence a development project or development agreement in the future? But I'll let Tom jump in here, because I think that if this progresses into several components that are not just this one component, it is definitely going to influence staff's recommendation on the existing development agreement, and it will influence what that agreement may look like in the future. So I'll let Tom jump in.
I mean, to me, this is a huge piece of this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with Mr. Jerbick. It will have an impact, and from the perspective of the planning department, as projects would come forward, and at the risk of speculating what might or might not happen in the future if this particular project were approved. For example, R3, adjacent to a major arterial and intense commercial development, while that may serve as an adequate buffer between that kind of development and less intense residential development, the next development in, as it gets closer to lower density residential, would be expected to serve somewhat as a buffer between the R3 and the lower density, and that is that it would probably sort of signal towards a less intense development, for sure. And that, in the absence of any sort of a development agreement or a master plan, I can't imagine, and again, it would depend on the acreage and the configuration and all that, but as you get closer to lower density, you absolutely step down the density. And that's been very standard in everything we've looked at that's come through the planning department.
So if, in fact, we have reduced the zoning to R3 from R4, to go out and make the entire development work financially, we are affecting, should they continue to make application for other parcels, we are, by the statement on this corner then, affecting the rest of the development?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I mean, it's you kind of slippery slope and speculating what might or might happen next, right? I mean, the configuration, the lot size, the distance from existing development on other sides, it's difficult to answer that question, but certainly this project, if approved, would be taken into consideration, particularly when it comes to looking at traffic impacts and drainage impacts and other things, because it's an existing entitled project and that's taken into consideration. It would also be taken into consideration looking at potential future land use applications. But beyond that, I don't know exactly how it would affect that, not knowing what kind of application might come forward.
Wow. Yes, please, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the land that would be adjacent to this 720 that is currently golf course would remain...
Can I just say one thing before we get to that? I just wanted to say, Mayor, I made these notes and I forgot to say that I wish that the mayor's marriage of the two opposing lawyers works and that we all can work together because we're good people, all can work together and come up with something good. I wanted to say that before I was totally through. Thank you, Bob.
So my question is, there's going to be RPD 7 zoned land adjacent to this project if this project moves forward. On that immediately adjacent property, there's no inherent right because of what we would do in approving that project that makes the high end of the RPD 7 existing zoning, it's still 7.5 acres. Or, I'm sorry, 7.5 units an acre.
Yes, that's correct. The existing zoning on the adjacent parcel is RPD 7, which allows up to 7.49 units per acre. That wouldn't change as a result of anything that happens tonight.
Okay. That is my question. And therefore, the concept that if we approve this, we're setting ourselves up for some sort of obligation to approve a, I don't know, 20 units an acre proposal for the immediately adjacent land, we're under no obligation to try to do that. We don't have any negative impacts on the city or on taxpayers by saying no to that.
That's absolutely true. Each individual discrete project that would come forward would be evaluated on its own merits, and council absolutely has the discretion to, just like with any approval, approve or deny it.
If in fact the council were to approve this and the flood issues are not mitigated, that stops everything, correct?
That's correct. It's very clear in the condition that nothing, they would not be able to pull a building permit and construct anything until that's addressed.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? And staff recommendation on this, on these 105, 106, 107, considering all this here, remains for approval on this.
Well, Your Honor, let me clarify that if I could, or at least try to. As I stated in the report, staff, when they evaluated this project, and weighted on its merits independent of the entire development project, felt that it did fit there and did recommend approval. However, we had all along requested that there be a development agreement and a major modification so that the entire 250 acres could be understood and evaluated together. Once separated, I think staff was comfortable with the project on its own, but following the conversation on the withdrawal and the desire to continue working on the master plan, and that's still hanging out there, and that this is a component of that, it kind of puts staff in a bit of an awkward position, whereas we feel like on its own merits it's okay, but as part of this larger discussion, I sort of withheld my recommendation at this time.
Okay. Thank you. It's been a long day. Okay, just yeah. Any other comments up here?
Your Honor, I do have to read in 2 amended conditions, given that the other items were withdrawn. On the site plan review, SDR 62393, amended condition number 1, approval of a general plan amendment, GPA 62387, and rezoning ZON 62392 shall be required if approved. Amended condition number 10, all city code requirements and design standards of all city departments must be satisfied except as modified herein.
Okay, thank you.
It makes sense, though. I think that's going to be part of a bigger plan.
Yeah.
Thanks, Your Honor. I would, I guess, start my comments. Under the open meeting law, we are only allowed to speak with 2 other members. And early on, and continually ever since, I have fairly regularly sought out the advice of you, Your Honor. And so I would like to thank you very much for letting me come park in your office and get your advice. You've been very helpful, and I thank you for that. The delays and the changes in plans, I think, have almost all been requested by the city. Do you think that's true, Tom?
For the most part, yes. I believe there was 1 abeyance at the request of the applicant. Mr. Lowenstein, do you have those? But for the most part, yes.
And the changes were pretty much precipitated at the city's request, from the first initial version of the application to what was under consideration this morning.
I would say that's true, yes.
Okay. What's, Tom, do you, or Peter, the density of the tower? I think we saw a number on a map from the opponents of 19, but I thought someone had said 24. I'm wondering if the difference might be that there's more acres now because that 3rd tower is not yet built.
Well, Mr. Lowenstein and Mr. Swanton clicking away to get that answer. I believe it's 21, but I'll let them make sure there's an official calculation.
And where that thought is going is that the human impact of 21 roughly 4,000 square foot units an acre, I think from a planner's perspective, is very similar to the human impact of, let's say it's 21, 42 units an acre of half size. And the units being proposed today are about half size compared to the tower. And so the human impact between the density level is pretty equivalent because the units proposed tonight are half size compared to the tower. So is there a corollary in human impact? I guess what I'm asking, as this world around us changes and we read in planning magazines about the popularity of smaller living spaces filled with amenities as an alternative life, is it reasonable to look at this in terms of livable square feet per acre? And under that scenario, this is about equivalent livable square feet per acre as the tower is.
I think so, Councilman. One of the exercises that staff went through when they were evaluating the density was to look at some of the multifamily complexes south of Charleston, immediately adjacent to Queens Ridge. And some of those projects, one, for example, has over 500 units, predominantly 2- and 3-bedroom. And when you look at the number of rooms per acre generating that human activity, it's roughly equivalent to the 40 units per acre that are predominantly single 1-bedroom and efficiency units. And so that's sort of the exercise they went through as they evaluated the project.
Okay, thank you. I requested and still haven't gotten clarity from the school district why Piggott Elementary, which is actually closer to kids in Queens Ridge, is not the school that Queens Ridge is zoned for, noting particularly that this year it was converted to a magnet school due to falling enrollment. And I still haven't got that answer yet, but I guess that's part of the bigger picture that we may or may not take up down the road. I would recommend on flood control, I found it quite interesting to go to the Regional Flood Control District website where they have maps of the areas that washes drain. And with one fairly limited exception, the washes that run through Badlands are all draining water that falls inside the 215. That is, water that falls outside the 215 goes elsewhere. And I don't know if that is if the 215 changed the original hydrology of that area or exactly what. But I did find that interesting, and I would recommend that people go through that exercise to try to understand this. You know, on the inverse condemnation issue, I'm glad that Mr. Schreck showed that map. Planning has told me that that's very similar to what the existing entitlement looks like. And it is that existing entitlement that we could not say no to without risking an inverse condemnation action. So all along there's been a attempt to portray this as if we say no to this application, we get to keep the golf course. It's not a choice between the golf course and the application. I wish it was, because that's actually pretty easy for all of us. The golf course would win. The problem is that it's the existing entitlement that is the threat of taxpayers shelling out money for an inverse condemnation suit. And so the choice isn't, or the choice is, the existing entitlement, which Mr. Schreck showed a picture of. Every homeowner on the golf course should expect a lot the same size of theirs and a house the same size as theirs right behind their house where there's golf course today under that existing entitlement of RPD3. There's no inherent right to exceed 7.5 units an acre, but there's also an obligation on the city to absolutely approve the minimum that could be built under that RPD7. And that appears to be what's around you, what's adjacent to you. So the choice isn't the golf course or the application, it's the existing entitlement or the application. And to me, the seminal question is, which of those two development plans is going to result in the greatest value for the most people? Not just the owners of the golf course, but the people who today live adjacent to the golf course. What's going to present them, what's going to save them the most view premium that they're now apparently losing? Which of those two paths? So it's too bad, but the only legal way for the city to prevent development under the existing entitlement would be for the city to purchase the land under this inverse condemnation process, and that would be at current market value for what could be developed there. And that would be very, very expensive, and I don't think it would be fair to the other taxpayers in the city. So for clarification, if somebody thought I said that turning this plan down would risk an inverse condemnation action, I don't believe I ever said that. It's the follow-on existing entitlement, which we got a glimpse of with this pre-application, that is where we would have that problem. But it's a very real problem if we said no to that existing entitlement. The applicant has come and said, well, we want to move some stuff around and have ultra-low density over here, high density up there. What do you think? And that's kind of the decision that we're going to apparently eventually face, hopefully eventually face, because it, to me, seems clear that of those two alternatives, having 3 to 5 acre lots in your backyard is going to preserve more of that open space view value than having an immediate copy of your lot in your house right behind you. So, Your Honor, with that, I do believe that the project is architecturally compatible with the existing development in the northeast quadrant of Queens Ridge. After review of the impact studies, we've talked about them, traffic, flood, fire wasn't talked about much, but they had a great deal to do with the examination of the application. Staff's found that the project does not adversely impact the area. I agree. The applicant understands he is responsible for fixing and mitigating these issues, or he cannot build, and that is the end of that story. Do you want to take 3 items together or one at a time? One at a time. Okay, so on item number 105, I would move for approval, subject to all conditions as amended and discussed.
And I will not allow, because there's no reason, there's no abstention, it's either a yay or a nay on the vote. So.
I understand that.
You're not allowed, oh, well, that might make the difference. But on this, I want to say that listening to staff, and if I may interject this, I really believe in the ability of this project to move forward. I think it's a beautiful project, but listening to staff's final comment that they are caught on the ropes because there is no continuity with the greater plan. That bothers me a great deal. And my hope is, going forward, that every single effort will be made to work together, that all negativity that's out there will be put aside with a fresh start to work towards the common goal of a beautiful facility on the entire project of Queens Ridge and the Badlands, what that will become. And so, while I was not thinking this way, but listening to staff, I have to go ahead and say I have to wait and make that decision, waiting for the bigger plan, which was what was the stall right from day one, which really kept us in this movement for an entire year. And my hope is that as you go forward in this honest and positive negotiation to try to resolve the issues, you move quickly and come back here. I believe this corner project is a very good one, assuming that we can count on the traffic and the flood and the reports to make this viable. And I would hope that works quickly and soon, because this is not a win. Until this works together, that is the win. There's no win here for anybody, because we didn't get accord and agreement, which is terribly, terribly disappointing. And so there is a motion on 105, and everybody has voted, so please post. And that does not carry. So what happens with 106 and
So
107?
there needs to be a motion then that would carry, that would then be a motion to deny. If the motion is to deny, I want you to consider something that we would like you to answer. A motion to deny would automatically result in a with prejudice. That's the default for every denial. If you wish that to be the case, that's fine. But if there is a success in the negotiations between Mr. Pancras and Ms. Hughes, and that comes back in 3 or 4 months, we're going to be dealing with where does this component that has a year timeout as a result of a denial fit into your consideration of development. A compromise might be, and I just throw this out, and maybe Mr. Paragraph has an idea too, if you want to leave that as a default 1-year timeout, but make an exception, unless it comes back as part of a development agreement, it may be considered. That should be stated on the record, if that's your intent. Or we're going to have an issue later on.
Well, the issue is, though, 101 through 104 has been obeyed to a 6-month time frame?
No.
Withdrawn without prejudice. So it works in the interests, in my opinion, on both sides to move this forward as fast as they can, so they can then come back in front of us and then move on each of these.
We just need to hear that direction from you in your motion, if you make a motion to deny. We need to know where it fits into a future development agreement if it comes back to you.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Sorry, Mr. Parago. Perhaps it would be beneficial for both parties to withdraw all of these items without prejudice at this time, so they can sit down and actually do what you've asked them to do on the entire project.
That may be a good idea. My concern is that we force them into the existing entitlement if we lock them out for a year. And I'm not sure that's the direction the council really wants to go either.
No.
So I don't know if there's an interest in withdrawing without prejudice.
Well, not to lock them into that for sure.
Again, if I could make a suggestion, is you need a motion that passes tonight. If the alternative motion, which seems the typical motion that would be made, would be a motion to deny, you could make that motion subject to it coming back in the future as part of a development agreement. And we would understand that, and we would be able to incorporate it. They would not be on a 1-year timeout if it were to return as part of a whole package.
So what that would be doing was stating unequivocally that the whole package has to be planned out.
Right. You can't bring it back alone within a year, but if you bring it back as part of a development agreement, you can within a year.
Within a year.
Right.
Your Honor.
That way we understand your direction. And
just let me make sure with Mr. Jerbick, if denied, the application is going to come back for 1 year.
No, that's
I don't.
right.
So, do you think then if they make a record that it could come back sooner than a year?
what I'm saying is that a compromise would be it could come back sooner than a year only if it came back as part of a development agreement. In other words, if the development agreement isn't worked out and it doesn't come back, then this would be on a 1-year timeout period. If, however, if there's an agreement on a development agreement and it comes back, and this has always been part of that development agreement, you could consider it in less than a year, but as part of that development agreement.
So, Mayor, if I could...
However, well, let me just add one thing there, and looking at this, that right down the middle, where I'm living in Queens Ridge, that would work for me because I just stall them out and keep them out that way. I want this to be fair. I want this equitable. I want them to work on this. I want them to come back, because otherwise, if this is stalled out through the year, it goes away entirely. I don't want that. I don't want that.
There's another way to look at it, too. You could do exactly what you did in the original application, and that's to deny without prejudice. And I think everybody understands it's rather pointless to bring it back unless there's something addition to what happened tonight based on the mayor's comments.
Except for the fact, I mean, being the devil's advocate now, if in fact I wanted this whole thing to go away and roll the dice and get some other developer to come in, I'd just stall it out interminably. I don't want that. So how do we protect that, move that piece?
Mayor?
There is absolutely no way to protect the various possibilities that could occur here. What you have is an agreement earlier for Mr. Pancras and Ms. Hughes to work diligently toward trying to resolve the differences that separate them on the development agreement. What I'm saying is that this component has always been phase one of a four-phase development agreement. And if they come back, I don't have a doubt that this phase will be, it would be desirable for the developer to keep that in the development agreement. And what I'm trying to do is warn you that unless you give us some direction, there will be a one-year timeout if there's a negative vote on this tonight, and we need you to correct that. So what I'm saying is, I would recommend either say it comes back as a development agreement, so they don't have the one-year timeout under that circumstance, or make it without prejudice, period. That way it can come back as part of a development agreement, but we need that direction.
I am worried, after an entire year of this umbrella demanding a full development agreement to be created and approved of by both bodies, that this will continue in this hard-fought battle with no resolve.
Mayor.
And if that's, no, excuse me, if in fact that were to happen, which I believe could happen, I would rescind my vote and bring back my last vote. And so this is where I'm coming from, unless somebody can give me a resolve and an assurance that there will be a resolution between the homeowners and the developers. Because what I feel is that this antagonism that's built up over this whole year and this lack of movement is not going to change, as much as I asked for it, as much as I want it. And in light of that, and based on your comments and the issues that are out there, unless somebody can help me figure out a way to make sure there's a positive movement forward, guaranteed that there is a resolution agreed upon by the developers and the homeowners, the HOA, I'm going to call back the vote, and I'm voting the other way.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may say this, your remarkable vote guaranteed that there will be immediate negotiations and immediate discussions and an earlier end to this impasse. The fact that you have forced the issue with your decisive vote means that exactly will happen, because it has to, because there is too much at stake now. So I believe there will be progress. There will be a way to find a third way. That's what I believe.
Your Honor, if I may speak, I've been asked to by Mr. Lowy. The reality is, we always thought that the withdrawal without prejudice as to the first four items put us in a position where we had to come back, because it's not our desire to just build 17.49 acres of property, that we wanted to build the rest of it, and that's why we agreed to the withdrawal without prejudice to meet, to try to do everything we can. We cannot take, candidly, a denial of this particular application, even if we try to structure it with without prejudice or some condition. We're concerned that the opposition is going to go to court and say a denial is a denial, and there's a year time frame, and you can't bring it back for a year. And we're telling you, without this corner and all the time, money, effort we put into it, the project simply isn't going to work. So if it helps, we'll withdraw it without prejudice. But a denial kills us. A denial doesn't help us negotiate. A denial puts us in the place where the councilman doesn't want to see us. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Denial without prejudice, let me ask when Mr. Kemper's up there, that would result in this component being negotiated with all the other components at the same time that Mr. Pankratz and Ms. Hughes meet. Is that correct?
Brad, I think what Chris said is that they are going to withdraw it without prejudice, so there wouldn't be another vote. So it'd be in the same boat with the first three items.
It's 11:20. We're all allowed to stumble.
All right, so, Mr. Jervik, unscramble me here. I know what I want to see. I want this resolved. I want it positively for both sides. Whatever that is, the same 85% or 80% each. I think this is going to be a great project that you have on the corner. I like it. I am concerned that our planning department has sort of gotten here at this point. But I want this to work. I want this mediated. I want you to come to a healthy resolve. So what am I supposed to do at this point?
To avoid a denial, which the applicant does not want, and to have an opportunity for a holistic approach to the entire project, I think that a motion to allow withdrawal without prejudice would be in order on all three items. If you are concerned about a balance in the negotiations, I can tell you that Mr. Perigo and I will be available when both sides want us. If we see an imbalance or we see an intransigent on either side, we'll report it to you.
And then can that motion, I want to hear if there's an intransigency on either side. If in fact that should come, I want this particular issue right back here on this table because my vote will change.
Understood.
So at this point, I'm not rescinding on this at this point. I am going to move forward. Say it again for me. You can
For
say it.
withdrawal of all three items without prejudice.
Okay, that is my motion.
If I could get some clarification.
Say something for the record.
I have to tell you.
And let me just, and to remind everybody, all we originally wanted was this 17 and a half. And we were told, in working with staff, that they wanted this holistic kind of approach to things, all right? So to get us back there without this particular piece is very difficult. So
Somewhere in the process, you pushed us for 16 months on this project and kept on pushing us because pressure from the opposition. The screaming and yelling here that we're changing to the direction of your staff, forcing us to change the project as we go to try to give more clarity and more answers to the homeowners so they can scream and yell more. And now you're coming in for a project that you demanded that we put forward and you're recommending denial or you would not want to approve this project. At this point, you will never see this project again, ever, because we're only going to stick to our zoning no matter how tough the fight is. We do not want to be here in front of you when it's zone change. I came to all of you, every single one of you here, before I purchased this golf course. And I told you, here's the dilemma. This golf course is live zoning determined by staff. And either we buy it and do a plan that within time, we'll keep it green for as long as we can. We'll do a multifamily on the bottom. And I'm just reminding you, your comment. Just tell me what's going to happen here in 30 years. What's going to happen here, so everybody would know. Why don't you go to the homeowners and tell them that? And then you demand that we put a project for the whole thing, and we got demand for development agreement. And it should not come to surprise to you, Mr. Coffin, because you officiated a meeting with Mr. Binion and one of our attorneys, okay, in which Mr. Binion demanded that we're going to hand over 180 acres
and 400 acre for the water rights. And you said nothing about it. He was surprised that by this time I did not surrender the land. So I don't intend to get extorted. Not here, and I don't care if you oppose this project. We have land rights.
For you to repeat what you
Okay.
just said,
So,
because I can't
it's-
recall, you weren't at that meeting.
So
So
I got it, and I've
What
reported
what were
it.
your last words?
Excuse me?
What were your last words? Your accent throws me sometimes, and my hearing is...
That's fine. Mr. Coffin, it's on the record. I put it on the record intentionally. I just want to tell you...
Did you say we have memories? Is that what you said?
No.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
No, what he said was he's not going to have anybody extort him by forcing him to give his land up and his water up. That's what he said.
In order to get 3,000 or 4,000 units down the bottom. Okay? I don't have an interest
he
in
said
that.
some-
At this point, I have only an interest to develop my zoning, my entitlements, my granted land rights. I'll come back with something that is that's comparable to zoning. That's the only thing that's going to be in front of you from now on.
I would
Thank
like to remind you, when you came in with Mr. Perigo,
I still
I
don't know
said
what
to
the hell
you,
he said.
come in front of City Council now, and you will be able to make the presentation without the whole development. When you were first in my office 16 months ago or a year ago, and I said to you, please come in front of the whole council, show your plan. It's fabulous. I think it's
did.
beautiful just by itself. And then, of course, we had the direction that it was a piece of the whole project.
I went every single...
Okay, so at this point, I can assure you, the work I still think is there. What I want is to make sure that everything is worked out,
We
and
have no
so
interest
you
in
can
that.
go ahead as soon as possible
We have no
with
interest in
bringing
that.
this.
You forgot that there is loans on properties, there is lenders involved, that it's a big piece of property, and the carry is immense. We spent $4.5 million to bring the project that you demanded that we're going to bring. And you turn in here this morning and ask to withdraw it with prejudice. The plan that you asked us to bring, that we didn't want to bring. And now even the 720 that we wanted to bring, and you told us, if you can get all the density you want over there, go ahead and put it in there, but show everything to the homeowners and spend the millions of dollars we spent. And you came in here and denied it. Okay? You have done what you've done. We have no interest anymore to meet with anybody. We only have land rights and we're going to go for them. There is no meetings with extortionists. There's no meeting with people that demand we hand over the property. They turn the whole thing upside down here. Yes, and we went to the FBI and reported it 1.5 weeks after he came to our office and threatened us that all this is going to happen today and he's going to force you to vote no. So we'll continue on the path we are on now. We have no interest to develop the property and change the zoning from now on. This was your idea. We just want to go on with our zoning. Thank you.
He says what he feels. You know? When-
Right. Well, maybe that needs to be said.
Your Honor, let's just withdraw it without prejudice, put it together, and let's see what some time does for us, okay? I mean, unless we're willing to approve this 720, I mean, I don't want to take a denial and then deal with that.
I'm with you.
Your Honor, if I can, Mr.
Yes,
Perigo. Mr. Perigo, Mr. Lowy talked about land rights. What are they allowed to build today on that land, per their land rights?
The land is zoned RPD 7, which we've discussed, which allows up to 7.49 units per acre. In order to exercise that entitlement, you have to come in with a site plan review. That site plan review has to meet certain requirements in terms of landscaping and elevations and so on. And the lot sizes would likely have to be compatible with the adjacent lot. So it would look similar to what's there today, just filling in the vacant land, the golf course.
So essentially, we're talking about 720 on the bottom end of this. Withdraw without prejudice the other items up to the west going up the golf course. They could have a lot more density than what is being asked for right now. Am I correct?
That's true.
I hope they all understand that, because that's what's going to happen from what Mr. Lowy just said. I don't anticipate, from what he just said, any negotiations going on anymore with the neighborhood. They're allowed certain land rights, and they're going to follow and apply those land rights to their project. And I think that's something that everybody needs to understand is going to happen. So that's what I want people to clearly understand, what may happen and what may not happen. But there's not going to be any negotiating going on from what Mr. Lowy just put on the record. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, if I just might say that if you view this as anything else, we've had other people who have come in and for the same reason, a feeling of traffic or a feeling of something else, we've turned it down, and then they've adjusted and they've come back again. I don't understand.
So it sounds like, from what I'm hearing from Mr. Kempfer, Your Honor, if I may, that the decision tonight to accept a request to withdraw without prejudice is most likely going to result in further applications exercising the existing entitlement, which we would not be able to deny without risking inverse condemnation.
It does not guarantee, however, any continued obligation to negotiate on either side to mediate this issue. Is that correct?
That's how I understand it.
And
the
I do
existing
too.
entitlement
And I
allows
think the only thing is, no, then
buildings up and down
I have no recourse, because I don't believe it will continue. I think there's so much anger out there that, in fact, it is going to force me to call a withdrawal on issue number 105 and change my vote.
You're going to be intimidated.
I'm going to be what?
Intimidated. This is ridiculous. Everybody comes up before us, and they have a plan. And some plans are accepted, and some plans aren't, even though they are allowed to be able to go either way. I don't see what was so terribly wrong in what you're trying to do, Mayor, but you can do whatever you want.
Do you feel that there is going to be an honest effort on both sides to negotiate?
Well, I don't know after what he said. If he wants to do an honest effort, I don't know, but I had a feeling before he said that we could do it. We've worked through some win-win situations, and I think we could do that. But you know what he did when he did that? He supported what the residents had told us he had done before. He didn't want to negotiate at all, and that's not what I thought he was doing. I thought he was trying.
Your Honor, what he was saying is, if the 720 was approved, the withdrawal without prejudice, we committed that we were going to work and try to do the rest of 232 acres of the 250. What he is saying, and what his concern is that he can't even get approved 720, that even though I know what staff is saying, I think when you analyze what staff is saying, is it doesn't set a precedent to put any kind of density next to it at all. And so, what you're seeing is somebody who cares so much about what's going on that he's just frustrated over that part. So whatever you want to do. But I'm just saying, with an approval of the 720, you already had our commitment that we would work on the 232 other acres. That was already out there. And you already said you don't want to hear that we weren't working, and we made that commitment.
Well, I have heard from Mr. Jervik that he would get back to us if there was any bad faith, either through our planning department, or that he hears that one side or the other is not working to resolve this. So with that, and you're shaking your head.
Yes, absolutely.
That's true. So if you then withdraw these without prejudice, you will work on that, and you could come back as soon as a month or two. If there continues to be total resistance from the homeowners, you will report that, Mr. Jervik, if there is a pushback and non-willingness to move on this from homeowners.
Absolutely.
And then you will bring it back, and you will have my vote on this corner.
One of the things we could do is hold it for 30 days, see, or whatever, see if there is that willingness to work, and if not, we don't have to refile the whole application again. We can come back and present it to you.
Can that be done?
Your Honor, yes. A withdrawal without prejudice and resubmittal at earliest that you would see applications, because it would go through Planning Commission, would probably be sometime in March. Maybe February. No, it can be abated. I'm just saying, if the action were to withdraw without prejudice, sure, they could come right back. They would have to refile their applications, meet the deadlines, go to Planning Commission, and then come here. You wouldn't see the applications for quite some time, but an abeyance would provide that opportunity to have those conversations.
And let me jump in here. Tom is exactly right, but I do want to point out, if abeyance becomes an option here, I just want to put 2 cents worth in here. We've got Thanksgiving coming up. We've got Christmas coming up. We got New Year's coming up. 30 days is, in my opinion, a very unrealistic abeyance. I think if you want a meaningful abeyance, it needs to be 60 days or more, just to even have 2 or 3 meaningful meetings. I don't know if Mr. Kempfer agrees with that or not, but I think because of the time of year that this is happening, it's just bad luck. But nevertheless, we have to deal with it, and 30 days does not appear to me to be enough time to know whether there's traction or not.
Well, I can tell you, Your Honor, if I might, I can tell you that whether it's 30 days or 45 or whatever, we're going to know if there's a willingness to work.
Right away.
Yeah.
Right.
But a withdrawal, like I say, you have to resubmit the whole thing. You have to go through the whole process.
Okay, so can the sword hang over this, that if in fact there is an unwillingness and a lack of movement, whichever side it is, that I want to rescind my vote on this 105? Can I do that?
If you vote in the majority, you can always be a person who recalls the vote. If
At
you vote in
any
the minority,
time?
you can't.
At any time?
At virtually any time. Unless, because there won't be reliance on this one way or the other, you could bring it back.
So I'm missing.
The mayor could bring it back. I'm just thinking aloud hypothetically, if you were to approve something and you got a shovel on the ground, you couldn't bring it back. But in this case, it's a denial, and so there would not be a reliance on it. And so at some point in time, you could bring it back.
And moving at this point, which way on that? I'm sorry, because Mr. Mayor Pro Tem had my ear.
And you have 2 choices. One would be to allow withdrawal without prejudice, and the other would be to hold it in abeyance for a period of time at your discretion.
And you are saying because of the holidays, it should be, if it's held in abeyance, what?
I'm talking with Ms. Fretzwell a moment ago, and we were thinking 60 to 90 days, I think, would be an appropriate period of time for an abeyance.
60.
60?
60.
Okay, so do I move
Your
that?
Honor, I need some clarification, too. I thought I heard the applicant's representative say that it's far more likely that they would just simply move ahead with the existing entitlement, which gives us no options if this doesn't move forward. I don't know.
I have just been told, Your Honor, members of the council, if we abate it for 60 days, we're going to work with everybody within that 60 days, both with regard to this application and the previous one. But with the previous ones, we have to refile the whole thing again because it was withdrawn. This way, if there's good faith as we're moving forward, even if we don't reach a resolution, but there's good faith moving forward, then in 60 days from now, you can vote as however you feel, however you want.
And
we'll go
I
from
will
there.
hold that out there, that I then could move, as council has said, to rescind my vote in the negative on 105.
Well,
So-
actually, all you have to do is reconsider, as Brad will tell you, you reconsider the vote to hold all items, and then your vote, no vote is not out there.
Okay.
Either is anybody else's no vote.
Okay,
or
I like
anybody
that.
else's.
Wait, yes.
Take a motion to reconsider. It passes, then move to obey, and then pick the time.
Okay. Make a motion to reconsider on 105. I am making that motion to reconsider on 105, please. So you have to vote. And what happened to Councilman Coffin? He has to come back here. Or we'll spend the morning. I made, what did I make? To reconsider on 105. You're allowing me to reconsider. Of course. That fails. So now, in the majority there, what happens on the rest now?
Make a motion to allow withdrawal without prejudice, or you can make a motion to deny.
And who does that?
Whoever wants to make that motion can make it. Anybody can make that motion.
May I ask what motion you're talking about? Because since we've discussed several, just tell me.
For want of a better way to put it, nobody's going home until we have a motion in the affirmative.
Okay. The mayor said we could not escape anyway, so we knew that. What is the motion you're talking about now?
I think there are two that we're left with since that motion didn't pass, and that is to allow withdrawal without prejudice or to deny. Unless I hear something from Tom or Betsy that I can't think of.
Let them allow to withdraw.
Your Honor, I'll make that motion. And the reason I'll make that motion is to end this, because I think the signal's been strongly sent that we have an open mind, you hold the power on this thing, and I think you have said loud and clear, there needs to be movement, and I believe there will be because of that, as long as we are kept informed, and so therefore I will make that motion to allow them to withdraw.
And if I might say, Chris, you would be someone who would be working hard so that we can work together and get over our anger, right?
Yeah, I would hope.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, to be clear, what I heard the applicant say was that if the motion was to obey for 60 days, they would work on it. I didn't hear them say if the motion is to allow them to withdraw with prejudice, that they would continue working on a development agreement. What I did hear them, I'm sorry, without prejudice, what I did hear them say is that they're likely to move forward with the existing entitlement.
What I heard was...
We've had them now...
What I heard was the language from our attorney, not from anybody else.
Your Honor...
Let me say, since the original motion failed, we need a new motion. It doesn't have to be a motion to deny. I think you can make a motion to hold in abeyance right now and see what happens. Straight up motion, hold in abeyance for 60 days. If one of you wants to make that, I don't think, no, you made a motion to rescind. I think a motion for abeyance right now, you could make that right now and see what happens.
Okay, all right. I think, by the way, I would say it has the same effect, but go ahead.
Allow me the opportunity to hold this item in abeyance for 60 days, please.
Yes.
Motion on the floor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote to hold this in abeyance for 60 days. Please vote.
That'll be the January 18th meeting.
January. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Wait, what do we do with 06 and 07? Same thing?
You can take them both in one motion if that's your request. Take 106 and 107
Hold them
and
in
make the same
abeyance.
motion.
Yes. Councilman
Mayor,
Barlow, would you
yes,
vote
I
on
would like to
106, 107?
106, 107, hold it in advance for 60 days as well, Mayor. Thank you. That's my motion.
Please vote. Councilman Beers? Okay, please post. Motions carry.
Thank you. We'll see you in 2 months.
11:45. Thank you, staff. I hope Betsy will give you the morning off to come in at 9. And for council, thank you. Yes. Well, hopefully. We're not, we aren't done. We have to finish up. Not one person from this council can leave Councilman Coppin. If we are all here, we are here. Thank you, Ricky Barlow. We are one body here. We are going to now set the date For any appeals filed or required public hearing items, I instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from city planning commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now citizen participation, our second citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion, any single subject, as well as the amount of time any speakers allowed will be limited to a minute. Any member, please go ahead.
Dorothy Barnes, I'm sorry, I don't mean to prolong the time, but it's very important because people have messed my plans up when I came to Las Vegas in 1999 as a tourist. I really came here to do business with the mob. And I met up with the mob at the Clark County Library in Mobmont. Robert De Niro was there and all members of every mafia family, even the ladies of the mob.
Please, if you would we have been here since 9.
Okay, and I asked them about starting my own business so I can become a mob boss. And it haven't been working out because there's too many liars out on me. But I hope I don't have to do what I have to do, but I don't want to be a violent mobster. I want to be a civil mobster.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Staff, everybody, thank you for this very long day, and I don't think we produced anything.
And I think it should be
But
Thanksgiving.
no, you're going to be last because you're packed to go.
I'm not saying it.
All right, do you have anything?
Oh, move to strike that agenda item.
Okay. Anything,
My
Councilman Pierce?
this day in music history is now for yesterday, so I'll skip it.
Oh, see, you cute. No, Councilman Anthony, you may not go yet. We're all going
Neither
out of here
can Brad.
together.
Brad
Do you have
can't go
anything?
either.
No, you don't. Councilwoman?
Just that we're having our Thanksgiving meals for our seniors in the ward. We'll have 4 of them, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow?
I do have a litany, but it's only one thing, Mayor. Being that it is now Thursday, the Christmas tree lighting ceremony in Lorenzi Park tonight, 6 p.m. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Coffin. Nothing. Okay, happy Thanksgiving. Get everybody working on this, or I am going to vote for it.
The meeting's adjourned, correct, Mayor? Meeting's adjourned?